Okay, so Elizabeth, are we good to go then?
You're good to go.
Thank you very much. Okay, welcome everybody to our planning committee meeting, February 17th, 2022 from very icy Muskoka. It's warm and then it was cold and the roads are icy, and I'm going to give a shout out to our public works department because everything had been sanded and the roads were in great shape this morning. So thank you for that. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9:06. And I'm going to confirm that we have all councillors with the exception of Councillor Nishikawa, who I believe is trying to get in. We've had some issues at this point getting us all here. Oh, here she is. Okay, and I'm also going to confirm that we have our senior management team present, all of them. All input was sent to planning@muskokalakes.ca for this meeting. That has been distributed to all of the councillors. So we will not be going through that list of names at this point in time. So today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. And I am going to acknowledge that we had a supplementary agenda. We have a Bill Greger who would like to speak on the OPA-54, which is 12B, and Grant Canton, applicant, David Anthony, applicant, and Eric Balance, contractor, who will speak to our SPA-133/21, which is item 7.8. Okay, I think my first order of business is to ask if there is any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none, we will then move to, we're going to, as our first order of business here, have Ms. Wilson from the Muskoka Watershed Council come and talk to us about shoreline vegetative buffers. So if, I know you're letting her in, Elizabeth, that's great. Just wait till she gets in.
Good morning. Sorry that took a moment to upgrade into a panelist from a attendee.
Oh, I know we have layers here. So, Ms. Wilson, welcome. And please, just your name and address, and we'll be delighted to hear from you.
Rebecca Willison. My work address is 70 Pine Street in Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1N3. And I did send a presentation, and I assume it's going to be shared for me.
There you go.
Thank you so much. And so thank you for inviting me to speak today. As I said, my name is Rebecca Willison, and I'm a watershed planning technician with the Muskoka Watershed Council. You invited me here to talk a little bit about buffers and how Watershed Council can help support the Township of Muskoka Lakes in your efforts to improve water quality in our properties in general. While there's so much good information available on shoreline buffers, it's hard to choose what to cover in such a short presentation. Hopefully this will just give you a little bit of a background and a place to start with some discussion. So I'll start with what a shoreline vegetative buffer is, which is a strip of vegetation that borders our lakes and rivers. The purpose of this vegetation is to buffer the impacts of our cottages and our buildings and our activities and keep them from impacting the water. The buffer area is considered the last line of defense against forces that may otherwise destroy a healthy water body. From a purely practical point of view, so not even taking into account the enormous wildlife and aesthetic benefits of having a naturally vegetated shoreline, it really all comes down to the flow of water on the property. So minimizing or delaying stormwater runoff from a property will control erosion and will improve the effectiveness of the natural soil and vegetation in absorbing ammonia, phosphorus, and harmful bacteria and preventing them from entering the water body. As impermeable surfaces like roofs and driveways are added to a property, it's also adding new sources and higher volumes of stormwater runoff to be managed, and a well-vegetated shoreline becomes even more crucial. Next slide, please. So a shoreline buffer is not the same thing as a setback, although to me in an ideal world, they would really be one and the same. While a buffer is the vegetative strip of land adjacent to a water body, a building setback is the distance separating a building from a feature like the water or road or property lines. You're all very familiar, I'm sure, with the setback requirements in your own current official plan, as well as the reasons for having these setbacks. However, none of these objectives will be reached if the setback area doesn't include significant amounts of natural vegetation. Setback areas should be considered no-touch zones with only limited shoreline access and use. The principle of development in the vegetative buffer is to minimize disturbance of the ground, shrub, and canopy layers. Next slide, please. Thank you. When we do talk about the buffer area, we're actually talking about more than just that strip right along the waterfront, which in this part would be considered the riparian zone. All of the three zones are important, not just for water quality, but also to protect properties during extreme weather events. The Upland Zone is where the cottage and buildings are usually located. This area tends to be higher and drier, and the vegetation there takes advantage of this better drainage. The riparian zone, as I mentioned, is usually what we typically consider to be our buffer area, is the transitional area between water and land. And vegetation in this area is adapted to changing water levels and can tolerate periods of flooding. The littoral zone is one that we often don't think about as being part of our buffer zone, but it's actually a very important component. And it begins at the water's edge and extends into the water until sunlight can no longer penetrate the bottom. This is where you'll find aquatic plants as well as the aquatic organisms that form the base of the food chain. This is the most productive habitat in the lake and is a very important component. Next slide, please. Well, when we do talk, so each of these zones have a variety of functions, including those outlined here, and I'm not going to get into all of them specifically, but they're there for you to read. But all these zones also work to protect the waterfront, and altering one zone will impact not only that zone, but also functions of the other zones as well. For instance, what we often see is a lot of people will leave the mature trees on their property, but they might clear out a lot of the understory vegetation. And by removing most of this understory vegetation in the upland zone and the riparian zone, it will impact the quantity and flow of water on the property, often leading to erosion and reducing the uptake of nutrients and water from the soil. It will also impact the ability of that setback to buffer the noise coming off the property. It will reduce the privacy. All those reasons that you do have the setback requirements aren't going to be met if you remove all this vegetation. Next slide, please. So how wide should a buffer be? That's the million-dollar question. If you're starting with turf grass right down to the water, then really any buffer width will be an improvement over no buffer at all. However, the size of buffer you need depends on the functions you want it to perform. Watershed Council has this Shoreline Vegetative Buffers paper that's available on our website. And if you haven't had a look at it, it does have a lot of really good information in it, including this chart that I've included here. And one of the main things you might notice is, the 2 or 3 meter wide buffer that we often see on some properties isn't going to cut it for performing the functions that we want our buffers to do. The general consensus is that a 30-meter buffer is a good buffer width to protect water quality and wildlife habitat. And that buffer's width should actually increase if you're developing near steep slopes, or if you're, depending on the soil type. So clay soil requires a bigger buffer than sandy soil. Ideally, the entire setback area would be a no-touch buffer zone. And this is why I mentioned a couple slides earlier about ideally your setback area would be your buffer area. They'd be one and the same. Next slide, please. So what should your buffer be composed of? If you recall the slide that was talking about the zones, it's more than just mature trees, right? You should have mature trees, you should have seedlings, you should have shrubs of varying heights. You should also have a herbaceous layer that's made up of wildflowers and ferns and native grasses. And in addition to all of that, those plants, the woody debris is also very important. So, and the duff layer, they all work to slow down runoff, allow it to soak into the ground, and allow your buffer to perform the functions that you want it to perform, most importantly, protecting water quality. But when we're talking about the vegetation component of a buffer, what do you want to use? We want native plants. And it's not quite as simple as just saying native. It can be very confusing for people on what's native and what's not. But why do we want native plants? Well, we do want our shoreline buffers to slow runoff, filter out sediments, take up nutrients, prevent erosion, moderate severe weather events, and provide wildlife habitat. That's quite the list of things that we want our buffers to do. And a natural buffer can do that. The deep-rooted native vegetation on the right of the picture of the plants on the right are native, the plants on the left are non-native. And what's most striking is the root systems. So we want plants with better root systems that'll help take up nutrients and slow down runoff and prevent erosion. And the native plants can do this much more effectively than the non-native vegetation on the left. And as an added bonus, because they are native, they're already adapted to our environment. So they can do these functions with less resources than non-native species. I'd also like to point out the root system of the turf grass, which is just to the left of the dotted line in this picture, and compare it to the root systems of some of our native grasses on the right. There's quite a striking difference in the root systems. Turf grass lawns do not make an effective buffer, and the activities required to maintain them, like mowing, and oftentimes, the land will be flattened out, getting rid of all those little divots and pockets that help hold water and allow it to soak into the ground. Doing that will cause compaction of the soil, which will make it less able to absorb water and change the flow of water. And as an added bonus to that, they're also much more inviting to unwanted wildlife like Canada geese. So we do site visits to the Natural Edge program. And one of the things we hear most from the public is, they don't know where to start. They don't know what's native, what's not. It can all be very confusing when you do go to a nursery. And I agree, it 100% is. Even someone like myself who knows what to look for and what to avoid, it can still be a little bit daunting. So I just put a little bit of a list here that we often talk to people about. And Watershed Council does have some resources, both through the Natural Edge program and our own initiatives that I can share with that. So next slide, please. Just to talk a little bit about some of the resources. So Watershed Council's through our handbook, Living in Cottage Country Handbook, which you may or may not be familiar with, we do have an appendix in the back called the Native Plant Reference List, and we distribute this during our site visits for the Natural Edge program. And it's actually a really good resource because it's about 8 pages long of lists of native plants and their preferred lighting, soil, moisture conditions, as well as whether they're deer resistant or good for septic systems or salt tolerant. That sort of information that's really good. And one of the most important things it does include is the Latin name. So when you are looking for native plants, you want to get as close to that Latin name as possible without any additional cutesy names or trademark names. So really sticking as close to that Latin name as possible is the best thing you can do. Georgian Bay Biosphere has some good native plant resources, and I included the one at the top here. I like this graphic because not only does it include a lot of the most common native plants that we have in our area, but they also include some pictures. And I think one of the misconceptions about native plants is that they're very blah. And you can certainly see from that graphic that we have some really, really beautiful native plants that can fit very well into, any garden, but also provide the wildlife habitat and benefits that we'd like them to do. Watersheds Canada through the Natural Edge program has a couple of different booklets, and I included one in here on shoreline habitat creation manual. They have another one on wildflowers and another one on caring and maintaining your native plantings. And those are very valuable resources for anyone looking at, diving into the native plant and shoreline restoration field. And then, of course, we do have the Natural Edge program, which is a program developed by Watersheds Canada and is delivered in the Muskoka area by the Muskoka Watershed Council. And that program, we offer site visits to private landowners, and they also have the potential to purchase a shoreline starter kit, which essentially it tries to give them all the materials and knowledge necessary to get started on a renaturalization project. So I have a lot more resources than what I've listed on this slide. So there are, there is a lot of information out there, is I guess what I'm trying to get there. And next slide, please. So that was sort of my crash course on shoreline vegetative buffers, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Willison. That was very educational from my end for sure. And I see Councillor Zavitz has a question. I was just going to say, let's open this up for questions and comments. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you and good morning, Rebecca. Thank you for this. I know that we have requested you to attend, and so I found it very informative. I did find it informative for a number of reasons. And of course, one of the things that, this is our reality here. As one of our main features where many live on the lake and use the lake. The vegetative buffer, very, very interesting. What I found most interesting, of course, was your illustrations of this idyllic, beautiful little cabin on a little small lake with, that the way you've set that up. I don't think that's the reality of today here and what I see in Muskoka. And I'm wondering if you have, I would find this very relevant to if it were updated. And I know that this is age old. This doesn't change because there's certain distances from the lake and things need to happen in those areas to get that vegetative buffer. But I'm wondering if you've looked at updating your perspectives to, because I would find it more useful for me personally. Sometimes we end up buying properties that are already, I might use the word denuded. There's grass right to the lake. People say, look what you've done, when in fact, it's been like that for 50 years. We deal with that in this committee all the time with, site plan control, and you need to add some buffer. What do you think about that just as a committee of the watershed in terms of, I'm not saying relevancy, I'm not being critical, please, but what I've seen in the picture isn't what I see when I and look around my lake in Bala Bay.
Through you, Madam Chair. I think it's what we need to strive for, right? As we are facing more severe weather events, flooding, droughts, algae blooms, climate change, as we start to, we're seeing the effects of all of that really coming along. And a well-vegetated shoreline, whether it's currently there or not, is really what we should aim for, because that's going to be our best defense against all of those issues that are coming. Invasive species is another one, right? And that's only going to get worse as we have a warming climate. So I agree, it's not necessarily the reality we see out there. And I find what our reality is predominantly is a lot of people are very good at keeping the mature trees on their property, but they'll go and they'll clean out a lot of the understory vegetation. And I just like to get the importance of that understory vegetation to help people understand that it is a very important part of the buffer. It's wonderful that you keep the mature trees, but those trees aren't going to do it all. And so I think the bigger we can make our buffers, if you have a turf grass lawn right to the water, and I've done site visits on some of those properties, anything you can do will be an improvement, so I like to start small, just anything you can do would be awesome. And then I think once people sort of wrap their mind around that different sort of shoreline and get used to it, they can slowly extend it back. And, you know, it's baby steps for sure. But I also think it's important that, you know, for properties that already have a well-vegetated shoreline buffer, they need to know that they should keep it. You know, you should protect that with everything you've got, because it's not so easy to get it back once it's gone. So if you already have it, oh my goodness, you're way ahead of the curve, and you should appreciate it, and you should enjoy it, and you know, sit back in your hammock instead of mowing your lawn, and have a good time up at the cottage for sure.
Thanks for your message today.
Thank you. Councilor Mazan.
Thank you. And through you, I found that really interesting. And I've seen a couple different iterations of this. And every time I walk away learning something more, which is probably where I want to start, because you even said, even for yourself, going to a nursery and there's a disconnect. And it's not because people are necessarily not wanting sometimes to do the right thing. It's just very difficult sometimes to know what and how to do it. So your one slide about the root system, for me today, was my takeaway. I hadn't fully appreciated that with these different plants. So a couple of questions. The first is the Natural Edge program. My understanding is that today in Muskoka is you. Is that correct? Pretty much,
Madam Chair. Yes.
yes. So your ability to get out to do site visits is going to be somewhat limited. You know, if we had an army of people like yourself to go out to help people, that would be one thing, but we are limited. So we need to understand that. So as I was listening today, I'm trying to think, how do we connect the dots between the information that you have, the knowledge that you have in Watershed Council, as well as all these other organizations, the experts, and connect it to the process we have in development and the extension through education. So I see it in two ways. One is, how do we get some of this information, these visuals, these graphics, into the hands of people at the beginning of a planning process? Because the more often we see things up front, the more likely. And then the second thing is, in the case of the broader audience that is not going through that planning process, I just would like to explore different ways. So with that said, I was interested, I think, Rebecca, you've mentioned before that Lake of Bays actually has a program or something whereby they hand out your living in cottage country. Do you know, is that on a digital format now? Are these other resources? I guess I'm talking a lot without asking specific questions, but now you understand where my questions are coming from.
Ms. Willison.
Through you, Madam Chair. The Lake of Bays Association program, they purchase hard copies of the handbook. It's only available currently in hard copy. And it is something that we have heard from your planning department in the past about trying to get it digital. And it is something we're kind of working on, but it's honestly, it's the only resource we have that we actually charge for. And that's so that we have funds to reprint, because we do want to try to get those into as many hands as possible. All of our other resources, all the ones that I talked about today, they're all digital. They're all available online. The Watersheds Canada resources, they're really excellent, and they're all digital, but I can get hard copies if it's something that, you know, the planning department decides that they want to give a package out when someone comes in with a planning application. We can certainly work with them to provide some resources for them to give out. And then also, I think I can confidently offer, you know, if you're looking for some training opportunities, so, you know, maybe a little session with the people who actually review the site plan applications, you know, I'm happy to go through sort of what you would be looking for when you're looking at a vegetative plan and what to avoid. So, you know, it's all, there's some pretty basic rules that you'll want to follow, and to hopefully get, you know, the best plants on our shorelines as possible.
Could I just, and then I'll turn it over to others because I see others have hands up and I may want to comment, but is it, would you be available also if we were able to extend to key stakeholder groups. You touched upon landscapers, the building community, as a learning session. Is that something that a service that your department could help us out with?
Madam Chair. I think obviously Watershed Council is always happy to try to educate and train and share our knowledge with others in the community. So if there's a way that we can help do that or facilitate that, then we're more than happy to assist. Absolutely.
Thank you. And I'll turn off right now. Thank you, Chair Bridgman.
Hey, Councillor Mazan. Mr. Sharp, I'm anticipating you're going to talk about what you do in the planning department in this regard, because I see your hand up. And welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, members of Planning Committee. And thank you, Ms. Will, attending today's meeting. I found your presentation very informative. And I'd just like to say, I think with the onboarding of our new communications position, I see an opportunity here to capitalize on some synergies between what we're trying to accomplish in the planning division and what Ms. Wilson is doing. And I'm thinking that definitely we could try to work together to perhaps create some information materials that have, the township's own stamp on them, dealing with certain aspects of development that, deal with considerations like aesthetics and the buffering of built form from water bodies, not only just the environmental considerations. And I think, the team in the planning division would certainly be interested in taking Ms. Willison up on our offer to do some training sessions as well. I think that would be very important because, aside from perhaps council, our staff in the planning division are perhaps the township's biggest advocates for, well vegetated shoreline buffers. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to chime in with any more comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sharp, can I leave that with you, that you'll contact Ms. Wilson to carry on with that thought?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Hi, Rebecca. Glad to see you again. I don't want to leave the impression that this township has not been bringing forth this message for years and years and years. We've worked with Watershed Council for years and years and years. We have provided to applicants, when you could walk into our township offices, you would see all sorts of literature, all sorts of, from Watershed Council, as well as our ratepayers groups you used to provide additional literature, handouts, ideas during planning applications, all sorts of information. So this has been ongoing for many, many years. And in fact, I've actually been involved in my own little community in East Bay, where we've gone through the revegetation of many of those shorelines. I think that, and there is a want and a need. People want to participate. They want to, and in fact, they have worked with their landscapers, but the message is out there. And yes, we can always get a better message out there, but I certainly don't want to leave any impression at all that this is the norm in the township of Muskoka Lakes, that we just have lawns right to the shore. I mean, that is not the case at all. And as said, Rebecca has been very helpful over the years, along with the whole team of the Watershed Council. I mean, I've been, it was 20 some odd years ago when a crew came out to my own property and told me the best thing to do with my wetlands. And when we developed our own home. So thank you. But I would also say at our township, we have the literature and we have the ability. And one of the things I did ask for many years was a lot of the artwork that we used to post in our halls. I wanted to replace that with the best practices posters, if you want to call that. And that comes right down to septic systems, to even, what a true building in 3D looks like. for instance, like all of those types of things. That's the type of education that we can provide while people are waiting in line to get to the building department type, or planning department. So again, thank you. But I would also say that, as I said, this has been ongoing. And we're very grateful for the assistance that we've got from Watershed Council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. If you take a look at my personal email tag at the bottom, I lifted it from Rebecca years and years ago, because for over 20 years, I've been working on what referred to as ribbon of life. And Rebecca, you'll remember those little fish that you have. And I have ribbon of life, protect, nurture, and promote. And I do have a ribbon of life in front of mine. So I want you to take it back to a couple of months ago and why Rebecca is here. And it was great for education for people that have not seen this before. But it was what we got from one of the applications that had grass right to the shoreline. We kind of ascertained that planning really didn't have they promoted and very much supported buffer vegetation, but they really didn't have a guide on what to do. And I guess I'm directing this to Director Pink. What I would like to happen is that that planning work with Rebecca and the Watershed Council to come up with a document that is used as a guide and as a mandatory list of things to do when we put in our applications, that they must do something on the shoreline buffer. And that would be a standard document or guideline that each one would use. And again, it would the follow up with that is it's supposed to go on the registered to title. But I know of cases where the people have done it. And again, it's all about manpower and enforcement and stuff like that. They put up cedar trees to comply. And by next year, they watch the deer eat the cedar trees. So I'm asking Director Pink if he'd work with the Watershed Council to come up with a specific guideline that his staff would adhere to and make sure that the applicant on all applications adheres to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Roberts. Director Pink.
Good morning, committee. I think largely echo Mr. Sharp's comments. We've been discussing it at length, and as Ms. Wilson has pointed out, I did reach out some time ago to try to get some of their publications digitally. For those councillors who may not be aware, previously, quite a few years ago, we used to provide a large handout to every planning applicant with a number of paper-based brochures, everything from maintaining your septic system to healthy shoreline buffers. As we moved to a digital world, we ceased doing that, and unfortunately we didn't continue with digital publications, but I did look into that, and I think this is a great discussion, and I intend to continue. I'm getting a number of emails from all my departments actually wanting to take up Ms. Wilson's offer on some training. I'm looking forward to doing that, and some excellent suggestions from Mr. Sharp on some publications and utilizing the new communications position. And to Councillor Roberts' comments, I think every property is quite unique, and I don't know if we can come up with a one-size-fits-all sort of strict guideline, but I certainly will look forward to working with the Muskoka Watershed Council on coming up with the appropriate publications that we can provide to our applicants. And I would just echo Councillor Nishikawa's comments as well. I wouldn't want anyone to believe these are sort of new initiatives. We have certainly my entire time here, been very diligent and a multi-pronged approach of ensuring that we have a healthy shoreline buffer, everything from official plan down to the zoning bylaw, site plan control, tree bylaw, site alteration bylaw, using all of those tools at our best that are at our disposal to ensure we have a healthy shoreline. And I'm always open to new initiatives, and certainly we'll look into what else we can do.
Supplemental, please.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Madam Chair, may I have a supplemental, please?
Yes, you may.
It'll be very quick. My 20 years of experience, and I'm not exaggerating by 20 years of experience, publications and that most of the time are not worth the paper they're written on because people just file them. The only people that really pay attention to those publications and get into it are people that are very serious. And I would hazard to guess that 95% of the people are not. So again, David, I'd like to see in the minutes that we are going to follow up on some sort of guideline within planning. And I agree, not all sites are created equal, but we've got to do something to curtail the bad behavior that Councillor Zavitz has brought up that appears to be normal. And the only way we can do that is through the planning department, because and by good citizens who understand what the ribbon of life will do. And that'll be my last point on that, but I would really look forward to something very soon on plans to do that. Thank you.
Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Rebecca, for joining us today. The one thing I keep hearing consistently, and I'm really thankful that we do have a new communications manager, is that of communication and education. The more we can talk to people, the more we can explain. I love your graphics, and no, they don't represent stone patios in front, but if we want to try and get more to naturally vegetative buffers, they wouldn't have stone patios. And so I'm thankful for that. I have two specific questions. One of them, you talked about a 30-meter wide buffer, I think, in one of your slides. If I have a 200-meter property, do you still only want 30 meters? I'm trying to understand where that metric comes from, or is that right in front of the building specifically? And then a secondary question, we have a number of legacy properties around. I'll take Windermere House, for example, that has lawns all in front of them, beautiful green lawns. I know myself, my home in Port Carling, I don't even know how to use what fertilizer, but it was still green and I could cut the lawn and it was fine. I have some neighbors who have lawns in front of their properties down here on the waterfront, and they do not fertilize, but they're still lawn. Are lawns, if you don't fertilize, are they horrible? Just trying to understand what those are, because I know there's a perception of I need plants and shrubs and everything, but are lawns all that bad? And I guess that's my two questions. Thank you.
Ms. Willison.
Through you, Madam Chair. With regards to a 30-meter wide buffer, the chart I posted showed the ideal. It depends on what you want the function of your buffer to be. So generally, we want it to help manage the runoff on a property, right? Like you want the water that's reaching the lake to be free from sediment, free from bacteria, free from nutrients. And the best way to do, there have been studies on, what size buffer should it be in order to settle out the most nutrients, or settle out the most sediment and take up nutrients. Nutrients are only going to be absorbed by vegetation, right? Like nutrients aren't being absorbed by rocks and soil for the most part. It's the vegetation. Same with the water, right? About 50% of the precipitation that comes into our watershed is put back into the atmosphere by our vegetation. So the less vegetation we have, the less water is being returned to the atmosphere, and it means it's flowing into our lakes and rivers, which, of course, when we're looking at flooding issues, that can be a huge contributor to the amount of water that's making it into our lakes and rivers. So 30 meters to me is an ideal. That's what we should be aiming for. Obviously, that's not going to take into account, activity areas on a property. If you have children, I perfectly understand that you probably want a little bit of a lawn area for, them to play on, things like that. But there are best practices to help mitigate the impact of that area on the water. So there are things that we can do, and minimizing the development in that buffer area is preferable. If you recall that chart, there were some buffer widths that were much greater than 30 meters in order to get 100% attenuation of water or nutrients or things like that. So 30 meters is kind of while it sounds big, it's really a compromise of what size buffer would give us the most benefits without having to be 100 meters. So that's with regards to the buffer issue. With regards to lawn, I was going to include a graphic, but I didn't, and it was a diagram of a tree and the understory and the duff layer and how it helps cycle precipitation, right? Like the leaves of trees and shrubs, they break the fall of precipitation so that by the time it trickles down to the ground, it's hitting with less impact, which is going to, reduce the amount of erosion that happens. The duff layer will help absorb water. It all acts to slow down the runoff, allows it to soak into the ground, which will reduce erosion and will allow the plants to take up nutrients. Turf lawn, the graphic I showed with the root systems of grass, as you can imagine, it's not going to be as effective as more deep-rooted vegetation for a variety of reasons and a variety of functions. And then also the very act of having a turf lawn area. So the mowing, you're constantly, and most people mow in the same way every time. So every time you're mowing and you're walking across or you're driving your lawnmower across, you're acting to compact that soil. And the more you compact it, the less ability you're going to have to be able to absorb runoff and slow it down. We also like to have our lawns be nice and smooth, right? Like, so people fill in those little divots and they fill in the little swales and stuff that might naturally be there. So you're also reducing the ability for the water to slow down. And if you have a lawn, chances are you're out there cleaning it up all the time, right? Like you're raking up the leaves, you're picking up any downed branches that might be on your lawn. And all of those actually act to slow down the water as well and allow it to soak into the ground. So, lawns aren't the worst thing on earth. They're certainly better than having nothing, but if it depends on what the function is, if your function is to be able to play golf on your front yard, then you're good. But if it's to provide wildlife habitat, if it's to slow down the runoff, if it's to dry your property out after a flood quicker, then for the most part, lawns aren't going to cut it. And I would love to see most people at least start with a little strip at the very front, like where the lawn meets the water. Start small and just work your way back. And you'll be amazed at what'll grow and how beneficial it'll be overall.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Great job, Rebecca. Great presentation. I can certainly acknowledge that the 22 years that I've been up here as a summer resident, I've been well aware of the good work for most of the 22 years. I try to take it all in and remember it. But where the discipline breaks down for me is when you finally get the plan in place, and as somebody who does stuff, likes to DIY stuff, you show up at the nursery and you're looking at a big acreage of nursery stock. And I can tell you, I tend to default to the lightest stuff to carry and the closest stuff to my car. And I'm wondering if, have you ever thought about perhaps some sort of, I think of the good housekeeping seal of approval, the Muskoka Watershed Council approved sticker to easily identify the stuff that's on the go list rather than on the red list. I don't know if it's feasible. I realize you've got everything from nurseries to hardware stores to whatever selling nursery stock. And I also acknowledge that a lot of it comes from outside the municipality. But it would seem to me that at least if I was making a selection in the moment in a greenhouse or in a nursery, if I could steer myself to the stuff with the sticker on it, I'd at least know I wasn't doing the wrong thing.
Through you, Madam Chair. There actually is a program called Grow Me Instead, and it's done by the Invasive Species Council, and there's a few different invasive species programs, and it's a booklet that's available digital. And what it is it's common landscape species like periwinkle or goutweed, and it says instead of buying these, try these native plant alternatives instead. So there's a couple different, there's a Northern Ontario and Southern Ontario booklet available, and we're in the sweet spot where they both apply to us. So, twice as much information for our area. And they have worked with nurseries. It's more in Southern Ontario. They've worked with some nurseries where they have like little stickers out in some nurseries. Canadian Wildlife Federation has also had a big push for pollinators, and they've been working with Home Depot to offer sort of a pollinator kit, which is a native flower species that people can buy for their property. So there are some programs out there. What I try to do when I do my site visits is provide the landowner with the knowledge themselves for when they go to a nursery. So, you know, certain types of species to avoid. We give them a list of the list includes the Latin names. If you get as close to that Latin name of a native species as possible, then you're golden. So it's just checking the Latin names and doing, and I, you know, nurseries, the more, unfortunately, the native plant stock in our nurseries isn't where I would love to see it. I'd love to see almost nothing but you know, the more people ask for them, the more the nurseries will start to stock more, and the more they'll stop trying to pass nativars off as natives. So things like that. And there are little tips and tricks, and you know, I'm happy to provide some of that information, but it can be daunting going to a nursery, and that is probably one of the number one things I hear from landowners during site visits. So what I do is just try to provide them with the tools so that when they are there, they know the questions to ask, or they have a list of plants that they should be looking for, and potentially a list of plants that they should be avoiding. Periwinkle's like the bane of my existence. I can't tell you how many cottage properties I go to where the grandparents planted periwinkle 60 years ago, and now it's just taken over everything. And you can still go to a nursery and buy it, you know, so it's some of that is a bit frustrating, but I think the more knowledgeable people get and they know what to ask for, the better nurseries will be able to cater to that.
Thank you. So Ms. Willison, we could probably go on until noon on this. Councillor Zavitz and Councillor Mazan, you've had a chance to chat before. I'm going to ask that you take your questions offline and contact Ms. Willison directly. We have a huge agenda. And so I look at you, Councillor Zavitz, and I'm not sure what you're going to say next.
Well, okay, and thank you for that. And not to be argumentative, in fact, thank you for this opportunity. I know we have a full day or two. What I would suggest, though, is to get something really hard and fast out of this great discussion today is a couple of challenges. Well, let's look at our own reality. We have a minimum 6 parks that I know of that are beaches, that are waterfront fronting. I would suggest that this good group could start by leading by example and challenging our own township as we look at our piece to reconsider our beaches and look at some sort of buffering. The second thing I would suggest we do is in our 2023 budgeting process that we allocate funds for a 9.9 and a 16-foot metal boat times say 2, take the brochures from the Watershed Council and others, like Councilor Nishikawa has mentioned, and actually go waterfront to waterfront all summer, because people are here. They're dropping off magazines on our docks. Let's make this a proactive piece. Let's spread the word. And I think that instead of just the talk, we could walk it. So I would challenge our group to consider that. Thank you.
Okay, duly noted. I don't think we'll carry on with that right at this point in time, Councillor Zavitz. So, Ms. Willison, I want to thank you so much for all of your presentation and your input. And I know our Planning and Development Services Department will be working with you going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we're now going to move on to our public meetings, and the first one is Brown, and I believe Ms. Darling, you are up. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. First application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 5121. Bylaw 2021-160 in the name of Brown. The lands are known municipally as 1010 Lidsey Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawings on page 38 through 43 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to demolish an existing 2-story boathouse and associated dock and construct a new 2-story boathouse with an enlarged 1st story and an associated dock. An exemption is required for lot coverage exceeding 10% on a category 1 lake. The entire lot will have 13.2 lot coverage, and within 200 feet, they'll have 14.4. Another exemption is the maximum height of a boathouse, which is 16 feet. The proposed boathouse is to be 20.5 feet. The other exemption required is the minimum side yard requirement for a dock. The minimum side yard requirement for an existing dock is 15 feet or the existing setback, whichever is greater. The proposed dock is to be set back 7.5 feet. Another exemption is required for the side yard setback for a 2-story boathouse of 30 feet. The proposed boathouse will be 13.5 feet from the northerly side lot line. Another exemption is required for the minimum side yard setback for a boathouse where the rooftop is a sun deck, which is 45 feet. The proposed rooftop sun deck is going to be 13.5 feet from northwesterly side lot line. Notice this public hearing under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 5 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, Township Public Works Technician, Curtis Sivret, the District Planner, Eric Campbell, the Township Emergency Services Department, and 2 letters of support. All these comments were forwarded to Planning Committee prior to the meeting. I have prepared a detailed staff planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended approval subject to the removal of the carport as intended, the proposed lot and development being made to site plan control, and a reduction in width of the existing dock. Staff have no further comments at this time. I'd be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. I see Mr. Fauner is in. All right, so I believe you're speaking on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Fauner. Welcome.
Yes, good morning, Chair Bridgman, members of committee. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. I'm here today representing David Brown. It's unfortunate due to timing. He was hoping to attend, but he's had to leave, unfortunately. But anyways, that's what he pays me to do, is to carry on. So I would first like to thank staff for their positive report on this. There are a couple of letters of support, including the neighbor that's most impacted by the proposal, and that's the neighbor immediately to the north. The Tibbets, they have supported this particular application. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I would just like to go through. Thank you, Elizabeth. If you could just proceed on to the next one. I'm not going to repeat. There are a number of exemptions. I just want to make one point, though, that as the bylaw gets more complicated over the years, as you're trying to tie up more loopholes, you get more and more exemptions for applications. And there may be a time when staff might want to consider that basically writing these notices in a little different format instead of providing each individual exemption, but just outline the parameters of, in this case, the 2-story boathouse. So, but just something to keep in mind. I know the town of Bracebridge does that, and it can be very effective. This, in essence, is a small, excuse me, 2-story boathouse addition. It's only 4 feet by 16.5 feet, so it's 66 square feet. Next. And this is the overall site plan. You can see the entire property, and the carport at the rear of the property is to be removed. The proposed boathouse, when reconstructed, is proposed to be pivoted so that we do improve the side yard setback. Next. And this is just a close-up of that. I am going to make comments and address staff's concerns regarding dock width. I have spoken to my client, and they are willing to remove some of that dock. Next. So this is the existing elevation of the boathouse. And the one thing I just want to note, the current height of the lower floor is only 7.25 feet. So, you know, certainly it makes it very difficult to raise a boat in there, and even just a person's headroom is extremely limited. The length of the slip is only 17.5 feet. So we've got one of these traditional old small boathouses that should be upgraded and enlarged to at least be a more modern size. Next. So this would be the proposed boathouse. The width is staying exactly the same. It's not getting any wider, and certainly I would say this is a minimalistic single slip boathouse. It's not overly wide. And you can see the second story, but going to 20.5 feet so we can get a decent pitch on the roof. We could certainly fit with the existing height, but it would almost be a flat roof. Next. So this is the property itself from the front, and we'll be talking about shoreline vegetative buffers in a moment, this particular property and what we can do about that. And you can see the properties on each side. Next. And this is just a little closer and showing the existing boathouse itself. Next. This is the side of the two-story boathouse, and a couple of things I just want to note here. One of the contributing factors to dock width is this dock in the foreground, which is really access to a larger dock by the water, a sitting area by the water. So I know that figures into width of dock, but realistically, they can't really park a boat there. So, but it's just one of those things by its nature and by the definition in the bylaw, it does contribute to width. Next. This is what is there in the shoreline area now. They've done considerable plantings. Interesting that Rebecca had mentioned the undergrowth. I think in this case, we have the undergrowth, but we don't have the trees. So maybe a little bit opposite to what Rebecca was addressing. But my client has only owned this property since last year, bought it in 2021. And I'm not sure if these plantings were existing or not, but certainly these will grow up and certainly retain the soil on the slope. But my client is willing to do additional plantings in terms of tree plantings. Next. This is the buffer towards the property to the north. So there is some buffer, but again, it's not hugely thick and it's relatively small in terms of width. Next. And this is just looking at the existing boathouse from the rear. Next. This is taken from the neighbor's property to the north, looking towards the boathouse at the shoreline. Next. And then this is out on their dock. Now, again, their view is not protected and they cannot look down the lake and expect to have a clear view, but this boathouse will be extended 4 feet on the lower level, and it will have a very small deck area on the upper floor, and it will be raised a bit. So the appearance, in my opinion, is not going to change greatly. Next. This is the carport that's to be removed, and this carport is actually 2.5 times the addition to the boathouse. So we're more than compensating for the increase in lot coverage. We're actually reducing it in this case. Next. So again, in terms of planning analysis, the small addition I've mentioned the small increase in height and lot coverage compensation. Next. The side yard setbacks will be improving. The boathouse itself is only projecting out into the lake 28 feet, so it's somewhat tucked in. It's not sticking away out. And again, we have support from the neighbor to the north. Next. In terms of architecture, I mentioned that we could have a very squat building and keep with the same height, but you know, it's more practical even for snow load to have a bit of a peak. And we can rebuild the current boathouse, the same location, same size as of right in the zoning bylaw. Next. And this is just kind of looking at the squat architecture if we didn't increase the height. Next. And this is what we're proposing. Next. So in terms of boathouses and frontages in the area, this is a busy area, 100 to 150 foot lots. Next. This is the area somewhat to the, I believe it's to the south of the property, and you can see the proliferation of boathouses and some open properties with lack of buffer. Next. And this is going the other direction to the north. Again, very similar number of boathouses that exist along the waterfront here. Next. So in terms of staff's concerns, my client is willing to reduce the width of docks. I've spoken to him. He's willing to take 8 feet off of that shore deck, if you will. And I think that's pretty considerable. It's a large area to remove. He's also willing to do additional plantings. We're looking at probably approximately 10 new trees here, mixed deciduous and coniferous. And I'm hoping that that satisfies the concerns. Next. And this is just illustrating where that location of the dock to be removed would be, and it takes it further away from the property owner to the south. And I really think that my applicant is doing all that he can for something that is a fairly small addition to the boathouse. He's improving the side yard setbacks. He's looking at improving coverage. He's now going to improve shoreline width of the dock, which is really questionable whether that's germane to the application, as well as he's willing to augment the shoreline vegetative buffer. Again, we're talking about buffer when we're really talking about a boathouse. So I think he's really going, I think, in my opinion, sort of above and beyond. Next. And just conclusions, and I won't repeat what I've said. I really think that this is a reasonable proposal overall, and I actually think it's an opportunity, given the fact that we're going to be reducing dock width and adding some shoreline vegetation, that this is an opportunity with the approval of this boathouse addition, you will get these other improvements to the property. There may be one more slide next. Yeah, I think I've mentioned all of these things. So anyways, I'm hoping that the planning committee will see fit to possibly approve, and I'm here to answer any questions, especially if there are any objections that might come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fawner. Would there be anybody else who wants to speak on behalf of this application? Elizabeth?
I'm not seeing any, Barb.
Okay, thank you. Anyone who is in opposition to this application?
No, for that as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to turn it over to committee then, and Councillor Edwards.
Yes, be very brief. I would support this if he takes the 8 feet off and puts planting in. I think it's a win for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Mostly I would repeat what Councillor Edwards said as well. If others don't know the area very well, there are actually lots in that area that are only 60 feet wide. It's the old subdivisions done in the 1800s, more or less. So I think this is a win-win for us, and I hope that we all agree to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, just wanted to clarify a few things for me. Thank you. If I might, and I'm not sure who, there's quite a chart here of reliefs or exemptions, if you will, being sought, required of 10% coverage at 13.2. We're going to be seeing another file later on, and I guess my question is, well, this is a new purchase, if you will, the last year. Are these legal non-complying structures? Is that our perception? There's a garage with a carport. They're obviously offering to take the carport off. I suppose as a nod to lot coverage. Can we speak to some of the maximum lot coverage allowed 10%? It's at 14.4%. All of these exemptions we'd be granting today. So it's not just the boathouse is almost inane, if you will. I have no problem with the boathouse, and of course the planning is now wonderful. All these other A, B, C, D, E, F, G, if you will. Can someone speak to that in terms of we'd be approving all of that today? These legal non-complying buildings. Someone bought this property a year ago, and gee, the garage is quite large. Gee, the boathouse is this and that. Can I understand that? That's for my help in this, unless I'm misreading this application.
Thank you, Councillor Zavitz. I'm going to let Mr. Sharp answer that to you. It's overall a reduction, but it's the legal non-conforming, I think, that is one of the issues. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and thank you, Councillor Zavitz, for your questions. Yes, I can confirm that the buildings on the property, specifically the lot coverage and some of the other aspects related to the boathouse, are what we would consider legal non-complying. So in this case, the application is proposing to reconfigure that existing legal non-complying coverage amount. And the official plan includes policies with respect to recognizing existing legal non-complying lot coverage amounts. So that's the key distinction here between other types of lot coverage applications where you may be quite familiar with the permitted maximums of up to 1/10 of what would be permitted, so like 11% on a Category 1 lake. Again, the key distinction here is that the high lot coverage amount that exceeds that is legal non-complying, and what's proposed in this case is to reconfigure it and actually to improve it slightly, which again is in conformity with what the official plan says for the redevelopment of non-complying buildings and structures. We like to see improvements. In this case, the side yard is also improving. The carport is being removed behind the garage. I think given the undersized nature of the lot and the large extent of cumulative shoreline structure width, coupled with the increase in height, which doesn't contribute to lot coverage, but it does contribute to built form. I think that's what led staff to recommend plantings in the front yard area in order to try to buffer some of the resultant built form, as well as a reduction in the overall dock width for yet another improvement. So hopefully that helps clarify our position and some of the technical aspects relating to the application.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, Chair. So given that, this is quite above, quite higher than what we might normally look at that, as to your point, 1%. There's no contemplation of asking these folks to remove the garage. I'm not saying that. You talk about conformity, then they would be more conforming to the 10%. Whether it's a small lot, it's 100 feet, and I'm well aware of the unique variances from place to place up here, different size lots. I'm not hearing that. In fact, I'm hearing planning committee support through Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Edwards, and perhaps others. I'm just trying to get a sense of that. So it seems that people are quite fine with this application, and I'm just I will refer back to this in a few hours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. Through you, I have a question, and depending on the answer, I may have a supplementary. This is to Mr. Fauna. Steve, the docks that are supporting the boathouse right now, I assume that they are crib docks. Are they changing and being realigned as crib docks once again?
Mr. Fauna?
Yes, thank you. I must admit I don't know the details of that for absolute certain. Yes, it's an old structure. It would be crib docks. I'm pretty sure that they're going to steel, but I don't know that for 100%.
I only ask because the one crib will be right down the middle of the new proposed boathouse. And I know that when the Department of Oceans and Fisheries used to comment on docks, they did not like cribs being removed. If you had to swing a dock, that was one thing, but I don't know what their comment would be right now. So that would be something that our staff would have to look at.
Thank you.
If I could, Chair Bridgman, just looking at the detailed drawings here from DeConing Group, it would appear as though it's a steel structure. It's on piles.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the director. I'm following up on Councillor Zavitz's question because I don't think, at least I didn't hear the answer the way I thought it would be. If we look at your report on Table 1, it's called Exemption Summary, and it says the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment would be to provide relief from Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-14 as follows. And it lists all those things that are legal non-conforming. And I think his question was, and I would like an answer to it, is this bylaw going to make those now conforming, or is it just going to approve the change they're proposing? I think that was really the question. Shouldn't those legal non-conforming just remain the way they are and they get a change to them, as opposed to them being maybe to be more specific, will the bylaw read that these sections they're exempted from them, or will it stay legal non-conforming? Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. I think to answer the question, the there will be exemptions granted from those various sections of the zoning bylaw, and the building will no longer be non-compliant. They will be compliant as a result of the bylaw. And I appreciate, and I think further to Mr. Sharp's comments, I appreciate the concerns when looking at many applications and being concerned with similar types of relief, or on a vacant or less developed property, going to these levels of lot coverage or permission for a 2-story boathouse on less than 300 feet. But I think the other way to sort of look at it is, if should committee or council refuse the application, those structures would remain, those coverages would remain. What in essence would be approved through this application is a slight reduction in lot coverage, an ability to revegetate the property through site plan control, and as staff suggested, also a reduction in dock width. So there always is a struggle and a bit of a challenge as to how much improvement we can gain through the development process. And I think staff's comfortable with what's proposed through this application, that in order to lend our support. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. And I believe I heard Mr. Fauner say they could rebuild to the exact dimensions, which means it would strictly move to the building department for a building permit. So just as a informational item. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I'm in support of this application. I think Mr. Pink also just highlighted, they have excessive lot coverage currently, and we're actually changing lot coverage from the shore, which gives the opportunity to filter the water because we're getting rid of a carport. They're adding a little bit to the waterfront, no question, but the neighbors don't seem to have an issue to that, and that's not going to change the filtration of the water anymore. That water comes from rain, it's going in the water, whether it hits the roof of the boathouse or not. And as I say, we're removing 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 of a structure on shore that allows for greater filtration of water. So again, I'm certainly in support of this. Yes, it appears lots of variances, but we've got a lot of properties that are built, without, or that conform to 87 or even prior to that bylaw. So again, I'm in support.
Thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Just a brief supplementary. It's just a comment. I'm going to be voting against this, but not because I disagree with what's coming forward. I actually agree with it, but I disagree with all these exemptions being made legal. And I wish there was a better way of just allowing them to proceed without making all these exemptions legal. So I didn't want my vote to be misunderstood. I assume it'll pass anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Zawitz, last word.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring, I guess, to Mr. Fauner over to figure 6. Well, perhaps not Mr. Fauner, perhaps our own staff. We took the picture, which is taken from the end of the boathouse at the lake, beyond the dock, a boat slip, if you will, to what looks to be a brand new structure being built. Clearly, that's next door. Am I right? That has nothing to do with this property? There's at least 1-story already completed, what looks to be a structure exactly, very, very close to a property line. Can staff comment on that, what they observed when they visited the site?
Could you give us the page number of that, Councillor Zawitz?
It's on it's page 6 of 19. The photo, figure 6, front-facing view of existing 2-story boathouse, associated docks, and existing dwelling, which is to the right, but there's a brand new structure being constructed just to the left, which would look to be very, very tight to this particular property, just for what it's worth. I'm just wondering what that aspect is, that's all.
Okay, so you are directing this to staff?
I think so. Staff that took the picture, when observed the property, walked the property, what did they observe? If I can.
Ms. Darling? Yeah, I see she's popped back on here. Ms. Darling?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the figure you're referring to.
Can you, Councillor Zawitz, can you give us the page number in the whole package? Page 1 of 418.
Sorry, it's on the staff report. It's on our staff report page.
It's page 24.
Yeah, this is
page 24.
Thank
6.
you very much, Councillor Edwards. Page 24 of the entire package. Okay, we got it, Ms. Darling.
Okay.
See it.
So Through you, are you speaking about the new structure that's on like the left-hand side of the photo?
And I know we're dealing with this file, but I'm just asking, it looks to be awfully close in proximity. And I understand this is a 100-foot lakefront lot. Clearly, there's compression here is all I'm suggesting. And I just wanted to know what that was next door. I mean, it is next door. It's not abutting their property in terms of, do they own 2 properties or 3 properties? I'm not seeing any of that. I'm just asking.
From what I could tell at the time, they looked like sheds.
It looks to be construction, correct? I mean,
Yeah,
there's.
yeah, like I couldn't tell exactly what they were to be, but they do look like they're under construction.
Multiple structures.
So Councillor Zavitz, I'm wondering where you're going with this. This is not part of our application.
It's not on this property is all I'm.
No, yeah, I'm trying to keep us moving here, I think, as part of it, Councillor Zavitz.
As am I, but I have a very innocent question. These are not structures being built on this property we're considering today. They clearly are next door.
Right. To answer your question, that is
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So no more comments. Then I am going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-51/21 Brown Rule number 8-3-022 be approved, subject to the following: the removal of the carport as intended and prior to 3rd reading, the proposed lot and development being made subject to site plan control, and a reduction in width of the existing dock prior to 3rd reading. Any comments? All in favor? Madam Clerk? Okay. Opposed? Just to give you your time, Councillor Jagowitz and Councillor Zavitz. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fauner. I see it is 10:22. I suggest we take a short comfort break at this point so that we don't break up the next application. And we will be back, let's aim for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if I could get you back. So Councillor Hayes, I don't know if your hand is officially up. There's a lot of magic hands around here. Councillor Hayes.
Yes, could I just make a general request? Yesterday, our breaks were 10 minutes. Today it's 5. Staff has a little bit farther to walk for their comfort break than we do. And I know that I put my kettle on, it's still not boiled. So if we could have the 15-minute breaks that we would normally have, that would be greatly appreciated by probably myself and staff.
That's an easy one. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so Councillor Zavitz and Councillor Mazan, I'm pretty sure you're around, and Councillor Nishikawa. Okay, thank you. And yes, we'll make it 15 minutes next, officially 15 minutes next time, Councillor Hayes. Okay, we're going to move on now to Muskoka Trust, and I believe it is Ms. Walker. Welcome, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, everyone. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 52/21, bylaw 2021-161 in the name of Muskoka Trust. This was formerly known as BMO Trust Company, and that's what the name it was circulated under for everyone's reference. The subject property is known municipally as 1038 Bayview Avenue. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawings beginning on page 105 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The applicant proposes to demolish an existing dwelling and construct a new 4-story dwelling with an associated sun deck, an accessory fire egress tower attached to the dwelling via a breezeway, an accessory storage/utility building with an associated sun deck, a shed, and an accessory photo array and an accessory water tank. The proposed bylaw 2021-161 is to provide a height exemption for the proposed dwelling, the fire egress tower, and the storage and utility shed. The proposed dwelling is to be 55 feet in height, where 35 feet is permitted. The proposed fire egress tower is to be 48 feet in height, where 20 feet is permitted. And the storage/utility building is to be 26 feet in height, where 20 feet is permitted. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received by Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, Ryan Morrell, the Township's Fire Chief, and the District Municipality of Muskoka. These comments have all been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and I can read any submission in full at the request of committee. Staff would note that revised district comments were received, clarifying that the subject property is within the community areas designation, not the waterfront area designation as originally indicated. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending approval of zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 52/21, bylaw 2021-161, staff recommend the following. First, that bylaw 121-161 be amended to limit the lot coverage on the subject property to 7,557 square feet, which is 5% lot coverage, and that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. And I see Catherine, I'm not sure of your last name, and I'm not sure if you're a planner or an owner. I apologize.
I'm unmuted now.
Yeah.
I'm Catherine Naismith. I'm an architect. I have an office in Windermere at 2509 Windermere Road, and that's in Muskoka Lakes, and the postcode is POB1P0. I'm very excited to be discussing this project with you today, but I'm also very mindful that you are running short on your agenda. This project it's very interesting. It's coming on after you had the discussion of Shoreline earlier. This project is a very important project. It's likely to be precedent setting in all kinds of ways, locally and internationally. It is the family behind it, the Miller family are well known in Windermere, have been cottaging here for over 100 years. The proponents for this project are Catherine Miller and Thomas Patch, who are part of the Muskoka Trust. And there is an international team of architects involved. There is Eamon Roche and Steve Metzger from Roche Modern in Connecticut. And I'm the joint venture partner on this, helping with local matters. So all of those people are in the call and attending. And if you would like us to present more about the project in a formal way, we would need to have Catherine Miller, Eamon Roche, and Steve Metzger added to the call. The other thing we can do is I can continue to speak while that happens, and you could decide that you would prefer not to have the presentation. We're very excited that staff are supporting the project, and the matters that have been raised. We are absolutely ready to accept the conditions on the limits on the area and the site plan approval, and the matters that have been raised can all be dealt with through site plan discussions.
So can I stop you there for a second? Yeah. I think rather than a long presentation, our staff's done a great job at reporting. I believe we understand what's being asked. I'm going to suggest maybe, Elizabeth, that we bring those people in to answer questions, Ms. Nesmith, because I'm sure there are going to be some questions. So if you want to give us just a quick overview, then we will see if anybody's objecting to this first, which I need to do, and then we'll have a committee discussion. So if that works for you, then I think that's how we'll do it.
That's terrific. Just I want to talk a little bit about the point of departure for this project. The family have owned this property for a long time, and Catherine and Thomas have taken on the project of the potential for redeveloping this project, and they want the point of departure is really interesting. Catherine worked for the Environment Protection Agency in the US her whole career. And what they would like to do is to build a project that has no impact on the forest. And the tree shape of the architecture is symbolic of it being a friend to the forest. The project will use the latest and most up-to-date environmental technology. There will be no, the intention is that there will be no septic field, that all waste will be processed internally. No trees will be taken down, hence the reason for the height is in order to build a comfortable four-bedroom house. Rather than going out, the project steps up in this tree form. All firefighting will be handled on site. The building will be sprinklered, and all those kinds of details can be worked out with the building department as we evolve. But the intention is for it to be self-sufficient, non-combustible, and to have zero impact on the land. There are a very small number of scrubby trees in the immediate area that are to be taken down. I think 7 in total. And the intention here is that as the project is developed, that it will become a showcase for Muskoka, for Canada, on how to build a home without disturbing the land. The other aspect of it that is very important is that I've worked on many projects. I'm coming to the end of my career in architecture, and I have never seen the kind of detailed input and analysis that has gone into studying this project. The site plan, every tree has been recorded, located, and a full model of the landscape built with the trees accurately represented, photographed, studied, so that we can say with confidence that the building will not be visible above the tree line or from the water, and it's not visible from anywhere else as well. On the call also is David Buckland, our neighbor. We have spoken to him. He's very much on side because if this lot was developed in a conventional way, as many lots in Muskoka are being developed, lots of trees would be lost. We'd be struggling, to find land for the septic field and for all kinds of other things that'd be very, that it ultimately is very destructive to the land. So I'm really hopeful that as the council, you will embrace this opportunity to really make a mark and to create a showcase project that will be opened to the public from time to time to showcase the technology, and the technology as it's developed will be shared. It's a very ambitious and important project, and I'll stop there, and I don't see the other faces of the other members of the team yet.
Well, could you just repeat them, because it may be
Oh,
that,
I'm so sorry. Yes,
that Elizabeth. Sorry,
Catherine
go ahead.
Miller.
She's here.
Yep. Thomas Patch. They'll be on the same screen. Eamon Roche from Roche Modern, and Steve Metzger from Roche Modern.
Okay, so we will.
Oh, there's Eamon.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Good morning,
So-
all. Thank you.
Good morning. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to now ask if there's anybody else who wants to speak in support of this, other than your team. And Elizabeth, are you seeing anybody?
Yes, we have David Buckland here to speak.
Great. So let's bring him in and we'll hear from him. Okay, Mr. Buckland, there you are. I think you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Would you
Morning.
mind turning your video on? Yes, good morning.
I can't seem to, it doesn't seem to be functioning. I'm sorry.
That's fine, no problem. So, okay, so we're looking forward to hearing from you. If you could just state your name.
There we go.
Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
There we go. Okay, yes, good morning. I'm David Buckland. I own the property at 1030 and 1026 Bayview Avenue, which is the abutting property immediately to the east of the property in question. I'm also representing my sister, Shirley Smith, who owns the property at 1111 Gulf Avenue Road, which is abutting my property to the east or on the other side. I've also spoken to all the neighbors in the immediate area within the 800-foot mail out, and we've all come to an understanding. Our family has been neighbors of the Miller family for over 50 years. The Millers have been very respectful. in their approach, and last year made the proposal to us. And we're very interested in what they're doing. And I am actually the only property with a direct sight line of the structure. But we support their application and are very supportive of what they're trying to do. So please take that into consideration when you're considering what's being proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Buckland. So Elizabeth, do we have anybody who wants to speak in opposition to this?
No, we don't.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to turn it over to committee then, and Councillor Zavitz.
What a group we have here in front of us. Catherine, hello again. Listen, I have a great history with you, and you know, what a wonderful endeavor this is. And I certainly applaud it in all of its embrace. You know, this is everything that we could ever hope for to have come forward. So not a problem. I guess a question of staff. We recently, over the last few months, had a file come before us in planning where the people wanted a tower. I believe it was for an elevator, and it was quite some height. It was, I believe, 5 feet of height. Now that was not a in a residential within this type of zone. Can I ask staff what their perception is of this particular ask in this particular zone for this enhanced height request?
Okay, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and thank you, Councillor Zavitz, for your question. I believe the application you're referring to is on an island in Lake Joseph, and I think staff in that particular case felt that, of course, every property needs to be considered on its own merits and site-specific considerations. And in that case, we felt that the built form associated with that height request was going to be such that we could not support it. I think in this particular instance, it's a much different situation. The dwelling or the property is not an island. It's essentially a standard waterfront lot fronting onto the lake in a linear fashion. The dwelling is set back significantly from the high water mark. Much detail and thought has been put into the design of the building. And as we've heard from Ms. Naismith, she's assured us through the work that's been done in the background with respect to the design and the application that the dwelling won't extend above the tree line and that it won't be visible from the lake, which I think are staff's greatest concerns. The zoning with respect to this property is different as well. It's zoned R3 and it actually permits a much higher lot coverage amount than would otherwise be permitted in a waterfront residential zone. So I think that is a factor in this as well. So hopefully I've touched on the main points there. I'd be happy to assist with any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Zavitz?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Hi, Catherine. I am a little overwhelmed. It's a very exciting project. My first instinct was that absolutely not, because of the precedent setting situation. I'm not clear. For instance, and I'm sorry, Chair Bridgman, my comments are more towards staff, directed towards staff for my questions. For instance, in 20 years from now, if the property new owner was to redevelop, and for instance, how can they reconfigure that height into something else than what we currently see in this application? I have lots of those types of questions, but I also have, and this question would go towards Catherine, I know that at one time we were talking about doing heritage designations in Windermere, a heritage project in Windermere through either the ACO or the municipality. I'm not quite sure where we're at that point, but I would be interested, not today, I don't think we really have the time to gather this information today, of how we can incorporate this type of project into that designation area for Windermere. I'm just not sure. I mean, my first thought is, oh, are we going to protect our stone walls? I know it's a silly little thing, but in fact, it is the how we see Windermere and different things. So mostly, I have a lot of questions that, or a lot of concerns that I want to make sure that we do it right, and that in 20 years, we're not going back and saying that guy that built that boathouse should not be allowed to rebuild it. You know, those types of things. So in fact, I'm asking for a deferral if we could. I think that this is a very important project, and that I think that there's more time needed to understand all of the things that have been put in front of us at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. My sentiments are similar to that of Councillor Nishikawa. You know, not too long ago, a few months ago, we were very, very vigilant in a commercial zone to ensure that a building development would not be 5-story in a redevelopment factor, would allow a 50-foot building. We talked about rooftops and everything else. Someone who's redeveloping, investing hundreds of millions of dollars to protect the waterfront, and yet we all said not a chance. I struggle, and I appreciate that we are minimizing our footprint, but I don't fully understand the metrics between, okay, I took down 2 less trees, I get to go up an extra 10, 20 feet. This building, no question, it's set back a long way from the water, but from an environmental perspective, that's 100 feet back. I might be able to clear cut 100 trees and not have any negative effects on the water. I don't understand the science, and I don't have enough information in front of me. The reality is this building is built up high already because it is an extremely steep slope. Yes, we're leaving trees up in front, but we have numerous examples around Muskoka where trees are limbed and I can see out. And we don't have a bylaw that says right now I can't limb some trees to get that view. So again, the starting elevation of this is already extremely high. We say it's going to be left down below. What happens when these trees get older and mature? We have a windstorm come through town and blow out every one of these trees. If there's a 50-foot elevation change from the water, and I can't figure out what the math is, but from the water to the base of the rock, we've got a building 100 feet in the air. We're talking about red leaves here. And that's where I struggle. So I'm on Councillor Nishikawa's, I can't, if I have to vote on this today, I'm going to have to say no. I would really love to see some more information and science, because we are opening Pandora's box, I believe, and every site is different. But someone says, okay, I've got, for example, on Tobin Island, the Rogers property, I've got hundreds upon hundreds of feet of frontage, and I can deliver a 3% lot coverage, but let me go up 5 stories because I'm going to take down less trees. So that's my struggle, and I applaud an environmental impact as that we want to have a redevelopment of this particular property, no question, and we want to minimize our footprint. But we also talk about view from the canoe, and you know, we know it's view from drones these days, not just a canoe. But what will this look like when we want to start limbing some trees? Because nobody's investing $5 million to look at trees. I appreciate that, but you know, the orientation of this, every bedroom has a view of the lake. Why? Because I want a view of the lake, not a view of trees. So as much as I appreciate we're not going to be above the tree canopy, there will be some windows cut through the trees to be able to see some water, and hence a value in a property. So I need our staff to provide some greater science that talks about lot coverage and trees, and an equation factor, if you will, that says 1 tree equals 2 feet in height. I don't know what that is. Thank you.
And Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I also have a comment, and I'd like to compliment staff for having an open mind on this project. I too think it's very exciting, particularly the in-building sewage prospect of it. And oftentimes I do question staff, but on this one, I think I'll trust them. They're recommending it. I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you, I do have some concerns. Many of them echo Councillor Nishikawa and Mayor Harding. I'm looking at not the fire tower, but the tower beside the building. It looks as if it has stairs. I believe it might be an elevator. It looks as if that is indicated to be a glass building. If someone could comment on that. If so, I have extreme concerns about dark skylighting. Also, it looks as if the fire tower only has one exit, and that's from the 4th floor. So that would mean someone in the 2nd floor, if there was a fire in the 1st floor, would have to go up to the 4th floor to go over and then down. So I'm a little bit concerned there. The knowledge of how to run a self-contained in-house septic system that really is not traditional may leave when new owners take over and change does happen. And I'm a little bit concerned about doing something so outside of the box. Will the next person that comes along be able to do it? Or are we going to be suddenly searching for a septic area that can run this building? I appreciate that it is new architecture and a new plan that you've given us. I personally feel that it's a little bit too much to kind of look at and wonder how that's going to fit in with the character of Muskoka. I also have concerns with the 26-foot storage building. It seems a little high for a storage building, and it has a huge terrace on it. And I'm just wondering if we could bring the height down on that. Those are my concerns. If we had a deferral to kind of get into the workings a little bit more, that would be maybe helpful, may not. But like I said, if I could get an answer about that stairway, is it fully glassed?
Okay, Ms. Nasmith.
That question I'll refer to Eamon Roche.
Mr. Roche, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Specifically, the question goes to the plans that we have for our septic system. Councillor Hayes, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
I think I'm more concerned with the stairs that are attached to the home. It indicates on the drawing that that is a glass tower. Is that the case?
Yes.
And also,
thank you. Yeah, I know. I heard the question. Thank you. So with respect to the tower, given the number of stories that we're proposing, we were looking to provide a second means of egress from the upper story. And so that really spoke to the code having to do with egress. The intricacies of how this building was masked, and pardon the background noise here, really proceeded from the existing structure, which is known within the family as Uncle Nick's cabin. And so we looked to place the new structure on the footprint of the existing foundation, and therefore to program a house with the needs that the client had of around 4,000 square feet. The house took a vertical form, which resulted in that story up at the 4th level requiring another means of egress for fire safety. So that's where the fire tower came in. But the intricacies of this were really handled on a very detailed basis by my colleague, Steve Metzger, who is also on the call. And this has been the culmination of 3 years of planning. And, we're so happy to have the opportunity to discuss this with you all today. But I would turn this over to Steve at this point for further detail.
Mr. Metzer, welcome.
Hello. I would say that the second stair tower is there because of the code from the 4th floor. And below that, you would not need that. From the 3rd floor down, you have the stair within the building. But that second stair, that second egress stair, our plan is to study that further with fire officials and code officials to determine whether that's really needed. The building is going to be completely fireproofed. And there are a couple pages in the document, and I'm not sure they were part of the appendix, that talk about all the fireproofing means and so forth. And maybe that should be added to your materials.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes, supplemental.
Supplementary, yes. On page, okay, I'm not going to give you the page. On page 120, there's a picture of the house going up, and beside the house to the left, there is a huge tower that is attached to the home. And what I would like to know, it indicates on the drawing that that is going to be a glass tower. And I want to know if the fire escape is also going to be a glass tower. And I think that was specifically my question. Is it intended for those two things to be see-through?
The glass tower, the glass stair is glass on two sides that is against the house, within the house. And that is a stair that goes all the way from the lower level to the top. The second stair is glass on, currently is shown as glass on three sides. The side next facing the house is solid. And you mentioned the only from the 4th floor, and that's the code requirement of going from the 4th floor and coming out at the ground or the lower level for escape.
Does that help you, Councillor Hayes?
It does. Then I would have serious concern for dark sky lighting and the light coming up, because every time you would want to move, that staircase, that glass staircase that faces the water would be lit up.
I see Mr. Sharp may want to make a comment here. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and apologies to interject. There was just a couple of questions that Councillor Nishikawa had that I don't think were addressed. So with your permission, I'd be happy to address those questions now.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I think the first thing that was mentioned, or I'm hearing some concerns with respect to precedent, and I would note that there have been situations in the past where staff have been supportive of height increases. I think in this particular context, what council and staff are struggling with a bit is the extent or the numerical amount of the height increase. And I think, part of the reason why height restrictions are put in place is to manage the built form and the visual impact of buildings as they're viewed from, public vantage points such as waterways. And I would really, again, rely on Ms. Naismith's concerns with her feedback and her confirmations with respect to the impact of the building over the tree line. And I think it's a valid question to ask if the height of the trees has been measured in this particular context. So that's something that I would look to Ms. Naismith to confirm. Councillor Nishikawa also had a question about whether allowing the height increase would allow, say, a future owner then to capitalize on that permitted height. And I would note that the bylaw has been worded such that the height increase would be as shown in the location and extent. So an elevation drawing would be attached to the bylaw, and essentially what council would be approving is what's proposed, not anything else other than that. So in other words, if someone were to come forward in the future with some type of change, that change would need to be, again, approved through council. So I would just mention that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. I have 3 comments. The first is that, as I was listening to the enthusiasm and excitement and understanding this applicant has spent a few years trying to come forward with what I will use as innovative building practices. And some of that could be very exciting. I think where I'm left is this is the first I've heard of it. And so I've been listening and trying to go through again the report I have here on my computer. I have 2 questions specific to the innovation. One is to do with the, we've been talking about the fire. It sounds like there's some interesting best practices being contemplated. I note that our fire department has requested or suggested that there could be some kind of a plan, and I apologize, I don't have the exact words in front of me. I think I would want to have a much deeper understanding as to how this fire system is sustainable, all on site. As I said, this is new. So I think Mr. Metzger might have just mentioned that there is some further documentation. I would like to hear from staff their comfort and more wholesome understanding of this, especially if the applicant is saying this could set standards for the future on other buildings. I think we need that diligence. The second one is a specific question about the septic. This is also the first time I've heard about an on-site, it sounds like in-house septic system. Again, maybe it's innovative. I haven't heard, or I couldn't find comment in here from our building department. Is this something new? Is this can I hear from staff on this septic?
Okay, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I'm not an expert. I'm not a building inspector. I don't have expertise in the Ontario Building Code, so I'm really not qualified to be providing any opinion with respect to the septic system. All that I could say at this point is that if this application is approved, the applicants and their agents would need to demonstrate to our Development Services Department that it could be serviced in accordance with the Ontario Building Code. I did see that Mr. Snyder, our chief building official, is on the call, but I don't see him on here now. So
I think he's here.
I see him. Okay, Mr. Snyder, thank you for lighting up there. And maybe you could take Councillor Mazan's question.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Bridgman. I haven't seen the particulars of the proposed septic system, and frankly, at this point, as it's not an application, I'm not sure that it would be a fruitful use of time to review in its entirety. Having said that, through the permit application process, it would be reviewed to ensure that it is compliant, as Mr. Sharp mentioned, with building code regulations and standards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan, does that help you?
Perhaps, and if we end up going down this path of deferral, given the applicant did state that this is state-of-the-art, new, innovative thinking, I would love to hear a little bit more about that system. The second comments about height, interesting. I heard that a lot of this is about managing visual, but I've also heard a lot, and I think it was referenced on the commercial application about the importance of fire. And I can see again how this is linking in, but I certainly wouldn't want that to be lost in this, that, we don't have a fire truck, is my understanding, that can get to this level or this height easily. And I think that's why the fire egress tower, it's just, there's a lot of new in this. So the height for me is the twofold. The third question is again back to staff, is about precedence. I think I heard you reference that, and I understand that this zoning is different then, so it's not commercial. It's not waterfront residential, it's this community zoning, correct? Is that, can somebody from staff, the planning staff talk about this from a precedent setting? Because there is a lot of new information here.
Okay, so before we go to, I think, Mr. Sharp, I see our chief, Chief Morrell has his hand up, so I think he may be able to enlighten us a little bit on the fire part of it. So welcome, okay. Chief Morrell, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this. Oftentimes when we are circulated plans, we do not comment on the plan, or we make very minimal comments on this particular plan. You'll note that I did make a comment about a life safety study. And this was to give the applicants some sense of what kind of study we would look for. The study itself is well defined, and it will cover off a lot of those concerns that I'm hearing from council today. It will also ask that the applicants have a detailed conversation with us in the fire department so that we can have opportunities to add pieces to that. It is basically a life safety study is an opportunity to take a look at all considerations and factors that may happen with a property. Now, it is not a requirement in the building code, but it is an ask that we're asking in this particular case because we have noted some of the concerns that council has noted here. One is the restricted access to the property. Number two is the height of the property itself. And number three, we see this applicant as being a precedent-setting applicant because they actually included a fire tower, and I applaud them for that. That's a noble venture. We also want to work with them on the water supply situation, ensuring that we have enough water to be able to extinguish all the buildings on the property. So we stand ready to work with them on this, and we just want to allay some of those concerns that we're hearing from council. And if council would like a more detailed visit on what a life safety study is, it's included in the fire code. It's in section 914, and it actually goes through a lot of those elements, or you can call me anytime and I can discuss it with you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief Morrell. I think we're building a list here. My sense is we probably are going to defer this, and we're looking for more information. I think, you know, it is exciting. And Councillor Mazan, I was going to let Mr. Sharp answer your questions, but do you have a...
No, that was a question about precedence. And then I'll turn off my, I'll turn on my mute button. I just wanted to understand, the precedence of this particular application. So thank you.
So Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Precedent is an interesting term in the context of planning. We do have one particular official plan policy that says that in considering applications, the impact of similar potential approvals across the township shall be given greater weight than the site-specific considerations related to any given application. And what I would say is that, you know, in speaking with my peers, other professional planners, I know that a lot of planners disagree with the notion of precedent. You know, they'll argue that there is no such thing as precedent in planning. What is important is that, you know, essentially, you know, what is the impact of what it is that you're approving or recommending in the context of, you know, the site-specific considerations of the property. As I said, you know, height increases for accessory buildings and dwellings have been approved both by the Committee of Adjustment and Planning Committee and Council in the past. So it wouldn't be a precedent to approve a height increase. And again, I would come back to what the impact of the proposal is. And again, I would look to Ms. Nasmith to provide some reassurance in that regard, or perhaps if this is deferred, some added reassurance in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nasmith?
Just to come back through these things, there's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation here, in that the only exemption from the zoning bylaw that is before you is height. Understanding the building, understanding all the systems, and all of these things are those are things that will be developed and there'll be a lot of engineering going forward. Matters like the life safety studies, various options for handling the sewage. I mean, what I put in front of you were the objectives of the project. And there are different technologies we could use. At this stage, none of those things have been selected. I mean, to share our marching orders here, the client will need to invest a huge amount of resources into developing this project. But before those resources are deployed, it's important to know whether or not the municipality would consider, or it's just a flat no on the height. And so if you can go with me just for a minute and narrow the thinking to the matter that's before you, which is the height, the rest of it will evolve and will emerge as the project advances into a more detailed design stage, more community and you know how, I mean, it might be very useful to hold a meeting, a sort of public meeting with everybody and in the community to talk about the project goals. But for us to start to zero in on all of these various aspects and details of the building envelope before anyone has any certainty whether or not this is even like the variance is even possible, it's very challenging. And I think so I just wanted to to narrow the focus, because on the matter of height, and the key issue with height is whether or not it can be seen from the lake or above the tree line or in the tree line. We have to satisfy ourselves that we weren't because models are great. No project has been more carefully detailed or studied in terms of every tree height. A model which shows that we looked at it in all the kind of computer technology, and we're confident in saying that that you can't see this from the lake. But we have David or can remind me of the language in the official plan, but it's not, you can't see it. It's that it's not above the tree canopy. So to satisfy ourselves, last summer, we got a whole bunch of huge balloons, flew them, went out in the lake and got in boats and looked at it from all kinds of different angles. And we have a little report that I think we could share with you fairly easily from the Roche Modern, which shows just how much you can see of the building from the lake. If you look at the renderings and the photographs that are in the package, you can see a little bit at the bottom. And there's one spot on the shore where a tree came down in a storm, and there's a little gap where you can see a little bit of the building. That will fill in. Nature will take its course and close those gaps. And I'm not, the question of precedent has been dealt with by the planners, that this is very specific to this place and to this project. So a deferral, I'm not sure how much more information we can provide you. The key thing that is the matter with height is what is visibility from the lake and its place in the tree canopy. I mean, we can give you a bit more on that, but that's the key question in front of you. The rest of it, I realize there's a lot here and there's a lot under discussion, and this is an important project. But the key rezoning matter is the height, and the height relates to the visibility. And we have had long conversations with staff. Caitlin went out to the site, we looked at it, and we did this balloon study to satisfy ourselves that we weren't telling falsehoods. So I would encourage you to, I just, if you want a deferral, I would encourage you to narrow the information that you're seeking through the deferral to just the matter at hand, which is the height and the view, and we can supply more modeling. The rest of it will evolve as the project evolves.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nasmith.
I
I understand what you're saying.
Catherine Miller speak on her reasons for doing this, and you know how Catherine sees this evolving.
Well, I think that would be worthwhile to hear from you, Ms. Miller, if you would like to speak. You're on mute.
There you are.
There you go.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Catherine Miller, and I'm one of the current generations of Millers enjoying Muskoka and our summers at Landlar. My parents always hoped that we would do something with what we call Uncle Nick's place. We would replace the derelict buildings with something that would be in keeping with our long stewardship of the land that our family has been visiting for over 130 years. We started thinking about this project more than 10 years ago with the idea to meet the highest standard of available technology, to create a house that is kind to the environment and a good neighbor, and preserves the special setting of a house hidden in the woods on a tall cliff overlooking a beautiful lake. We feel that the criteria we've been working with over the years coincide with the goals set forth in the recent Township of Muskoka Lakes Strategic Plan 2021-24. That is the goals of preserving trees and protecting the water. Others of the current and next generations of our family, and we expect that this house will serve the next generations of our family as long as the houses we've been using before. And they support this effort because they know my professional career has been to champion environmental responsibility and sustainability. They can also tell you how I push them at every turn to use better laundry products. We've installed low flow toilets, and most recently, we upgraded our septic systems, and we've started a program to transplant trees from our inland property to the lakeshore. If this project is approved and when it's completed, we expect to share specification sources and best practices that we will put into the project. By doing this, we hope that it will help others to be environmentally responsible and help protect the Muskoka Lakes. We appreciate very much all the help your staff has given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And it is a very innovative project. I think we're just all trying to get our heads around it at this point. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much, Chair Bishop. I'll be very, very brief. I would like to see this actually deferred. There's too many questions, and you can see by the hands, it's just going to go on and on. The main thing is a building 55 feet in height. You have two towers that are all glass. There's going to be light coming from them at night. So they won't be, they will be visible maybe from the lake, and that all these innovative and that designs could be put in a 35-foot high building and that, but I would like to see more on it, but I think we should actually defer this. We'll go on and on all day on this, but we need more answers and that on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Well, in fact, Councillor Edwards said exactly what I had said. We are repeating ourselves many times over. And in fact, if I was to look at our usual process, that we would actually only allow a 5-minute introduction to a project. So I'm a little bit concerned that I'm just asking the question to the applicant. Will you accept a deferral today? Because if we're forced to vote, I'm afraid that it's going to go down the wrong path. And I would like to move this meeting forward. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nasmith, can you, or Ms. Miller, can you answer that? Will you accept a deferral?
Without discussing it with our client, Ms. Miller, perhaps you should answer that, Catherine.
Ms. Miller?
What do I say?
I'm sorry, I missed your answer, Ms. Miller.
Well, say it now then.
Hi, folks. I'm Thomas Patch. I'm an architect. We have been working on this project for a long time, and I understand there's a lot to it. And members of your committee are not comfortable at the present time that it's going to be something you're going to champion rather than worry about. A couple of things, just very quickly. The main stair on the south side of the building will be sprinklered. The building will be sprinklered. It will be safe. We may not, after working with the fire department, need the stair tower on the north side, nor need it be glass. I mean, this is a community project. And when I hear people on your staff say, you're worried about this or that, we're listening and we can make changes. We're happy to take whatever time you need to have you comfortable with this project, because the project is an effort of a huge team, international expertise, and your heart, how you feel about it. Does it feel good to you? Does it feel right to you? Are you happy with it? Or do you want to see it happen? That's really important. If you don't want to see it happen, it won't happen. And we'll find another place to do a similar project that celebrates the environment. It's all up to you, and we're behind you 100%. I hope that helps. Thanks.
It did, thank you, Mr. Patch. I think it did. So what I'm going to suggest that we have a deferral on this to answer, some of the questions, not some, that we have been asking. And I don't know, Mr. Sharp, whether this would be you or Ms. Walker. Could we just get a read on what you've heard here in terms of what you need to bring back to us? And I'm going to ask the other councillors who have their hands up just to, if there's something new after we've heard from Mr. Sharp, then yes, let's put it on the shopping list. And otherwise, I think we will defer this. And I agree, it's innovative, it's new. I think there's lots of possibilities here, but we do have to be comfortable with it. So, Mr. Sharp, could you maybe go through what you feel we're looking for?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Yeah, you actually took the words right out of my mouth. I've got a few things written down here, which I'll go over, but I think I would appreciate just a quick rundown, or if there's other items that I didn't capture in my notes. So the one aspect is there was mention of consideration of a reduction in the height of the accessory building. That was one thing that I had written down. The other consideration was with respect to the use of glass or glazed surfaces on the lake-facing side of the building. That was something that Planning Committee had recommended that be looked into. And the other consideration was with respect to some of the details that The Fire and Emergency Services Department had suggested specifically a life safety study, just given the height and some of the limitations around fire safety. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, to that point, I mean, Chief Morrell has offered to talk, so maybe we could have him discuss this with the applicants and come back with sort of his report on that. So we could just, in my humble opinion, check it off in terms of him being happy. Okay, so I'm going to assume that that Councillor Kelly has more he wants to add to that. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Am I still on? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And through you, and I'll be really brief. I think I'm all in favor of a deferral, but quite frankly, having been part of council last summer that weathered the storm of all the criticism of clear cutting and tree removal as part of redevelopment, I look at this as a real opportunity to find a different way and to prove a different theory. So part of, and I think Mayor Harding made a really good point when he said, there is no real sort of formula that says 2 feet of height, 12 trees kind of thing. There is no formula, but maybe we need to realize in order to accomplish some of the goals of environmental friendliness, part of what we're doing is less mathematic and more inspirational. And so from my perspective, the reason I like a deferral is I think we need to really make sure that we turn make every effort to find a way to celebrate, I think was a word someone used, what I think is a pretty noble cause of trying to develop and build something that enhances rather than detracts from the environment. That's been this council's method. So I think we need to put on the list some way of discerning or deciphering or making trade-offs that don't always come down to meets and bounds and feet and yards. And I don't know if it's possible. I have no idea, but that's why I need a deferral to figure it out. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. When this comes back, I'd also like to understand, and again, we've counted the trees. We know how many trees are on the property, but how many deciduous trees there are versus coniferous. You know, the view from the canoe through the winter months becomes a view from a snowmobile. And when I don't have a lot of leaves protecting anything, I can certainly see into the forest far greater, and I'm certainly going to see that 55 feet in height. So that I think is certainly important. I still struggle from a height perspective about a 63% increase above our bylaw. That is significant, and part of my struggles in that, I notice laundry in a storage building. So is it a storage building or is it a laundry? And then the final that I'd really like to hear from, I find it unique that they're absent in this meeting because they seem to comment on everything else, is our friends of Muskoka and the MLA. And I'd like to hear what they have to say. So I'm sure they're monitoring this, but I'd love to see their comments on this particular application. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. Just 2 comments. When you talk about respecting the environment, please remember that the animals that require dark sky at night need that respect as well. And by traditionally putting something that goes inside of a house, like your stairs and elevator, to the outside of the house and enclosing them in glass, it probably isn't the best way to respect the natural habitat. Also, not all fires come from within a home. We have wildland fires as well, and I'm a little bit concerned that someone on the 4th floor may not make it to the ground and to safety from a wildland fire in 3 minutes, because that's about how much time you have to move out of their way. So although the sprinklers may go off in the house, it really won't protect you that much from a wildland fire. So those would be my 2 concerns.
Okay, I think that's covered through Chief Morrell, Councillor Hayes, so, but he can make sure he answers that for us too. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'm very excited about this proposal. I want to go back to the height. And I want to encourage all my fellow colleagues to reach out to me to discuss the height, to really understand the concerns that we have with this height. This applicant, I applaud them they have a recipe of how to do this and how to work with the neighbors and get it to this point. So I want to know from my peers on the height. Mayor Harding, you did mention how much larger it is than our bylaws, but I want to know the other reason is just I don't want this in Muskoka, just so I can form a better idea of what the general consensus is and form my own opinion. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm not sure that we can do that. Is that advancing business outside of our meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So sorry, Councillor Roberts, but you're blocked again by municipal rules.
I forgot this wasn't a business and a partnership.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. And just to a good segue from Councillor Roberts's comment, and more with respect to Mayor Harding's comment with respect to struggling with the height increase, is the consensus of Planning Committee that there needs to be a consideration into a reduction of height of the main dwelling as part of the deferral.
Let's see if we've even reached that conclusion yet. Ed, who would like to see a reduction in height of this? 2, 3, 4, 5. So, and I'm undecided, Mr. Sharp. I think if it could come down a little bit, it would be helpful. Maybe the attic part of it is removed. So that would be my comment. So I think let's put it on the table. Nothing decisive at this point. Councillor Mazan.
I just wanted to add that the reduction of height, which is what we were tasked with, there was two things. One is the visual impact. There's three things. The inconsistency. So that's why I was trying to understand this different zoning and how that affects the rest of planning applications. And the third thing though is about the fire. So if our fire chief comes back and says that he's uncomfortable with elements of this plan, I think that answers the height question. So I just wanted to add the comment that I'm still open, but I need more information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So Ms. Nasmith and team, your team here, we are going to defer this, and I know you'll be working with our planning department to have this come back to us. I think you can tell that there's a lot of excitement about this, and it is new to Mr. Patch's comment, and we just need to make sure that we truly do understand what we're doing here as a council. So we look forward to seeing you when you come back. And thank you all for your time. Okay, that is deferred. So we are going to go on now to, I believe it's Brent, which is Ms. Darling.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 5321, bylaw 2021-162 in the name of Brent. The lands are known municipally as 4061 Muskoka Road 169. Sorry about that. I would like to direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawing on page 147 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to construct a main dwelling in the future and convert the existing two-story dwelling into a secondary unit. An exemption is required for the definition of front lot line. In this case, the applicant would like the Muskoka Road 169 to be their front line and not the 4 feet of frontage that they have on Ada Lake. An exemption is required for the maximum gross floor area of a secondary unit of 1,195 square feet. The proposed secondary unit will be 1,560 square feet. An exemption is required to permit a secondary dwelling in an R3 zone where it abuts the high water mark. An exemption is required for minimum required setback of 25 feet from a public street. The existing dwelling is 0 feet from the public street. An exemption is also required from the minimum front yard setback of 20 feet, and the existing dwelling is 0 feet from the front yard. And an exemption is required for the maximum height of an accessory building, which is 20 feet. The existing dwelling is 30 feet in height. Notice of this public hearing under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 5 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, Township Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, Township Public Works Technician, District Planner, Eric Campbell, Township Emergency Services Department, and those comments were all forwarded to Planning Committee prior to the meeting. One letter of opposition was received yesterday evening. Arlene LaFontaine's submission and summary is that she was informed that that one dwelling would be constructed on that property when she bought hers. Ada Lake is an environmentally sensitive smaller lake and has had studies done in the past to be monitored for septic and bacterial growth. She opposes all the exemptions that are being applied for, and she feels that it could set a dangerous precedent and takes away from her development rights. She would like the zoning bylaw amendment to not recognize this lot as a waterfront property, that no dock shall be permitted. Site plan control should be enforced. The 4 feet of frontage should be staked. A 30 feet buffer should be created from her property to establish and establish a bylaw for future development, occupancy, and threshold allowed on Ada Lake to further protect water quality. I'm able to read her submission in full if committee wishes. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended approval subject to a minimum permitted setback of 400 feet from the high water mark be imposed for new buildings and structures. Staff have no further comments at this time. I'd be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Darling. And I see that Mr. Allen is in here with us. Welcome, Mr. Allen.
Good morning, Chair Bridgman. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm the professional planning consultant representing Mr. Norman Brent, the applicant. Address 104 Kimberley Ave, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1Z8. I do have a brief presentation that I would like to present to the committee, if that could be queued up. And while that's happening, I can confirm for you on February 1st, a baby Lucy Allen arrived at my house, 9 pounds, 4 ounces. She was a big one.
Congratulations, and to your wife too. That you're right, big one.
I was the support and now the fetcher of things. The subject property is at 4061 Muskoka Road 169, which is at the intersection of Highway 118. Next slide, please. In the community of Glen Orchard. The property is very large and is shown on the location map. Next slide, please. The property is very uniquely shaped. It has a very large frontage on Muskoka Road 169, and it tapers down to a very small point of land on Ada Lake. Next slide. The proposal in front of you today is relatively straightforward to permit the lot to be a building lot. Currently, the lot is not a building lot. No new structures are permitted, and because the existing buildings are non-compliant, no additions are permitted. Becoming a building lot will allow the construction of a future dwelling, and the existing dwelling that's adjacent to the highway will be converted into a secondary dwelling unit. Next slide, please. This is the site plan showing the location of the existing dwelling tight to the roadside and the existing driveway. You'll see way down at the bottom of this site plan, 1.5 meters of frontage on Ada Lake and more than 175 meters of frontage on 169. The lot is quite large at over 5.5 acres in size. Next slide, please. The zoning exemptions in front of you as summarized by Ms. Darling, and I do appreciate her thorough review of the application as well as her positive recommendation, is to recognize Muskoka Road 169 to be the front lot line, currently a waterfront lot or a lot that has frontage on the waterfront. The front lot line on the water is considered to be the lot line. The secondary dwelling unit is permitted to have a maximum size of 1,560 feet. The existing dwelling is that size, so in order to convert it into a secondary dwelling unit, we need to recognize the existing floor area. to permit a secondary dwelling unit on a lot that abuts the high water mark. Presently, the R3 zone does allow a secondary dwelling unit, but it does not allow a secondary dwelling unit on a lot, waterfront lot. What it does allow on a waterfront lot instead is a sleeping cabin. The fourth proposed exemption is to recognize the front yard setback of the existing dwelling that's close to the highway. It's presently set back 0 feet from the front lot line and 0 feet from a public street. And the existing dwelling is 30 feet of height. So an exemption is required to recognize that existing height in order to convert it into a secondary dwelling unit in the future. Next slide, please. This is a photo of the driveway. This driveway was actually relocated in cooperation with the district to be farther away from the intersection at 118. Next slide, please. This is the existing shed, parking area, and the dwelling to be converted into a future secondary dwelling unit. Next slide. The lot is very large. It rises quite considerably from the immediate area next to the highway to a more level plateau area. It's very well forested. The only development and tree removal that's occurred has been immediately adjacent to the highway. And this type of vegetation is indicative of the majority of the vegetation on their property, and the land then slopes towards Ada Lake, towards the center of the lot. Next slide, please. There are two abutting residential, waterfront residential properties. This is 1019, unit number 5, Carl's Road. And this is standing approximately at the rear lot line of this lot. Next slide. This is the property to the south side, 4049 Muskoka Road 169, and this is the property of Ms. Fontaine. She submitted a letter of objection. Next slide, please. This is Ada Lake viewed from the subject property. There is no fencing or delineated markers that separate the subject property from the abutting properties. So somewhere in this photo, the 1.5 meters of frontage on Ada Lake is in front of you here. Next slide, please. In terms of planning analysis, this lot has lake frontage, but is not really a waterfront lot. The small frontage on Ada Lake is unusable for the purposes of development. Shoreline structures would not be permitted because you could not meet the 30-foot setback from either side lot line. The lot frontage on Muskoka Road 169 is substantial at over 500 feet. The existing development is oriented towards Muskoka Road 169, and the future dwelling is also to be oriented towards 169 and not towards the waterfront. The owner is very cognizant of the desire not to impact the privacy of the existing waterfront residential property owners, and also doesn't want to have his own property impacted as well when he constructs the future dwelling. A future location has not been determined yet at this point. The first step was to determine whether or not the municipality would be interested in seeing this lot developed with a new dwelling and establish a secondary dwelling unit. Large lot size at over 5.5 acres is substantial, and that allows for sufficient area to be serviced and developed with the new dwelling. Tree removal for the new construction will be very limited and only occur in the areas of construction, for example, the new septic system and building footprints. There's an existing access which is sufficient for residential use. Next slide, please. Existing setbacks are legal non-complying and permitted. The bylaw effectively proposes to recognize those to allow the conversion of that existing dwelling into a secondary dwelling unit. The R3 zone currently permits a dwelling in a secondary dwelling unit, however, not for lots that have abutting the waterfront. Recognizing the existing height, floor area, and setbacks of the existing dwelling will permit the conversion into a future dwelling unit, future secondary dwelling unit. And I would note, and I think very importantly, it will allow for additional rental housing. Mr. Brent intends to make this secondary dwelling unit available to provide housing for staff and employees where there's a much needed demand in the township at this point. The increased setback of development from Ada Lake is appropriate. That's been recommended by staff. However, I think we have a few comments to provide at the end of my presentation. And I would also note that the waterfront lot coverage and setback requirements will continue to comply, even though we're recognizing the lot frontage to be 169. For R3 zone lots that are abutting a high water mark, the side yard setback increases from 6 feet to 15 feet, and the lot coverage is reduced from 20% to 15%. So those restrictions will continue to be in place if this application is approved. Next slide, please. So in summary, it's my professional opinion that this application conforms with the township and district official plans, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represents good planning. Next slide, please. Staff had recommended a minimum 400-foot setback from the high water mark for new buildings and structures. I've showed conceptually what that restriction would look like on the subject property. You can see the neighboring dwellings located below next to the lake, and the existing dwelling on this lot located next to the highway. Mr. Brent would like, is aware that we need to include a restriction in order to protect the privacy and prevent this this back lot or two-tiered forms of development potentially near the waterfront, but is requesting that the committee consider a lesser setback, potentially 250 or 300 feet instead of the 400-foot setback. You'll see that the 400-foot setback does take a sizable chunk of the property out of potential development. He is choosing to to develop towards the center of the lot, but would like that flexibility for future development planning purposes. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and well done. I suspect you're running on not much sleep these days with little Lucy there. So do we have, Elizabeth, anybody else who wants to speak on behalf of this?
I believe that Arlene would like to speak in opposition, but none in support.
Okay, well, let's bring Arlene in then.
We also have another hand up, George Kitcher.
George Kitchen. Okay, we'll bring him in too. Arlene, I think it was LaFontaine.
Jared, where your name is. There I am there, Jared.
Okay, I've got the
you're in now. So could you welcome? Yeah, just
Good
give your name and
morning.
address, and good morning. Name and address, and then please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Brigman. My name is Arlene LaFontaine. I'm a resident at 4049 Muskoka Road 169. My postal code is POV 1JO. I have some concerns with this amendment. I just received it because I was away. I did submit a letter last evening, which is rather late for you to peruse the letter. I do have some concerns with this amendment. When I bought the property in 2004, they informed me I could not put another building on the property, and I do have 280-foot frontage, 88 feet frontage approximately, and 2.73 acres. You are changing the bylaw now to allow another dwelling on a property. You're completely changing the bylaw because to suit somebody else's needs. I understand that there are variances and so forth, and people like to have the best use of their property. However, this property now is going to have 2 residential units on it. Both of those units will use this 4-foot access probably to Ada Lake. Ada Lake is a very sensitive lake. Where it meets the waterfront, there are grasses, where there is habitat and so forth. My concern is now that I see that you're proposing a 400-foot setback from Ada Lake, I am more in agreement with it. But if it's less than that, you can have the 2 residents who may have many people or many kids or whatever who will access the lake because they'll probably put a dock in there. And my concern is now with Ada Lake, I've lived there for 18 years, and some residents have motorboats, some have Sea-Doos.
Miss LaFontaine, you
Yeah.
actually only have 2 minutes to speak, and you're
okay.
at your 2 minutes. You may
Anyway.
not have been aware of that, so quickly wrap it up, please.
Okay, so my concern mostly is to protect Ada Lake and also to protect my lot line. They have not designated where this building will be constructed. It could be constructed anywhere on this property. And if they change the frontage now to 169, they have 5.5 acres. They could potentially put 2 buildings there, both with auxiliary buildings. And they could subdivide it. So those are my main concerns. I like my lot line protected, and I'd like to protect Ada Lake from further development.
Thank you very much. All right, so Mr. Kitcher.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kitcher, you're in.
Okay. I'm from 1019 Carl's Road, number 2. We have lots of concerns. A lot of my neighbors weren't able to get on here today, although they definitely want to. We're wondering how, if these things are built, how these people are going to access. I have a right of way through my property that leads to his property. I don't know if they can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I thought I lost you there. So I have a right of way leading to his property. My concern is are people going to now try and use my road, the right of way through my backyard, to access these new properties, especially being it's going to be a staff house, because we all know how that goes. So those are definitely my concerns, as well as Mr. Jennings, Mr. Gostick, Mr. Smith. Everybody's on page with me. We haven't had a chance to get our letters in, thanks to the COVID. A bunch of us have the COVID right now, so we weren't able to all join this. I'm sure they want to have some input, though.
Okay, is that it? Excuse me, is that
yeah,
it then, Mr.
I
Mr.
suppose I've got lots more, but I've got 2 minutes, so it's not going to leave me time to probably touch on everything.
Well, I think I'm hearing you say you represent a number of your neighbors who are opposed to this.
Well, I'm not sure if I can say I represent them, but they definitely have concerns like I do. They just weren't able to log on here today.
Okay.
But I'm the sort of like the gatekeeper at the end of the road here. When I bought my house, the lawyers told me in the future, right now there's 2 seasonal residents at the back, which have, like, they literally go right through my backyard past my window. This will change everything for us. I was under the understanding we had the 2 seasonal residents at the time. Now building all these other things back here, I don't know what the rules are for right of way, but if they aren't accessing it from the highway down there, I certainly wouldn't want people coming through my yard. So that's a definite concern for me as well as them. They've mentioned to me, so.
Okay. Okay, so
I'm definitely in opposition of it.
Okay, anything new to add, Mr. Kitcher?
Just we'd like further time to discuss this with lawyers and others, so we can come up with a game plan. That's about all I have for you today.
Okay, thank you very much for your input.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now so maybe you can help me out, Ms. Darling. The new road that's gone in and that's approved from the district, is that not the access now for this property? Oh, Mr. Allen, maybe let's let Mr. Allen respond to that first.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bridgman. Yes, that's correct. The existing entrance will be the proposed future entrance. No new entrances are proposed, and no use of any rights of ways are proposed.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Ms. LaFontaine, unless you're asked by council to comment again, that is not how this part of the rest of this discussion goes. So you've heard the opposition, Mr. Allen. I give you a moment to rebut before I turn it over to council if you would like.
Sure, I appreciate that, Chair Bridgman. And I think that we have put forward a very reasonable application. The lot is over 5.5 acres with over 575 feet of frontage on Muskoka Road 169, which is one of the most major roads within the municipality. Presently, the lot is currently completely undevelopable. No new buildings can be constructed and no existing buildings can be enlarged, which seems strange for a lot that would be that large with that much frontage. The bylaw requires a lot that has frontage on a water body that the front lot line be the shoreline. In this case, we have a very small amount of frontage. The additional setback that's proposed by staff will ensure that any new future construction is well set back from the lake and also well set back from neighboring property owners. I believe that increased setback goes a long way to addressing concerns about privacy and future impacts on those neighboring properties. The lot is very large and can be serviced, and no additional access is required over any adjacent properties. All access will be obtained directly off of 169. I'd request that the committee advance this application today, and I would hope for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to committee, and Councillor Zavitz, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you. I guess to David Pink, first of all, I have two questions, if I might. First of all, to David, if David's, I don't see his name, but there he is. David, I guess a very general question. Looks like nothing's going to be easy to come to us easy today. Do we do this flip with any frequency? And I'm calling it flip. Do we actually recognize a reverse when a property is uniquely positioned like this? What is our history on that? Not that, that's going to set the future trend or tone, but can you speak to that, David, as our chief?
Our chief, Mr. Pink.
Main guy.
Thank you, through you, the chair. To be honest, this is a very unique property. I'm struggling to think of a similar situation with such a small amount of frontage. There's certainly properties in our township that have frontage both on the road and the lakeside. And I think the zoning bylaw correctly identifies the front as the lakeside, as that is where typically you will get the activity and most of the impact. I think in this case, what staff has done is imposed a very substantial setback, but I believe an appropriate one to ensure that development is situated towards the roadside. I think in this case, what's also unique is the small extent. We certainly have some properties out there with minimal frontage. We see them sometimes and we struggle with it, and it's 50, 60, 70 feet. In this case, we have roughly 4 feet of frontage. I would just note neighboring property owner who voiced concern about a dock, and I think that was referenced numerous times in their submission. There's no possibility to construct a dock on this property with 4 feet of frontage. What committee could consider, just to make that abundantly clear, is an amendment to the bylaw that stipulates that no dock is permitted. In some respects, that's somewhat symbolic, but what it would do is very clear indication to future owners that it's not just relief from a setback or a width. It's the premise that a dock itself is not permitted, and that's a larger hurdle to cross if someone would make that application. And the reason I bring that up, I guess, in response to your question, is just in relation to the this very small frontage. And I think with that increased setback, I don't know how usable 4 feet really is, or how much activity could be gained there without a dock. But certainly an owner could walk down there and utilize that part of the property. But we're doing our best to try to orientate it towards the roadside. Hopefully that helps answer.
Okay, thank you. Follow up?
If I might, thank you. So thank you for that, David. So I guess my secondary part to this would be, I'm very in support of the 400 foot setback that your group is recommending. I refer then back to your earlier point about the bylaw. So I look at the bylaw structure that is in front of us attached to this file. It does not reference the 400 foot setback, and it does not reference the inability to place a dock here. are those two, well, for sure, the 400-foot setback. How do I ensure that that gets embroiled into this discussion and that the dock is also added? I guess that's to you, Chair.
Yes, well, in fact, would you prefer? Okay. Go.
Yeah, through you. Those are not part of the bylaw in front of you as they were not applied for. However, staff's recommending the 400-foot setback. We've heard now the concern of the neighbor. It's in the draft resolution. If committee agrees, that could be included in the resolution, either one or both. And then they would be minor amendments to the bylaw at the council meeting the following month.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick nod. Maybe are we going to agree? No dock. We'll include that in our bylaw. All right, thank you. Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Lots of concerns about this particular one. Mostly, I was a lot excited that we're adding housing to our municipality. I mean, that's a big need that we have to understand. However, I totally understand the concerns of the 80 Lake residents, and in fact, the perhaps ability for people to wander down on that little narrow bit. You know, how do we control that? Well, it would be very difficult. I mean, we can't have bylaw officers running around all the time seeing if people are trespassing and such. I did wonder if staff could consider in some way or another that in fact there's that whole sort of triangle there from the other back line to Ada Lake, that if in fact that triangle could be deeded to the municipality. And that perhaps would give a little bit more of a feel for including the setback that's encouraged, that in fact people won't be wandering down to the water. I happened to have had a situation where I had a rental on my own property, and it was actually a challenge for my husband and I to get people to not be wandering in areas that they're not permitted to wander. You know, it's a reality. So, but I do want to encourage the housing end of it. I'm very concerned about the what the other neighbors had talked about the right of way. There's not a clear understanding for me on that, and Mr. Allen, I'd like to have further understand that. So perhaps, I know you don't want a deferral and you would like an answer today, but I'm not sure that I can approve this today without not having an understanding of those concerns of the neighbors. But I'm very much in favor of having, you know, allowing the existing dwelling to be the secondary dwelling and the new dwelling to be you know, set back 400 feet from the water. But again, I have concerns about what the other neighbors had questioned, as well as I will say that at District, we had a concern, if some of you may have remembered, where somebody had a tiny bit of frontage on Lake Rosso, and they decided to anchor out a bunch of docks. And that was a challenge that the district had to deal with. And I'm just concerned that perhaps somebody might just anchor off of 4 feet a floating structure of some form. Weirder things happen in our municipality, but I just don't want this to come back on the township. So I would like to actually, again, look at that possibility that triangle would be deeded to the municipality. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Sharp would like to comment on that. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Just a couple things to note. I would note that there is a dwelling on the property today that was constructed in approximately circa 1936, according to our records, and therefore I would suspect that, you know, that triangular portion of the property has been in use for quite some time. Nothing's preventing, you know, the owners from walking down onto that triangle today. With respect to the suggestion of deeding it to the township, of course, I guess a few things come to mind. First is that you'd have to have a willing landowner in order to do that. And then, of course, the municipality would have to be willing to take that on. I guess just thinking, I'm not a lawyer, but perhaps there may be some liability concerns with respect to that. But anyways, I guess those are the thoughts that I have top of mind. And I'd look to Mr. Allen just to reiterate what he's indicated with respect to the access. Thank you.
So I think, Mr. Allen, we're looking for your comment on that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bridgman. Through all of the due diligence and research we've completed in the background for this application, we're not aware of any right-of-way on the subject property or on any neighboring lot that this property benefits from. So I'm very confused about the reference to the right-of-way. This property has direct frontage on 169 and a small amount of frontage on Ada Lake, and an existing entrance that was established through an entrance permit issued by the District of Muskoka on 169. I think I just leave my comments at that point. You know, Mr. Brent has not, maybe the last piece I would add is Mr. Brent has not finalized a building design or location. If committee is happy with the 400-foot setback and will advance the application with that restriction, and the restriction that would prohibit a future dock, we would be more than amenable to that, to those minor amendments when this application goes in front of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I too support the additional housing, but I also hear the concerns of the neighbors. And I fully support the 400-foot setback. I wouldn't support anything less. When it comes to the other matter, I actually think, although I support council's attempt at this, I think maybe there's a better way of doing this. Basically, the owner, this is a waterfront lot, and the owner wants it to be considered not to be a waterfront lot. And if that's the case, which I don't disagree with, then I don't believe we should change the frontage. We should change the waterfront. In other words, I believe rather than deeding a portion of it to the township, that possibly the 4-foot section, maybe 10 or 12 feet back, should be divided. The owner should, or so the applicant should agree to divide it into two and deed it to the adjacent landowners. So what that would do is it would remove any ownership of property to the water. And the reason I say that preventing a dock, that's not going to do anything. We all know that they can put all sorts of floating docks out there within 1 foot of the shore, and there's nothing this township can do about it. That's been proven in other areas. Also, it's quite clear, and I think it was even acknowledged, that the owners of this property, any number of them can go down and walk down and gain legal access to the water. So that's not in keeping of the spirit of what I think the applicant's asking for. He's asking to use the side of the lot that's adjacent to the road to have a couple of dwellings, maybe use part of it, maybe rent it out, maybe staff housing, who knows. And he should give up the right to use that water, to have that. That should be a condition. So I'd like that to be thought about more, that it's not a case of an honor system or the municipality having to enforce it. And if you deeded half of that to each of the adjoining neighbors, they would then have the right, if it's abused, to fence it or do something and police it themselves. At least that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, so that is not what is in front of us right now. Councillor Zavitz, what?
Sorry, a point of procedure here. I'm not sure if anyone's aware, but on our screen, there is a person indicated, and I do believe it is Mr. Terry McFadden of Bala, and he's somehow found his way onto our meeting. And I do know he has a question, but to your point, Chair, I'll leave that to you. But just to that point, we don't usually have the public sitting in like that. Thank you.
No, Mr. But thank you for letting me know, but no, I don't think we're in discussion now, so we're not going to go there. The division of the land is not before us. If anybody feels strongly about that, I think we would have to turn this down and ask the applicant to go back and work with that. But I'm going to guess, Mr. Allen, that that's probably not in Mr. Brent's thought process at this point.
Through you, Chair Bridgman. Actually, prior to submitting the zoning bylaw amendment application, Mr. Brent approached both neighbors opposite the triangular portion and offered to sell them the water frontage, and both of the neighboring property owners refused.
Okay, that's good information to have. Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. And I'll be quick. Would it be permissive that if we ask for the applicant to do a survey of the property lines so that it is defined? That would.
What I'm not sure I understand why you're asking that.
Fences, good fences make good neighbors, and if you know exactly where that 5-foot space is at the waterfront, then you'll know whether people are trespassing on your property. So I'm thinking that maybe we could suggest that the applicant pay for a survey.
With all due respect, that would be up to the neighbors to survey it and put up their fences if they're not happy. Councillor Roberts, that would be my take on that. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. I'm trying not to overcomplicate this. If this is in township land and it's deeded to the township, it's public property. It's going to compound the issue that we're facing right now. The reality is the applicant right now has a building on there. It could be a rental building, and people could go down and access the water. It's a long ways from the water. Any new development of 400 feet away. I like the 400 feet. I would not be, Mr. Allen, I would not be shortening that, because I think it also provides an appropriate buffer from all the neighboring properties. I believe there was some confusion with some of the neighbors regarding access, because when you look at it where the development was going to go, it would make sense that you would actually bring a road in off of Carl's Road and access the property that way, which I understand is not contemplated. It's not an access across anyone else's property. The access is off of 169, and the development would be moving forward. So I'm in support of this. It is some increased housing. The fact, again, if the neighbors don't want to buy the property and don't want to expand their own waterfront, so it is. From a legal perspective, they can't build a dock there because you can't meet the side yard setbacks. So, we're overcomplicating things. We're allowing them to expand, to build an extra residence, to allow some more housing in Muskoka, and over 400 feet from the water. All this development is focused upon Highway 169. It's going to remain focused on 169. So I'm in support. I'd like to move it forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Okay, I support the 400-foot setback. I also support the only access being from the existing driveway on 169. As the mayor said, you really can't build a dock, but if it gives the neighbors any comfort, we can put that in, but it's really not necessary. And I will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I can support 400 feet, but it should be nothing in the 400 feet. No sports courts or anything else like that. So it's like everything is 400 feet back. So they can't put a patio or anything else like that within 400 feet. And I will support it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to support what Councillor Edwards is saying? The 400 feet remains completely natural. We got, I believe, David, if you can do that. We've just got him updating this to include the dock. Okay, so, okay. All right, so not seeing any other questions, I am going to read the motion, and it is moved by Councillor Jaglowitz. You are not, I'm sorry, Ms. LaFontaine, there is no more discussion. Moved by Councillor Jaglowitz, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-53/21, Brent, roll number 6-15-015, be approved subject to the following minor amendments: that a minimum permitted setback of 400 feet from the high water mark be imposed for new buildings and structures, and that a dock not be permitted on the property. Is there, Mr. Kitcher, I cannot make you part of this discussion at this point. Okay, Councillor Jaglowitz. Oh, you had your hand up.
I've lowered my hand. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So just to confirm with you, Mr. Pink, that buildings and structures include sports courts and all that stuff, just so anybody listening in understands that. Okay, I have a verbal nod here. All right. All in favor? Madam Clerk?
Yeah, that's great.
That's carried. Opposed? Okay, that carries. All right, thank you very much. And it is 12:20. We are going to take an hour's break till 1:20 and allow everybody to have a bit of a break. And again, we'll have a hard stop at 4 o'clock, as we discussed before, so everybody knows we're not going on forever here. So we will see everybody back at 1:20. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if I could get everyone back, that would be great. Okay. Elizabeth, are we good to go?
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, welcome back, everybody. And we are now on to, turn the page here. We're now on to Ontario Inc. 1099765. And I believe this is Mr. Sawyer, which is the marina. Mr. Sawyer, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good afternoon. The next application to be heard is ZBA 5921 in the name of 1099756 Ontario Inc. The subject property is a lot, or has a lot area of 5.8 acres with a frontage of 420 feet on Skeleton Lake, and is known municipally as 1291 Skeleton Lake Road 2. Unit 1. Village Harbor Marina operates from this property, and the property contains numerous buildings and structures, including an accessory 2-story garage, which functions as a service shop, and with an accessory dwelling unit in the upper story. The property also contains an office building, an accessory 2-story boathouse with associated docks, several storage buildings, and 5 housekeeping units, as well as a steel foundation of a 6th housekeeping unit. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 193 of today's agenda package. And the purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The subject property is zoned waterfront commercial marina, WC2. In the WC2 zone, a single dwelling unit is permitted as an accessory use. And in this case, the applicant has requested exemptions to permit a 2nd accessory dwelling unit on the property, which is proposed to be located in the 2nd story of an existing boathouse. In the WC2 zone, detached dwelling units are required to be set back 66 feet from the high water mark. Although the proposed accessory dwelling unit in the upper level of a boathouse is technically not a detached dwelling unit, an exemption to this zoning provision has been requested by the applicant. And notice of this public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with Planning Act requirements. And 11 submissions have been received to date, all of which have been provided to committee for review in advance of today's meeting. 7 submissions have been received from members of the public, 5 of which are in support. These letters of support have been received from Tadine and Randy Turner, Joan and Rob Vander Dwellen, Martin Malinowski, Edward and Susan Warren, and Norm Huggins, and all of these are from owners of abutting properties or in close proximity. 2 letters were received from members of the public in opposition. These have also been provided to committee. The first one is from Jane Couteau, who raised concerns related to permitting a dwelling unit in a boathouse and raised questions about sewage servicing for a dwelling unit in a boathouse and adding additional habitable space on a property that already contains several rentable accommodation units. Alex and Carol Shepard raised concerns related to the potential future intentions of the applicant specifically whether or not the owner intends to continue offering marina services in the future, and also the potential increased use of the nearby municipal dock in the event that available dock space at the marina is was to be reduced. Comments have been received from the township's and emergency services, development services, and public works departments, all of which have been provided to committee in advance. And I'd be happy to further summarize these comments if committee would like me to do so, or to answer any questions. The final submission is from Curtis Sivert, District Planner, recommending that approval of the application be denied. This letter was only recently provided to committee, so I will briefly summarize. The letter explains that the application may present a conformity issue with the district official plan stemming from the request for 2 residential units on the property. And given that development, with the exception of shoreline structures, is typically required to be set back from the shoreline by 66 feet. More specifically, the letter states that the Muskoka official plan prohibits secondary dwelling units in the waterfront area designation, and that the application would permit a dwelling unit within 66 feet of the shoreline. The letter also notes that that sewage system leaching beds are required to be set back from the shoreline by 30 meters or 100 feet, and that the notice that was circulated does not demonstrate how the proposed dwelling unit will be connected to a septic system. Lastly, a concern was raised related to there being type 1 fish habitat along a portion of the shoreline to the south of the boathouse, and it was noted that a fish habitat assessment had not been completed. Since receiving the letter from the district, township staff have reached out to district staff to further explain the details of the application, specifically that the boathouse is a legally existing structure that was recently constructed after the issuance of a building permit, and that the current boathouse replaced a previous 2-story boathouse of the same size and in the same location. Also, that plumbing for washrooms is typically permitted within a boathouse and for sleeping cabins, for example, and a building permit will be required if the application is approved, which would enable Township's Development Services Division to undertake a detailed review to ensure the building is serviced in accordance with Ontario Building Code requirements. And just also like to note that the Development Services Division has not indicated an objection. Township staff also explained staff's recommendation that is now also detailed in the staff report, and which involves the conversion of the existing dwelling unit that is located in the 2nd story of the existing garage into staff quarters. With this existing unit functioning as staff quarters, the number of permitted accessory dwelling units on the property would not increase through this proposal. However, district staff advised that they would still have a concern with permitting a dwelling unit within 66 feet of the shoreline, as they feel that it would not appear to represent good planning. District staff also suggested that the conversion of one of the housekeeping units into a dwelling, or the construction of a new dwelling that is set back a minimum 66 feet from the shoreline, would be preferable. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration, and staff have recommended that the bylaw be approved, provided that several requirements are satisfied. Number 1, that a minor amendment be passed to bylaw 2021-189 that permits the accessory dwelling unit in the 2nd story of the boathouse only at which times a marina is in operation on the property. Number 2, that a minor amendment be passed to bylaw 2021-189 that permits staff quarters in the existing accessory dwelling unit only at times a marina is in operation on the property, and to provide a corresponding definition of staff quarters for the purposes of the subject property. And number 3, that the proposed development may be made subject to site plan control. This process would include a requirement to enter into an agreement whereby the owner agrees that should the marina business cease operation, that the accessory uses no longer remain in use. I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. I believe Mr. Fawner is, oh, there he is. Welcome again, Mr. Fawner.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bridgman. Steve Fawner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. I'm here representing 1099756 Ontario Inc., and that is the Village Harbor Marina. The owner of that is a person by the name of Steve Staley. So anyways, I'd like to thank staff for their positive report, and I'm glad they reached out to the district because I have a number of comments to make about the district comments. I think they don't understand the context of the application at all. Marina properties are different. There are certainly letters of support, and I know there's a couple in opposition, and those people may be speaking today as well. But anyways, I have my PowerPoint presentation, and I will hopefully be able to address staff concerns and speak to the district comments. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, so basically this proposal is is for two exemptions to the bylaw. So a second dwelling on the property and a setback from the high water mark. The dwelling itself and the second story of the boathouse, approximately 1,900 square feet. That's the entire second floor. As mentioned by Mr. Soya, there is some question about the one exemption, whether it's required, but I felt it best to apply for it as to whether a dwelling in fact is permitted within the second story of the boathouse. I think you could make an argument that it is. A restaurant is certainly permitted in the second story of the boathouse. So that's something I'll be mentioning a couple of times. Next. So this is the overall building location survey of the property. And we just go to the next one. We'll see the particular building subject to this application. You can also see too, actually it's only one of, no, both of, there's a couple of filled areas that are sort of to the middle of this drawing or to the left a little bit. Those are septic beds, and I will mention that as well. We do have a septic permit that's been issued by the municipality to service this dwelling. It will actually be serviced, if we could go back, Elizabeth, just to the previous slide, just for a moment. In the northwest corner of the property, there's actually going to be new septic beds put in that location, and one of the filled areas is going to be decommissioned. And that has all been approved by the municipality under a permit, and that permit number is 2021-1185, and that was issued on November 29th, 2021. So, okay, well, let's go ahead. And go ahead again. So this is the building itself. This was a building that was subject to fire and has been rebuilt, but there's currently no use in the building. There's the shell there, obviously. It's proposed that the dwelling be in the second story of this particular building. It does fit the setback and height requirements of the zoning bylaw in the Marina WC2 zone. Next. And this is just showing it from the one side. Next. And this is just from the rear of that particular building. Next. And this is the existing dwelling that is over top the shop. What I'm standing on here is actually the boat launch ramp right near the water's edge. Next. And this is just a close-up of the same building. Again, the lower level is used for service. The upper level is currently a dwelling. Next. This is just a shot from the docks, and these are a couple of the housekeeping cabins that are on the property that are rented out. And certainly with COVID, they've been totally booked, I understand. Next. And this is a cabin that's at the rear of the property, just to give you a picture of one that's not on the waterfront, but there is a cabin further back. Next. And this is the steel framing of a cabin that burnt down. This burnt down at the same time that the boathouse did. And there is a building permit that has been issued for this. It just has yet to be constructed. Next. And this is the main, I'll call it the main sort of septic bed currently that I noted. This is the one that's going to be actually decommissioned, and there'll be a new bed put in another location. Next. This is kind of a roadway pathway that leads up behind the boat storage buildings. You can see a boat storage building on the right, and this leads back up into the upper northwest corner of the property, which is shown in the next picture. Next. And this is that area up above. It's actually pretty level. It's treed. You can see in the almost upper right-hand corner of that picture, you can see a stake. That's actually the northwest corner of the property. And the township has approved a septic bed in this location. Next. So in terms of planning analysis, I think it's important to note that all marinas are employment lands within the municipality. You cannot downzone them unless there's a comprehensive review. The zoning of WC2 does allow for 20% lot coverage, which is over 50,000 square feet ground floor in this case. Currently, we are just over a quarter of this. Next. The side yard setback of the waterfront building is 98 feet, so it's well off the side lot line. The septic beds are over 100 feet back from the lake, and the proposed area is over 400 feet. And as mentioned, we've obtained a septic permit. Next. One of the alternative uses of this building that was considered was a restaurant. To me, however, a restaurant would certainly have much greater implications in terms of privacy, noise, lighting, also for servicing as well. Now, we have enlisted 2 engineering firms. They have looked at, doing an engineered system that could service the restaurant, and it can be done. However, there's considerable expense involved. Also, my client has spoken with restaurant operators, and of course, restaurants are not the best businesses to be in these days because there aren't many people to actually operate them. That's one of the reasons many people have left the profession. And as noted, I really believe that the restaurant would have greater impacts than this proposal. Next. So the proposed dwelling is for the property owner itself, and the existing one would be used for a future marina manager. And this, in my opinion, would assist in the sustainability of the marina. I think marinas in general, they're at various stages, I guess, of sustainability. Some are more so than others, but there are some that are rather tenuous as to whether they will stay open or not. This happens to be, one that I'm going to speak to that in just a moment, actually. Go ahead. And I won't go through the official plan criteria. I did it in my background report. In my opinion, it conforms, the proposal conforms to the official plan. Next. So in terms of the long-term viability of the marina, and I know that there was a letter that was sent out from Mr. Staley indicating that the marina was going to be closing. I will have to say, and I have spoken to him, we've had a heart-to-heart talk, and he did say that it was largely stemming from personal issues. I will say, going through a divorce and trying to sell his home in Toronto, I guess we're quite stressful. He felt too that running the marina would be much easier than it was. He basically had some real challenges this summer. Some days, of course, at a marina, you might sell $50 worth of fuel and that's it. So income is not necessarily huge. Anyways, he found it a real challenge. So he wants to now continue operating the marina. He did speak to some users and customers that he has at the marina. And certainly after that chat, he's agreed that there will be a marina manager that will be hired. He is increasing his rates to cover the cost of this. Next. I just want to address staff concerns. There were a couple of things noted, primarily at the top of page 13. I would say that the comprehensive zoning bylaw already does not permit accessory uses without the main use. However, I understand, just as in the previous application, sometimes it's wise to put certain things in the amending bylaw, and we're okay with that. I would, however, suggest that the use of site plan control for the continued use of this property is really outside the purview of Section 41 in the Planning Act. That's not what site plan control is for. But however, I'll leave that in your hands, but I do question the use of that. Next. And actually, I have the conclusions there, but before going through that, I'm just going to address the district's concerns. I think they've kind of taken some of this out of context. I don't believe that the sections that they cited section E5, for example, takes into account commercial properties and especially a marina. There are other marinas, Pride of Rosso being one that has more than one dwelling on the property. Villas Marina in Gravenhurst also has more than one. And I would also say under the zoning bylaw that this property is potentially divisible, actually. Even though it doesn't have 500 feet of straight line frontage, it has over 500 feet of actual frontage around the shoreline. And I think it's potentially divisible. So that's something that hasn't been taken into account. In terms of minimum setback of 20 meters for all development and noting that from the district official plan, that basically puts all the marinas in the municipality, quite literally, significant development does occur within that 20 meters. I went through last night all the marina properties on the 3 big lakes. Every single one of them has major infrastructure within 20 meters. That's all the way from the Cove Marina at the north end to Walker's Point Marina at the south end. They all have major development within 20 meters of the shoreline. So clearly, in my opinion, that policy has not taken marinas into account. I think as staff rightly mentioned to them, this is an existing building, it exists. We have an approved septic system, so that should cover their concerns regarding privies. Fish habitat assessment, I find a little unrealistic with an existing building that's already there. It's been rebuilt. And they go on to say that they would be happier if we converted one of the current rental buildings, if you will, housekeeping cabins, to a dwelling. Well, that's closer to shore. That's apparently, I guess, if you do that, that's not contradicting the 20 meters from the shore, even though some of those buildings are within 20 meters. So I really think the district is not understanding this proposal, and their policies don't really apply well to marinas. And it's spawned me to thinking that I may be making a detailed submission on marinas under the township OP review. So anyways, those are all my comments, and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fauner. So Elizabeth, is there anyone who would like to speak in support of this application?
I'm not seeing any hands, Barb.
Okay, thank you. Anyone who would like to speak against this application?
No to that as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we're going to turn it over to committee. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to, I suppose, Mr. Fauner. One of the prickly questions around this particular application, we're wrestling with parking, both boat and vehicular parking around our beautiful lakes. One of the concerns about this that I've heard from many is no one's really certain, and I think based on the letters sent last fall, that this is actually going to be a marina, or is it going to be a resort? And so I'm going to put that out there. Of course, Mr. Fauner, you wouldn't bring that up. Why would you? You cited many other marinas. This is the only marina I'm aware of, we'll call it that at this point, that has accommodation and for the traveling public, and of course boat and marine facilities, if you will. I'm not going to put words in anyone else's mouth, but I mean, I have a concern about the real intention of this. Now, I realize we can only dig so deep, but right now what I read, zoning bylaw 2014-14, waterfront commercial dash marina WC2. In your mind, does this fulfill all of the criteria for an active and ongoing marina, save this poor gentleman's problems last fall, that he's righted some of those and he's going to move on with the marina, and we don't have to worry about Skeleton Lake anymore?
Mr. Fauner.
I wish, Councillor Zavitz, I could take care of all your worries, but nonetheless, I think it's fair to say, I think yourself, knowing where you are, that you're in Bala, you must drive by the Villas Marina all the time. It has accommodation and a marina function as well, and it also has a restaurant, that property. And at least unless they've changed it, because I work for Pride Marine Group, and that's certainly what operated there. Another one is Lakeshore Marina. I've also done work on that in Gravenhurst. They also have accommodation units. It is a little unusual. You don't find it very often, but historically, that's the way this property has developed. And I've been out to the marina property, obviously as it being my client, I've been there a number of times, and it certainly does function as a marina. I actually had my boat in the water there and had troubles with it, and there was a marine mechanic there at the marina. He does sell fuel. He does have an office. He has a small tuck shop. He does have boat storage buildings. I think you've seen them mostly in the staff pictures, I think. So it definitely functions as a marina, and it also has housekeeping units. And again, these housekeeping units, it's not like there's a huge number of them. There's half a dozen of them. But it helps to buoy this marina, if you will, from a financial perspective. But it operates both as a marina and also offers housekeeping units. And again, I would direct your attention to Lakeshore Marine and Gravenhurst, which does exactly the same thing. In terms of long-term viability, I really truly believe that having an additional dwelling on the property, where it's called a dwelling or staff quarters, is very helpful by having staff on site. And I think we've seen that with other commercial properties, albeit mostly resorts, that staff accommodation is an issue. And I think by having a marina manager on site here, I think that's going to greatly help the marina, and he has upped his rates to cover that cost.
Okay, anyone else? All right, so I have a question, and I believe Mr. Soya or Mr. Sharp. I'll continue, Councillor Edwards, now that I've started, and then I'll acknowledge you. I would like to know what we could put in an agreement that we could actually oversee that the marina business stays in business. Are there some tools we can put in place that can give us some reassurance that it actually will continue to operate as a marina, and we can basically shut the property down if it doesn't? So that's my question. I don't know who wants to answer that from staff. Not seen anybody's face yet. Oh, there's Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and it's a great question, and I'll do my best to provide a bit of insight, but I may have to rely on Mr. Pink to back me up on this a little bit. But you know, as we've indicated, we're suggesting or recommending that there be a provision in a site plan agreement, and I'm not hearing any objections from Mr. Fauner in that regard. So there'd be a provision in the site plan agreement that would basically, the owner would agree not to utilize the upper level as a dwelling if the marina use were to cease. Of course, there's nothing at a staff level or a municipal level that we can do to ensure that an owner continues operating the property as such, but based on my experience from the letter that was circulated by the owner earlier this spring, my anticipation is that we'd certainly hear about it if suddenly the marina use were to cease. I think people would be calling and writing me emails fairly quickly. So, you know, I guess those are my initial thoughts, but Mr. Pink, I would look to you if you have anything further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pink?
Thank you. Through you, nothing really further to add other than unfortunately, the blunt answer that there's really no ability or authority for a municipality to ensure that a business continues to operate. We really don't have a control over that. However, I think staff has come up with the best possible protections in place to ensure that if that were to occur, the permissions that you're considering today would no longer be permitted. Would also note that the housekeeping units that are being referred to, those we believe are legal non-conforming. I just want to make clear that if the marina ceases operation, I don't believe there would be any ability to stop the continued use of those. Just wanted clarity for the community and committee that you were aware of that nuance.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very, very much. This is a real difficult one. And I don't know, maybe the committee would like this actually deferred, but if Mr. Fonser can answer some questions, maybe we can move it forward. In your submission, you said there's existing 40 boat slips. I would like to see that the 40 boat slips must stay. Fuel should be sold. You mentioned that, so that would do it. And I noticed that the upper floor is all glass, which would be dark sky. If it's a residence, there would be lights on at night compared to if it wasn't. If it was just a marina to shut down at a certain time. But if and then islanders, as Mr. Fauner knows, have to have in that private docking and net parking. They can't use the other. If the owner come in with some letters and that from the islanders saying that he was granting them and that parking and the dockage, that would help. But I think like I could support this. And going back, I have a long memory on some of these things. The original Troy Cove that was in there, they had some old housekeeping cabins. We let them bring them up to date and remodel them with the fact that it was staying a marina. And I would want some sort of guarantees on that, but I would support it if Mr. Fauner can bring that forward. Thank you.
Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you for that. I guess, you know, and I will be quite frank, it's difficult because I've always supported marinas and really feel that, quite frankly, the policies don't support them as well as they should from a planning perspective. I am a little bit leery, though, of suggesting that you're going to continue at 40 boat slips. The definition of marina does not say, you know, minimum number of slips, right? And that shouldn't for any of them. What happens if things fluctuate for whatever reason? Then that could mean increasing as well. So I'm just a little cautious in that regard. Yes, he currently has 40 customers. That was as of the end of last year. Whether he has that exact number, I don't know, but I'm sure he could have 40 slips there. In fact, I know he's got more. He's got certain other sort of transient slips and that. He's got actually close to 50 slips, but he has, I think, 40 customers. You know, I could discuss with him about that, but certainly his intention to me was that with the new marina manager on site, he definitely wants to continue running the marina. I think if you get into stipulating how many slips a marina is supposed to have a minimum, you're sort of getting into the business of marina business itself. And I'm not sure if the municipality really should be. I understand your concerns, certainly. I really do believe that the addition of a second dwelling on the property is actually going to help his business, and that's one way the municipality can help him on that. I know it might appear today to be a little self-serving, but I really do believe that that is one thing that's going to help him to maintain those slips. To suggest that he's going to be able to service 40 customers and continue to do so, you know, you don't know what's going to happen in the future. I really, you know, don't know. But certainly at this current time, I would hope that that could be maintained. That's really sort of the best I can do. I know it's not a super answer, but we are talking about a business that has the right to make business decisions. And I think, though, the municipality can assist by allowing certain development options, if you will. And I think that's a way of assisting to keep this a viable marina.
And may I have a supplemental on that?
Of course, go ahead.
If it was existing with 40 slips and he's bringing a manager in and he wants something, okay, I think he should be at least maintaining the 40 slips. If he wants 60 slips, I'd be much happier and I would support it. But I can't see saying, okay, you can have living accommodations, you can have a manager, but we're putting less slips in, and that it's shrinking a viable business that's needed for the lakes. That's why I'd asked that. That's why I had said maybe we should defer this on that till we get some answers. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. And along Councillor Edwards' line, Mr. Fauner, to you, I think I appreciate that customers may change and there may not be 40 customers. I want to look at the boat slips, and we did something very similar with the Manette and Cleveland's House property, where they have agreed that X percentage would be available to cottagers and islanders for day trips. There's no overnight parking except for minimum. What I would hate to happen is have people living here, parking their boats and using it as their own waterfront private cottage. And I think that's what we're all trying to stay away from. So I guess the way to look at this to me, and if I consider a parking lot in Port Carling or Bala, we have a number of accessible parking lots or wheelchair access parking lots, spots within, and X% must be. Could we look at this, that 80% of the boat docks must be available to the lake residents, which says if you've got 50 slips, 10 of them right now are used potentially for the marina people on shore. They can bring a boat if they're staying at one of the efficiency units, so on and so forth. If that number shrinks, then you lose some of those, but it's all in proportion. So I'd ask if that is a possible way to deal with this, that, and I picked the number again, if you've got 40 available for customers right now, 10 of them available for high efficiency units on shore, that's an 80-20 perspective, that again, at any given time, no more than 20% are used for onshore personal use, or however we want to find the language to that. Would your client be amenable to something like that?
Stefan?
Yes, through the chair. I think, that gives some, some flexibility. And I think that would be more along the lines of what my client would be able to accept, would be that. There really aren't, to my knowledge anyway, customers that come up from town. When I say town, being Bracebridge, these customers are pretty much all water access or cottage owners. I don't believe I've never seen, in being on the marina property a number of times this summer. I know that Mr. Staley has a couple of boats himself, but I've never seen any of the people that are using the units have a boat. But that's not to say they wouldn't bring one up. But no, I think that gives some flexibility as to what could be used, and yeah, that would be helpful, definitely.
Supplemental, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
If I may, thank you to Manager Sharp or Mr. Sawyer, whoever. Then I would like to see within this approval some kind of language, and it can come back to council for final approval as a minor amendment, but some kind of language that would stipulate, and I would suggest that 80% of these slips, whatever they are, must be available to residents of the lake, excluding vacationing public on this particular property. Now, there's only 20% could be tied to this property, if that makes sense, but I'll leave it to Mr. Sharp to find some language. And I think that gets us, again, Mr. Farner, what we're all trying to do is protect a marina on the lake, and a marina that will service the water access properties. And I think this gives you some opportunities to expand, but also at the same time protects the water access properties. So I'll leave that to Mr. Sharp to maybe come up with some language.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, I wonder, certainly like where the mayor's going, of course, and Councillor Edwards, and Mr. Fauner, of course. I wonder if I might, to you, Chair, ask this question of staff. Are 40 boat slips in question any relation to the 37 people that had I guess a petition that came forward to our committees in the fall relating to the closure of a marina on Skeleton Lake? I mean, is that the same? Is this the same issue? Or is this because of another marina and other issues and somewhere else, not knowing that area?
I believe it's the same marina, but Mr. Sharp, would you like to confirm that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bridgman. It's my understanding that there's 2 marinas on Skeleton Lake, or at least 2 marinas in our township that serve Skeleton Lake, and this is one of them. So I think when the letter was circulated late last year, early this year, with respect to the potential of the marina shutting down, we received quite a bit of feedback, correspondence from the ratepayers. And just, I guess, since we're on the point, and maybe I'll just touch on Mayor Harding's comments. I think where I see this going is perhaps a fine-tuned definition of what marina means in the context of this property being inserted into the site-specific bylaw that's before you. And some consideration as part of that definition can be given to the percentage makeup of boat slips and their allocation to lake residents versus people that are coming from elsewhere on the property or utilizing the housekeeping units. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. I mean, I'll ask them separately. So what I hear now is that the site plan agreement is going to include some language regarding this building or this part of the over the boathouse can only be used as a residence if the marina is operating. Now we're putting in some language about what is a marina in terms of boat slips. So my question is so how do you enforce that? So having a site plan that has to, that's the way it has to operate. And if they don't, what's the penalty and how do you enforce it? A site plan, what do? You don't allow them to do what? I just, maybe once you answer that, I have one secondary.
I think I'm going to ask Mr. Pink to answer that.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I think admittedly that is the difficult part of this, as you probably heard me often say, it comes down to enforcement. I think in theory, it can work. There will be clear zoning provisions. I think Mr. Fauner is correct. We were aware of that. It is somewhat of a belt and suspenders approach. The zoning bylaw currently has these limitations. We'll stipulate that very specifically on the property, and we'll triplicate that in an agreement should the marina cease operation. And it seems like committee's going with a specific definition for this property of what that marina would consist of. We would reach out to the owner to advise them that that accessory use is no longer permitted. One would hope they would either cooperate and vacate that structure. But please keep in mind, as we all know, they may very well come with further planning applications to the municipality to ask for further permissions, or alternatively, we may have to pursue through the standard enforcement court process if we can't achieve compliance. It may be a complicated situation. I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but those would be really the options before us. As any normal enforcement process, we'd initially reach out to the owner to advise them of what we felt was a violation, and our goal is to achieve compliance.
Councillor Jaglowitz, follow up?
Yeah, I was just onto that. So what that means is like the Bala Bay. Well, sorry, just an example of where we tell them they can't have the usage and then they apply for it and then they get it. So I understand that. So the second part of my question was then just to understand, I assume this council or somebody approved that two-story building that was built recently, the one on the waterfront. What was it? What was the upper story approved for at the time they got the approval for that?
Mr. Pink or Mr. I think Mr. Sharp.
Right. I could. My monitor was already on. That two-story boathouse has existed for many years. Is my understanding. There was a fire and it's recently been reconstructed, but that building is legal, non-complying or non-conforming. It's been there for many years. Mr. Fauner may be able to speak to specifically what the use previously existed in there. My understanding, it was previously storage or tuck shop type use.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fauner, do you want to answer, contribute to that?
Yes, thank you. And I think that I also saw that Mr. Snyder had kind of chimed in too, maybe about the building permit, but I can speak a bit to the previous use on that on that property. Even before it was Troy Cove Marina, as what Councillor Edwards had indicated, it was known as Inslee's Marina prior to that. And I've been on the property when it was Inslee's Marina. I've also purchased a boat from that marina as well, but that two-story building had service in the rear, like away from the lake. That was where he serviced his boats at the time. Quite frankly, it was a total mess. He had parts of motors and boats and everything in there. The upper floor, I had not been in the upper floor. I've actually told that it has operated in the past as a restaurant in that upper floor. And I've been told, not just by my client, but I have spoken to certain individuals in the area who had indicated that. In fact, to my surprise, they even welcomed a restaurant in the upper story. But so it's really been service, boat storage primarily, and possible restaurant on the second floor.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Chair Bridgman. The building permit was issued through a permit process, not public process, and was issued to reconstruct the marine storage building that was destroyed due to the fire. The permit application, drawings, and documentation received was explicitly for that, a marine-related storage building only. I hope that satisfies the question.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Same time? Okay. Okay, so I've been alerted to the fact that we may have one other person who would like to speak. So Councillor Kelly, why don't you go ahead, and then we'll let this gentleman or woman in to make a comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, we're heading down a really bad slope here, if you ask me. This is any business up here is a tough one to run, and the only thing that can make it tougher is running it according to the plan set by 8 people that have no experience in it. We should never be telling anybody how to run their business. If we want the right to rescind the rights that we're considering today, tie it to something. But if we tie it to a specific number of docks, and then I find out there's another marina on the lake that also offers dock space. What if they double their dock space and steal all this guy's customers? We can't effectively make these kinds of decisions. He has the right to screw it up himself. He shouldn't be looking to us for guidance and help. I think we need to prescribe a different trigger to take away the right of to use the second floor as a residence. And maybe the sign comes down and the place goes dark. I don't know, but the business formula is a mixture of retail sales, gasoline sales, tuck shop sales, rental facilities, probably fees for trailer, ins and outs on boats. And I just think it's really impossible for us to imagine what the right formula is and come up with the right prescription in any case, and especially in a specific case where the circumstances might change. So I'm not going to support this as long as we're telling him how to run his business. I would support putting some other objective restriction that's easily identifiable and easily monitored. I don't have one right handy, but something that's easier to manage than telling somebody how to run their business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robbins, I believe, Phil Robbins.
Hi, yes.
Yes, and I apologize. I did not see your hand up in the beginning, Mr. Robbins. So please go ahead. You're either speaking for or against this. So please give us your name and address and then your comments.
My name is Philip Robbins. I have a property at 2SL19 on Skeleton Lake. And my comment is more of the question. And I'd like to know, when is a housekeeping unit considered a dwelling? Or I'm sure it's just a matter of semantics, but I think it's an important thing to clarify.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Sharp or Mr. Soya to answer that question for us. Mr. Sharp, would you mind?
Yep, thank you, Chair Bridgman, and thanks, Mr. Robbins, for your question. So basically, a housekeeping unit is defined in the township zoning bylaw, and it means a room or suite of rooms maintained for the accommodation of the traveling or vacationing public, and which may be equipped with a kitchen. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Robbins, I think that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. Through you, I'm going to touch on something that Councillor Edwards mentioned earlier, and that is the dark skylight. I believe that the pictures that we have in our package are of the old second story. And there was a lot of glass in the front of it and the two sides. Being that it's right down on the water, that means that you can just about double that illumination. Being that it was a storage unit before even a restaurant, it would be used into the early hours of the evening, but then it would definitely be turned off. So I was just wondering, should this go ahead, could you provide any drawings of what it will look like and how you plan to mitigate any light pollution?
Mr. Fawner?
Yes, well, thank you very much. And through the chair, we certainly know the property is subject to site plan control anyway, so you would have to get that information. It would be submitted at that time. You know, lighting is something that is dealt with under Section 41 of the Planning Act, which is site plan control. So yes, all fixtures exterior are going to have to be compliant. We're also going to have to talk about window coverings as well. That'll have to be in place at least at a certain level. I don't think we can suggest that he has to pull his blinds down totally at night, but I think at a certain level below the ceiling light fixtures anyways would be reasonable to at least keep the light as contained as much as possible in that particular unit. I would say, again, it's a commercial property. Even if, you know, a normal restaurant use would be left early. Someone could have security lighting, could leave the lights on for security reasons within that building. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be totally shut off. I think a dwelling, you've got as much chance of them being shut off at night. And there may be as well in the site plan agreement that certain times are put in there too regarding exterior lighting. Certain lights, for example, that may be on the front of the boathouse or front of the waterfront building have to be off at a certain time, but certainly allow entrance into the building, some lighting that way, which would be from the rear of the building. I'm sure we can work something out, but that's a site plan control matter, but I'm very well aware that that's something that has to be addressed.
Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I just want to ask Mr. Pink, if we have the site plan agreement, whatever it comes out as, could it be registered on title so that the owner or future owners know what we expect? Thank you.
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. It is the standard practice of the municipality to register site plan agreements on title of the lands.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, as everyone's aware, the Marina Skeleton Lake is in Ward B. I've had a lot of conversations with the constituents and property owners on Skeleton Lake. The main concern was a second dwelling on the property, but I think that's been answered by Mr. Fawner and our planning staff that that the second dwelling is okay and it falls within rules. I also don't think so that handles that one. But before I go on that, this is no different than the one that we all approved, or half approved, more than half approved, on the event center, the museum with a museum with event center, and the event center could not carry on without the museum. So this is the same thing if we get it in place. So the other constituents that I've talked to, and there's a few there, they think that this is a win for the lake because the septic system will be improved, and that we are going to be addressing partially addressing the parking issues that have been presented last fall with Skeleton Lake. If this marina does not exist, we've got a large problem. So this is going to help us. So I'm in support of this, being a Ward B councillor, and this is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan, Councillor or Mayor Harding, and then hopefully I can wrap this up and we'll read the motion. Or we'll take a vote on deferral. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you for through you, Chair Bridgman. I'm glad I'm following my two fellow Ward B councillors because they've really articulated well what we've been hearing from our constituents. This is not an easy one. I think we all know that. The marina is an important lifeline and is an important business for us to be supporting how we can. And each one is going to probably present unique situations. There's a whole community that is been affected by the lack of parking. That's going to continue, and we need to acknowledge and understand that. And on the flip side, we have to understand and allow a marina operator to manage his business. So I think staff have done a very good job of trying to help us in a very tricky situation, at least take this to the next step and hopefully help address some of the challenges that are in this space. So similar to Councillor Roberts' comments, we've heard a lot of perspectives, and somehow staff is trying to help us listen to everybody and help us with the path forward, I think, with their recommendations. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we are moving forward with some kind of a discussion or descriptor around the dock usage. And I appreciate the comment that we don't get in and tell a constituent how to run their business. With all due respect, we have regularly. We have ensured commercial nature of many properties. And that is all we are trying to do here with a percentage of the docks used for a commercial nature, because we're adding residences and we're turning this property more, or has the propensity to turn this more into residential waterfront, which I'm okay for in its capacity to ensure the commercial nature. And again, I don't have to look too far around this municipality or around this table to suggest where we have gone and implemented commercial activities and to mandate that they remain commercial. So that's all. I also appreciate Mr. Fauner is amenable to something like that. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. And I have no issue with maintaining commercial nature, but commercial might be displaying 40 new boats for sale rather than allowing others to pay to park there. That's a perfectly legitimate operation for a marina. And I don't think it's our place to dictate what that looks like, what that marina, how it operates. We could very well put this guy out of business by prescribing a formula that's not profitable. And then nobody has parking and nobody has docking.
Okay, so I am going to look now to see if we are in agreement with Mayor Harding on the percentage basis, as Mr. Fauner seems to be amenable to that. So I'm going to take a straw vote here to add it into the motion. Okay, we're adding it into the motion. Oh, I think David, Mr. Pink would like to speak.
Thank you. I'm happy if that's the direction of committee to add it. May I suggest, though, using the word proportion instead of percentage, and allow staff to work with the applicant to determine the best wording for council, because I wouldn't want to see one dock left and they've met their percentages. So we just want to think that through, and I'd rather not on the fly, if that's okay. Thank you.
I think you've got great support there. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, and I certainly support David's, I support the words of the mayor, I support the words that David just used, but yet I don't want to excuse Councillor Kelly's commentary either, and I think that if we can find a way to walk that fine line, especially with Mr. Fauner here, I think, the fortunate part of this here and now is essentially, it seems like we're almost negotiating, but Mr. Fauner has indicated a willingness, and I think our public is watching us here and now who habitate that lake, and they would challenge us to find that good ground. And this answers a couple of questions that people have been asking. So thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Zavitz, I suggest we move this forward if we get that vote, and then those details will come back to us when staff have worked with Mr. Fauner and his client. So, okay, I am going to read the motion as soon as I get it back from Mr. Pink. So. So public service announcement while we're waiting for those who may not have joined in the beginning. We have a hard stop at 4 o'clock today. I suspect, if I was a betting person, that we're going to have to hit that hard stop and come back tomorrow morning to continue on with the agenda, just for anybody in the public who wasn't aware of that, unless we really speed things up. But we don't want to do that at the detriment of full discussion of everything. Okay, moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Mayor Harding. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-59/21 10999756 Ontario Inc. Roll number 2-18-065 be approved, subject to the following requirements: that a minor amendment be passed to bylaw 2021-189 that permits the accessory dwelling unit in the second story of the boathouse only, at which times a marina is in operation on the property. That a minor amendment be passed to bylaw 2021-189 that permits staff quarters in the existing accessory building unit only, at which times a marina is in operation on the property, and to provide a corresponding definition of staff quarters for the purposes of the subject property. That the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. This process would include a requirement to enter into an agreement whereby the owner agrees that should the marina business cease operation, that the accessory uses no longer remain in use, among other matters, and that a minor amendment be passed that provides for a definition of marina use on the property, which includes a requirement for a proportion of docking to be made available to the landowners on Skeleton Lake. Any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, that carries. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, thank you. That carries. All right, we're going to move on now to Beacon Island. Watson and Ms. Walker, I believe that this is yours.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good afternoon, everyone. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 61/21, bylaw 2021-196 in the name of Watson. The subject property is known municipally as 1-R48 Island Beacon. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawings beginning on page 251 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject lands, resulting in a reconfiguration of existing waterfront residential restricted water body, WR6-7R, and the waterfront residential WR6-7 zoning. A two-story boathouse is intended to be constructed abutting the resultant waterfront residential WR6-7 zone. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, Eric Campbell, the Township's Interim Fire Protection Officer, and the District Municipality of Muskoka. All of these comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and I can read any in full at the request of committee. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-61/21 bylaw 2021-196 Watson be approved, and that direction be provided by committee in regards to the applicant's request for a refund of application fees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Walker. Elizabeth, anybody to speak on behalf of this?
Mr. Watson, the agent is in to speak.
Oh, okay, great. Agent or owner? I think it's owner.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Watson. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, my wife and I are the users of the property. I'm the agent because the property's in her name, and she's granted me that permission.
So please just give us your address before you make your comments, please, Mr. Watson.
Sure. My home address is 464 Willard Avenue in Toronto, M6S 3R6. First of all, thank you very much for hearing our application, and I appreciate the support from the planning department. I did want to give a little bit of background because the application is a little unusual because the boathouse is already partially constructed, and so I'm not sure if everyone was aware of how that happened, but that was all done under permit which was granted in 2014, and construction started in 2015. I had received a notice revoking the permit in late 2016, indicating that the construction hadn't started. That actually wasn't true. There's some pictures in the application that show the work had started. I contacted the building department and I identified this, and I was instructed to resubmit the building permit application, which I did for a number of reasons. That didn't happen until 2021. At that time, I was informed that the property had been rezoned to restricted, and therefore the living quarters weren't allowed on the boathouse. So I was instructed to contact the planning department, which I did. I had a number of conversations. Everyone was very helpful. Thank you very much. And what came out of that, particularly with a discussion with Sam Soja, was that the entire water frontage of the property is zone restricted. And in fact, and that's based on the zoning map that the building department and the planning department uses to make decisions about construction. And that is actually not true. The zoning map is not drawn to scale and is not drawn accurately. And I gave sent a slide that showed that. Is that presentable?
I don't know if it's part of the, oh,
yeah, that's it there. So that's perfect. So the image on the right is the zoning as it is on the zoning map. And again, as it shows the property lines and shows that only a portion of the property is zone restricted, but it shows the entire waterfront is zone restricted. In fact, the correct application of the bylaw is indicated on the site plan on the left. So, and the reason why I'm making this clarification is I think it's the zoning map that's incorrect, not the zoning. That may seem like a subtle issue, but if the map had been drawn to scale and correctly, I think the building department would have at least asked me to clarify exactly where everything was on the site with the drawing that's on the left. And I don't think we'd be having this meeting today if that map was actually correct. And I'm not trying to be picky about it, but I think this shows that again, the property is zoned the way it should be. It's just drawn incorrectly on the zoning map.
Okay, and Mr. Watson, I now clearly recall having conversations with you about this. Yes. Yeah, you brought it all back to me. So, and I see that the planning, the recommendation is that we do refund your fees because the zoning is to be corrected so that you can put that boathouse up. So I just throw that comment in. And Elizabeth, is there anyone who wants to speak against this application?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I am going to turn this over to committee. Are there any comments? Seeing none, I'm going to read Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I just wanted to clarify one point. Our recommendation includes, part of our recommendation is to receive direction from the committee with respect to whether we're returning Mr. Watson's application fees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, would we like to give direction to return his application fees? What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Okay, gladiator half. That's the new term now. All right, so Mr. Sharp, I believe you have that direction now. And I think it's in the resolution. Do we know the number? Because the fees to be.
I think you just put return.
Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-61/21 Watson roll number 4-26-030-01 be approved, and that a refund of application of fees be done at the current rate. Do you like that? There's a blank for it. And that a refund of application be processed. How's that? I like that better. Okay. Any comments? All in favor?
Great.
Madam Chair? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Watson. All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Mr. Soya, I think you're up next with Goldstein and lead Goldstein, I believe.
Thank you. Yes. The next application to be heard is ZBA 6621 in the name of Goldstein and Gleed Goldstein. Subject property has a lot area of 1.2 acres with 342 feet of frontage on Lake Muskoka and is known municipally as 1532 Mortimer's Point Road, unit number 12A. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 273 of today's agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to provide relief from the maximum permitted lot coverage provision in order to permit the construction of a single-story garage on waterfront properties with frontage on Lake Muskoka, which is classified as a Category 1 lake. The maximum permitted lot coverage is 10%. In this case, the proposed garage would result in a lot coverage of 11%, which is 512 square feet over the permitted maximum. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 8 submissions have been received to date, all of which have been provided to committee for review in advance of today's meeting. 5 of the submissions were from members of the public, all of which are in support of the application. And comments were also received from the Township's Development Services Division, from the Public Works Department, and from the District Municipality of Muskoka, all of which advise that they have no concerns with the application. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the bylaw be approved. I have no further comments at this time and would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. We have Mr. Szczerbak. Is he in? Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Szczerbak, you're taking it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stefan Szczerbak, planner with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L 1Z8. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm here representing Michelle and Alan Goldstein, who are also in attendance and available to address the committee if there's any questions that I cannot answer today. First of all, again, thank you, Mr. Soya, for his thorough and accurate planning analysis, specifically the report in front of the committee. The application is fairly straightforward. Again, the main reason for this request is simply the existing lot configuration. It has a large amount of water frontage, although it's a fairly narrow lot. As staff have correctly indicated, there's a dwelling that's currently under construction, an existing 2-story boathouse that currently accounts for just under 10% lot coverage. And the subject garage, 580 square foot garage, will obviously bring that lot coverage amount up to just shy of the 11% maximum. The location has been, the location of this garage is in its furthest extent possible from the waterfront. It's in the back corner, if I were to call it that. It's situated approximately 118 feet back from the waterfront. The applicants have maintained a significant amount of natural vegetation during their construction activities. And the garage is going to be situated in a fairly level and cleared area as indicated with the photographs in the staff report. As Mr. Soya correctly mentioned, several letters of support have been provided for the committee's consideration. And I fully agree with staff's policy review and fully support the recommendations that this application and this proposal is consistent with the applicable policy documents. It represents good planning, and we would kindly recommend or request committee's support for this application. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Is there anyone, Elizabeth, who wants to speak on behalf of this? I know we have the owners here if we have any questions, but anyone else?
I don't believe so, Barb.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this application?
No, there's not.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Elizabeth. All right, committee, are there any questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-66/21 Goldstein and Goldstein roll number 4-23-095-02 be approved. Comments? All in favor? That carries unanimously, I believe, Madam Clerk.
I didn't see.
Yes, it was up. Okay. Ruth, your hand was up, right? Yeah, yeah, it was. Okay, okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move on to site plans right now, and Ms. Walker, I think you're up.
Thank
And
you,
I
Chair
believe
Bridge.
so I believe we have Mr. Who do we have to speak to this? Let me go back to my supplementary agenda. We have the three owners, right? Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Walker.
Okay, thank you. I think Terry's here to speak on this as well. So the next application to be heard is site plan agreement SBA 133/21 in the name of 1433613 Ontario Inc. The subject property is known municipally as 1006 Balla Falls Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawing starting on page 302 of the agenda package. The application for site plan approval has been submitted to permit the construction of a 2-story mixed-use building with a new dock. The proposed building will contain 1,324 square feet of retail space on the main floor and 1,305 square feet of residential space on the second story. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Ken Becking, the Township's Director of Public Works, Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, and the District of Muskoka. These comments have been highlighted in staff's report and can be read in full at the request of committee. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff are recommending that SPA 133/21 be approved subject to the following conditions. 1, that a satisfactory stormwater management plan, including any site grading details, be provided to the satisfaction of the township. 2, that satisfactory securities be submitted for stormwater management works if required. 3, that it be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the township that any exterior lighting fixtures will be dark sky compliant. And 4, that the corresponding agreement include a provision whereby the owner agrees that they have no recourse against the municipality in regards to the location of the proposed building in the floodplain. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Welcome, Ms. Ledger.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bridgman and committee members. Terry Ledger, agent for the applicants, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. So this is the Balacade, as I'm sure everyone is aware. The past few years of flooding have basically rendered it dangerous. So this is the new building, which is a container building, which I know everybody's familiar with as well. One of the reasons to do this, well, is there's a couple. One is that it's a fast construction period and sort of minimizing any disruption to the area. The second is that this is a floodplain. And so it was just a sort of better means of construction as well. So it kind of all sort of worked out well. But we did try to adjust the look of the containers, particularly on the roadside, to try and keep in character with that streetscape in Bala on Bala Falls Road. I did want to sort of speak to some of the docking in the area. Caitlin was kind enough to send me the improvement plan. And I noticed that Port Carling, of course, has a boardwalk area, but there was nothing noted in Bala. I've dealt with 3 of these owners anyway, Bala Falls Pub, the Balacade, and the next door as well, the 2 adjacent neighbors. And there was some interest in doing a boardwalk along this part of the waterfront, which would aid in extra docking and sort of some pedestrian walking areas, which I think are things that were considered in the improvement plan. I do realize that it's really not a part of the site plan agreement. I just wanted to bring it up as a consideration. It would probably be a new zoning bylaw or amendment in the future, just to sort of ask the question. But anyway, the owners are also here, and the builder, if there are any questions. I don't know if they wanted to speak or not, but I'm also here to answer any questions and look forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger. Would any of the owners like to speak, or you can just answer questions if you're asked? You're more than welcome to speak if you'd like.
Sure.
Mr. Catton, welcome.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, just your official address and name and address and carry on.
Yeah, my name is Grant Caton. My official address is in Toronto at 99 Woody Crest, but we have a property on Bala Bay, which was the old Cremari Lodge in Bala. It's our family place. So just quickly, just want to maybe introduce myself so you know who you're talking to. Been up in the region my whole life, worked at Roselawn Lodge for 10 years, continued my career up there through resorts and a whole bunch of things in that area, ending at the Muskoka Brewery, which has brought me on a 20+ year career in beer. And I spent many years there. Back in 2017, my wife, myself, and my partner, David, who's on the call, bought the Balacade, knowing its history and its meaningfulness to the town. And we ran it successfully for the last 3 years up until COVID and the floods came. COVID obviously shut it down. The floods made it worse. And essentially any good idea in this property, it really starts with rebuilding this property. And I think that's really where we're at on a starting point on this. It means a lot to the town. It means a lot to us. That is not lost on us. And we're really trying to bring that sort of essence of that in with the new build, but also build it with purpose so it sticks around for another 100 years. So I just wanted to just maybe level set and put a face to the name for anyone who I don't know or haven't met along the way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Anthony, do you want to say hello? You don't need to. Hi. Perfect. I can't hear you. I'm not sure. Is your volume down? We still can't hear you.
It's okay. It's okay. We can, trust me. We can, oh, there he is. There he is.
Oh, sorry, the joys of technology. I will just say hello quickly. Clearly, I'm just holding things up, but happy to answer any questions. And I think Grant already said it best, so I will go back to muting myself.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, you see anybody with their hand waving there to either speak for or against?
We're all good.
Thank you. Oh, I don't have to do that. Okay. Committee, any questions? Oh, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just want to take the opportunity. It's fantastic. We've been looking towards this for many years, actually. Although I would say my son has missed the arcade, sort of growing up in it, but I'm very, very excited about this project. But I also wanted to just quickly talk about that Terry talked about the boardwalk. And I know that it's not part of this application, but I do hope that our planning committee can look at this further, because it's been something we've discussed for many, many years. And not always having the right property owners to want to partner with this kind of discussion. But I think the time is right now. And certainly there is even 2 other additional property owners that I think would feel the same, not on Battle Falls Road. So anyhow, I'm excited about it, and well, let's go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Pink?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Just wanted to quickly comment to remind committee that was part of the inclusion of the community improvement plan, boardwalk for both Bala and Port Carling. They would be on the more obviously medium to longer term objectives. You will note on the agenda or upcoming agendas some shorter term objectives in the public realm that we're looking to complete so that we allow some funds to be built up in that reserve in order to tackle some of these larger medium and long term projects. But it is on the books now in the community improvement plan to look at that boardwalk in Bala as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I know we're not here to talk about design, but nice design. I think it's a good look, and I think it's going to be really nice to see that place return to habitable form. I have 2 quick questions about the containers. I don't think they were answered anywhere in the write-up. And number 1 is the floors. Have they been remediated of any sort of pesticide? And number 2 is the paint. And I realize you're probably cladding most of the exterior, but I just want to make sure that we've got paint on there that doesn't have chromate in it or phosphorus. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balance, welcome back from a break.
Yes.
So if you could answer those questions for us, that would be great.
Yeah. Hi, committee. I might remember me from last spring. I'm the container guy. We've been very busy for everyone since the spring on building multiple buildings, and we continue to refine our process. Part of what we learned in our meetings last spring has been adopted into our practice. So, Councillor Kelly, yes, the floors will be removed. The paint is sandblasted down. We remediate and clean all surfaces on these buildings from new containers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think that answered everything, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. This is not a good story for Bala. It's a great story for Bala. Wonderful addition. These are fine folks, been here a long, long time. I certainly am championing this. Eric, you and I met our piece long ago. Welcome to the Main Street in Bala. I think it's a great looking design. I have one question, and that would be, and perhaps it's just coincidental to the design measurements, but it sort of says to me that you could put a 3rd story on here, given that some of our other buildings are to that 40-foot height. Is there any intent? That might just be a very general question. Would there be any intent to add a story to this at some point in time in the future? Because you could with this modular scenario.
Okay, who would like to answer that?
I can quickly answer that. And although we've had some discussions, no, the current design is sort of the final design as is. But to your point, I guess being modular will allow it. But we do plan to have the roof utilized for like a gazebo type covering like deck for that property there for now. But no, to answer your question, the answer is no, we don't really have any plans to build anything further than what's already presented.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you, Ms. Ledger attended the last Heritage and Attainable Housing meeting. A couple of minor tweaks were suggested, and they look great, Terry. So well done. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. I am going to read this motion then. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Mayor Harding. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the site plan amendment application SPA-133/21 1433613 Ontario Inc., roll number 7-6-033 be approved subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory stormwater management plan, including any site grading details, be provided to the satisfaction of the township. The satisfactory securities be submitted for stormwater management works if required. That it be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the township that any exterior lighting fixtures will be dark sky compliant, and that the corresponding agreement include a provision whereby the owner agrees that they have no recourse against the municipality in regards to the location of the proposed building in a floodplain. All right, any discussion? All in favor? I think we are having unanimous again. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we are now moving on. Mr. Sawyer, we've got 2 bell towers, I believe, coming up.
Chair Bridgman. And the next matter before committee today is a proposal for a telecommunications tower to be located on a vacant 17-acre rural property that does not have a municipal address assigned to it, but has frontage on Skeleton Lake Road 3. The proposal is being brought forward by Canacre Limited, acting on as an agent for Bell Mobility. The location map and staff report for this matter begins on page 310 of your agenda package. This proposal is for a monopine style tower, which is to be 29.9 meters or 98 feet in height. And the proposed facility includes a fenced compound around the base of the tower for the associated equipment. The applicant's agent has confirmed that Transport Canada will not require aeronautical obstruction lighting on this tower. The proposal also involves the construction of an access driveway originating from Skeleton Lake Road 3. For this proposed tower, given that it is located in proximity to a property line, but has a height of less than 98.4 feet and without lights, the notice requirements were satisfied by circulating a public notice to all properties located within 295 feet from 90 meters of the subject lands. Canacre also circulated to several additional properties to the northeast of the tower, where views of the tower were anticipated. In response to the circulation, 19 written comments were submitted. Out of this total, 9 comments were supportive and 10 were neutral. Some posing questions primarily related to the anticipated timing of construction, the expected signal strength, the cost of Bell services, and questions about potential noise and safety concerns. Canacre provided responses to all questions that were asked, and there were no comments received in opposition to the proposal. The Township's Public Works Department also reviewed the proposal and advised that an entrance permit for the access road was issued in 2021, and a final inspection will be completed once the entrance has been constructed. Staff have prepared a detailed report and have recommended that a letter of concurrence in support of the proposed tower be provided, and I have no further comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of moving our committee ahead here, we've all had the package to look at, so I am going to suggest that I'm going to take questions, and if there aren't any, I will simply read this motion. Anybody have any comments? Okay. Moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that a support resolution letter of concurrence be provided for proposed Bell Communication Tower CT-01/21 W7723, roll number 2-20-094, and a copy be forwarded to Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada. Any comments? All in favor? I believe that's unanimous again. Thank you very much. So I will call a break right after this next one, which may go just as fast as this one. Mr. Sawyer, where you go?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next agenda item is for a very similar proposal on a property owned by Bell Canada at the intersection of Muskoka Road 169 and Burgess Avenue within the urban center of Bala. This property contains a 1-story building containing communications infrastructure, and the municipal address for this property is 1000 Burgess Avenue. Similar to the previous agenda item, this is also being brought forward by Canacre Limited on behalf of Bell Mobility. The location map and staff report are can be found on page 336 of the agenda package. This proposal is also for a monopine style tower, which is approximately 98 feet or 29.9 meters in height, and includes a fence compound around the base of the tower. It has again been confirmed that this tower will not require aeronautical obstruction lighting. Access is to be achieved using the existing driveway on the property, originating from Burgess Avenue, and there will be a need for some construction of an extension of the driveway to the tower site. Notice requirements were satisfied by circulating a public notice to all properties located within 295 feet of the subject lands, and Canacre has provided a consultation summary advising that no comments, questions, or objections were received throughout the entire consultation period. Staff have prepared a detailed report and have recommended that a letter of concurrence and support be provided. And I have no further comments at this time, but happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any comments, or I'm going to read the motion? Okay. Moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that a support resolution letter of concurrence be provided for proposed Bell Communication Tower CT-02/21 W7725, roll number 7-9-005, and a copy be forwarded to Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Any comments? All in favor? We have unanimous again. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break, which brings us to 3:10. And what I would like to do, committee, is jump to unfinished business. Sorry, Councillor, was that what you were going to say, Councillor Edwards? Yeah, I'm ahead of you today. Jump to unfinished business. That's the last of our public involvement for this agenda. So right after our break, we will be dealing with our unfinished business. So everybody back at 3:10. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if we could start making our way back, that would be terrific. Okay, Elizabeth, we're good to go?
We're good to go.
Thank you. So Mr. Sharp, I believe that you are up, so take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Concurrent official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications have been submitted in the name of Leitao. The subject property is known municipally as 1143 Torrance Road and fronts onto Black Lake. A dwelling, garage, and a dock have been enlarged in the absence of building permits. The official plan amendment has been submitted to allow lot coverage to exceed 8.8%. The zoning bylaw amendment was originally submitted for exemptions from lot coverage, accessory building height, and cumulative dock width requirements. In November 2020, Planning Committee deferred the applications to allow staff to investigate the legal status of the as-built buildings and structures on the property. The township's solicitor has confirmed that they have no legal non-complying status. If committee wishes to review the opinion related to this determination, an in-camera session can be scheduled. The applicants have revised the proposal by reducing lot coverage amounts by 174 square feet, resulting in percentage amounts of 12.8% over the area of the entire lot and 15% over the area of the lot within 200 feet from the high water mark. The applicants have also revised the proposal by removing the requested exemption from cumulative dock width. This will be accomplished through the removal of part of the as-built dock. A detailed revegetation plan has been prepared for the property by Riverstone Environmental Solutions Incorporated out of Bracebridge. It will result in 10 new native trees, 20 new native shrubs, and 234 new native ground cover plants in the front yard area. One new submission has been received since the applications were deferred. The submission is by Kristen Thompson, an area landowner, and Ms. Thompson has advised that she has no objections to the applications and supports them. I have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff continue to have concerns and have recommended that the official plan amendment not be adopted and that bylaw 2020-103 not be given third reading. Notwithstanding, if committee is considering recommending to council that these matters be adopted and approved, I would recommend that committee's recommendation be subject to 5 measures detailed on page 399 of your agenda package, namely that the proposed lot coverage amounts be further reduced, that the partial removal of the dock be completed prior to third reading of the bylaw, that the sun deck in the front yard area as indicated on the site plan be removed, and that this area be incorporated into Riverstone's revegetation plan, and that the property and proposed development be made subject to the township's site plan control process in order to implement the measures that Riverstone is recommending in the front yard area. I have no further comments at this time, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. I believe that Mr. Szczerbak is here to speak on behalf of this. And I'm looking at my supplementary agenda. Mr. Rabinovitch, who I know we've seen before, is here. And then the owners. So Mr. Szczerbak, welcome back. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Stefan Szczerbak, Planscape, 104 Kimberley. Again, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm here with the owners of the property, and they will obviously be addressing the committee after my presentation. As Mr. Sharp has correctly noted, since the last public meeting held over a year ago, the owners have attempted to reduce a number of aspects related to the subject property. again, in an effort to reduce the amount of development that's in front of the committee today. And the aim was to bring the application closer to compliance with the zoning bylaw. With the reduction of the width of the dock, clearly this dock is now in compliance. The variance has since been removed, and the owners have agreed to remove portions of the garage overhang. Again, this reduction with the number of requests and has reduced certain aspects of the variances by, I mean, as an example, a 174 square foot reduction in coverage reduces the original request by approximately a percentage point. And the reason why I'm raising that is, again, to focus on the point that this is an existing undersized developed lot, and the development that's in front of the committee is not substantial by any means in terms of a square footage basis, but it's the sheer percentage points that I think is causing some challenges with this applications. With respect to removing other aspects of the dwelling, specifically the overhangs, and as noted in the alternatives in the staff report, the applicants thought about this and had looked at trying to reduce it even further. The problem with reducing the overhangs is that it poses a severe challenge from a structural and engineering perspective to reduce these aspects of the design itself. And even if the committee would like to see this done, and there's some type of engineering way to ensure that this is the case, the volume of the dwelling is essentially the same. What you're seeing out there today and what has been there for over 10 years with these minor reductions will bring that percentage point down, but the dwelling itself remains the same. So again, the applicants have carefully considered what could be done specifically with the garage and specifically with the dock, and that's what's in front of the committee today. Again, the property is legally existing, it's undersized. The percentage point in front of the committee is rather large, but again, the dwelling itself, in my mind, is in keeping with the character of the existing dwelling and development along Black Lake. And it's also, in my mind, in character with the surrounding properties. This is not a large property that's the largest in the neighborhood. It is in character and has been in character for over 10 years. Madam Chair, I fully respect staff's position on this file, and I'm not surprised with the recommendations. Again, to remind the committee that this application in front of you is an official plan amendment specifically to the policy section B 9.6, and this deals with the 1% permitted coverage. This official plan amendment must take into consideration the other applicable policies together with the direction of the overarching official plan being the district's official plan. Our planning justification report that was originally submitted carefully completed an analysis of this review, including the applicable policies, and that's been in front of the committee, and that analysis hasn't changed. Finally, I suspect that staff and the committee are also concerned about this file being precedent setting. And in my opinion, the application in front of you is a very rare circumstances. And this is the exact reason why there are proper planning processes to carefully consider these situations. To clarify, and as per my professional obligation, I am not advocating on behalf of the applicants. I mean, as an example, we have debated this as planners in our office internally. We've conducted a thorough planning analysis prior to agreeing to take on this application, and also to provide our recommendations in front of the committee. I mean, regardless of the circumstances, you can't ignore the fact that this development is existing. It's been there for over 10 years, albeit illegally. But again, through the proper planning review, the proper channels to do an official plan amendment, it is our professional opinion that the applications in front of you do conform to the district's official plan and the township's, the other applicable official plan policies. So in summary, it is understood that the request increase in lot coverage is numerically substantial. However, it's our opinion that that this is appropriate given the circumstances and in this situation. The development is in keeping with and also part of the existing character of this neighborhood, and it's been there for more than a decade. As I stated earlier, it conforms to the direction of your official plan, and that is based on our thorough planning analysis. And in conclusion, my last note, It's my understanding that no one in the community, including those who front on Black Lake, have concerns with the subject applications. I don't believe the municipality has one negative response related to this. The applicants have done a thorough job pounding the pavement, talking to the neighbors to ensure that if there were any issues, that they would be properly addressed. You received another letter of support in today's agenda. And finally, just to remind the committee that the approval authority of the official plan amendment, district staff also have no concerns with the request in front of you. Thank you once again, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me to speak on this behalf. And I think it's important to understand some of the legal aspects and some of the information from the Leitaos themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Szczerbak. And I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this correctly, Mr. Rabinovitch, are you wishing to speak, or are you here as a resource?
Okay, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. You can hear me okay? Yes, I would like to speak briefly. Thank you. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Paul Rabinovitch, and I'm actually retained by Stewart Title Guarantee Company to represent Leitao's interests. Some of you may be familiar with title insurance. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today and for deferring the application until today. And I also want to thank planning staff. We had a meeting with planning staff and Stefan, and certainly appreciated their input and respect their position. And I'm not going to repeat, I'm going to try to avoid repeating much of what Stefan said, but I do want to say that their position, if this was a new application, I would support their position 100%. You know, the difference, as Stefan said, is that it's not a new application. We're not, as with many, you've heard today that I listened to before this, we're not asking to do something new today. We're asking for, in a sense, forgiveness, but it's not forgiveness for us, but for sort of the people who sinned previously, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, because the situation is very different. I'm not going to get into the planning aspects because Stefan is an excellent planner, has done that extremely well. I'm going to talk about other items. Now, I did send in a PowerPoint presentation, which I'm hoping that people had a chance to glance through. I'm not going to read it, but I am going to just point out, maybe if you want to stick up the background, if you can flip to the PowerPoint quickly. And if I flip to the, I guess, slide 3. Yeah, background. I just want to briefly touch on the big difference with this situation. There's two elements. One, as Stefan has said, is nobody's complaining about this. There's been no issues in the past. If you look at the property, it's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. That's not the problem. And when you add to that the fact that legally, and I've done a fair bit of work on this aspect, and I put a few copies of things in there, some excerpts, letters and stuff, is that the Leitaos are unfortunately an innocent party in this. So they didn't build any of these or construct or add on any of these problems. They inherited the problems when they recently bought this property, and that occurred largely because, unfortunately, in this case, the sellers were not forthright and were not completely honest, and so had deceived Leitaos in certain ways. That's a whole separate issue. But the reason I say that is because the Leitaos had no knowledge of the lot coverage issues. There's also work order issues. And it's caused a huge amount of stress on them. They're a young family, a growing family. They'll have an addition coming very shortly in the next month or so. So it's added both personal pressure and financial pressure to them, because even though I'm involved with Stewart Title, there will be significant financial repercussions on the Leitaos directly as well, depending on what route the township takes. So I just want to sort of set that scene that this is a very unusual situation. There was deceit. There was a lot of unknown situations, and then there were all kinds of problems of two significant natures that they found themselves stuck with. So that's really all I'll say about background. And I've really talked about the key points there. So I'm not going to refer to the presentation again, but I said hopefully you had a chance to review that and have answer questions on it. So just quickly then, I think as Stefan has said that many of these, the Leitaos looked at the, because they had no information from the seller, so they looked at the construction. And as you know, often in construction, the studs or the timber are dated. So they found some dates that date back, some of them as far as 2004, and some more recently. So it appears that all the structures or the additions that are contrary to what was required date back potentially easily 10 years and some maybe even 18 years. So they've been there for significant lengths of time with, again, no neighbors complaining, the municipality not complaining, nobody taking issue with it. And we have the letters of support were provided before. We have new letter of support, and we have, I believe, one neighbor who's going to speak, at the end in support as well. So we understand the position the planning staff has to take. So I guess what I'm asking is that council look at this very differently, because when you look at the planning side of it and you look at the percentages, they are, significant in a way. They exceed the percentages by higher than allowed. But when you look at the whole lot, and you're not talking like 25 or 50%, exceedances, you're talking, in real numbers, fairly small percentages of exceedance that have been in existence and nobody's complained about. And the reality is there are not a lot of easy solutions to this, because either Leitaos are punished significantly for something that wasn't really their fault. And I agree that it's not the municipality's fault, at all. No question about that. Or we try to come up with sort of a working solution that, modifies the property a bit, but doesn't penalize Leitaos too much, but is reasonable to the township. And I think one of the big reasons why I think it's a workable solution for the municipality, and obviously you can't take my word for it, but I've been doing this for a while. It's taken a number of, and it usually does for a big problem, my experience is, to be created, it takes a number of unfortunate situations to occur and a number of parties to take part in it. And in this case, the likelihood of these exact situation occurring again, probably ever, are pretty slim, and occurring frequently are, almost negligible. So that it's a fairly unusual, or a very unusual situation. I don't see any sort of floodgate argument here. It's fixing something that's there. So either, as I say, we either penalize Leitaos significantly, or we come up with a workaround that the municipality sees as reasonable, protecting the municipality's interests, but looking at the interests of their ratepayers, Leitaos, and looking at the views of the neighbors and the other people in the area that were in support of it, and with nobody voting against it. So we're hoping that the municipality will come to terms with some compromise. Now, and the only, we're in agreement with everything the planner said at the beginning, as far as the dock, the sun deck, the site plan, the planting. I'm in full agreement with all those. The only difference in my presentation versus what I'm going to say, my PowerPoint versus what I'm going to say now, is removing the overhang. Like there was, the original request is to remove a variety of overhangs and other kind of structural related items to make it comply. To do that completely renders the property almost unusable, and the cost would be prohibitive, and then the property would be worth, way less than it is now, and it wouldn't be practical. It just makes, it's nonsensical, I think, to try to do that. Even to take off the eaves of the garage, which we've said we could do, it can be done. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be cheap. It's not going to be practical. It's not going to look as good. It will achieve a small percentage increase of, less coverage. So I would propose that, that only be looked at as a last resort by council, whereas the other items can easily be accommodated. We'll actually add, especially the planting and the deck and the dock, will clearly add some benefits. I'm not sure the benefit of reducing the eaves on the garage, other than reducing the viability and use of the property. So that's really all I have to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you care to add anything to that, Mr. Leitao? I know you spoke to us before. I think we got the gist of what you were trying to say then. Is there anything else you would like to say now?
Yeah, I just wrote it down to make it easier for myself. I'll be very brief. We're the new owners of the property. We have always wanted to live in Muskoka Lakes for several years now. And now that we're finally here living in our dream home, it just doesn't feel like home yet. It just feels sad and disappointed that it's happening to us. It's affected us tremendously, physically, mentally, financially. And we put all our hardworking money into this home. We've got 2 small kids, a third one coming in a few weeks, and just a lot of financial hardships, especially with our son diagnosed with autism and speech delay. It's left us with no money, and we have nothing left to help with this situation. I just hope that we can get through this with some light at the end of the tunnel. And we know we have our neighbors' support, as we spoke to each neighbor individually, and we submitted support letters from all 15 plus neighbors. And thank you so much. And we do also have Kristen Thompson allowed us to use her name for support. You probably received her letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I turn it over to committee, I guess before I turn it over to committee, I just need some clarification here. And this would be with you, Mr. Rabinovitch. You are representing the title insurance company. That's what I am gathering here. Am I correct?
I'm retained by the title insurance company to represent the Leitaos.
Okay, but your client is actually the company.
Correct.
Okay, so what I want to get clear in my mind is they're not at fault. We're not at fault. It would be the prior owners who own this issue. And I thought that was what title insurance was bought for. So I'm having a really, really hard time understanding why you aren't compensating the Leitaos and subjugating against the prior owners. You need to explain that to me, because it's not making any sense to me at all.
Okay, to the extent I can, I'm able to answer that, I will. So title insurance policy, as you know, is an insurance policy. So it gives very specific options to the insurance company as to what they are obligated to do. So in this case, it's very complicated. When the insured knows about some things, those aren't covered. So there's some aspects of this the Leitaos did know about, and so they're on their own for those. There's some aspects they didn't know about, those the title insurance covers. Now, title insurance can, in some cases, can sue the other party. That's complicated in this case because there are limitation periods that have applied and may or may not, preclude being able to sue them. Typically, title insurance companies do not like to go to court anyway. They like to settle matters. So they will be compensating Leitaos financially, but it will not be for the entire amount that Leitaos are going to require in order to satisfy potentially what the municipality's requirements are. So I'm not sure if I've answered all of your question or not.
Well, you have helped me. There's going to be some settlement coming out of this.
Yes.
And I don't know the subjugation. I'm going to guess it's the time you find out about the error. There are time limits on that, not when it actually occurred. But I'm not going to get into
That's
a legal
right.
discussion.
That's right.
So it's only been 2 years since we've discovered all this stuff. So I just
Exactly, yes.
I have a better understanding now. And I will reserve the rest of my comments because as chair, I'm supposed to do that and let the committee go forward now. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. Mr. Rabinovitch, you put up a slide that talked about some dates as to when you found out and when the owners found out about some stuff. I wonder if we could put that up again, because I think it was in June or early July when you were advised and you checked with the township that there were no permits.
No
So,
work, yeah, no permits on file and no work orders on file, correct. That
Right.
was in July. July 16th is when their lawyer, their purchasing lawyer, obtained the municipal record search, which at that time was clear because the municipality had no record or idea of any of the problems.
Right. So
And
it was okay. So I appreciate that. So I guess we can close that screen for a second here, because in June they did a home inspection. It provided some information. I'm assuming they had an escape clause. There was a conditional offer. They went firm on June 24th. Is when they firmed up 2019. They closed on July 31st. So all of these products and all these information were aware to them that there were problems. They never should have closed. And what's being asked of us here is to change our bylaws, to change our zoning, to make something illegal become legal because somebody didn't do their due diligence. They had every opportunity. They had several opportunities in the agreement of purchase and sale to walk away from this, and they didn't. And I apologize for being firm, but you've just confirmed the dates for me that they could have responded. And again, it was a conditional offer that didn't go firm until June 24th, 2019. The home inspection came ahead of it, and they would have waived the clause that happened at that particular time. Subsequent to that, when the lawyers again brought up the issue, they didn't close until the 31st of July. So please help me understand why I and this council and the Township of Muskoka Lakes and every other taxpayer should be helping somebody who there's certainly errors on the selling agent side, the existing homeowner side. And I'll be honest, if there's some way to make this right, I would have to suggest that we get rid of a garage in its entirety, which gets us closer to a 10% lot coverage. That would make more sense to me. But I'm going to leave it at that. So, because I don't have an answer from you as to why we decided to close or firm up this offer, knowing that there was issues.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I wasn't involved during those, at those times. I was retained, obviously, after the fact, quite recently. But the information I have is that some of the problems were known to Leitao's, and I may have them speak on this. Okay, some of the problems were known to Leitao's, but many of the problems weren't. Things like lot coverage are not something that a purchaser's lawyer would be searching for, typically at all. And those are different issues than the construction issues. And the same, the home inspection, I agree, would have dealt with construction type issues, but they don't necessarily deal with permits and stuff. They're dealing with, is the house, does it look like it was built to code, and, are there, big problems with it and that sort of stuff. And I actually haven't seen the report and Leitao can speak to it, but I don't believe that the inspection actually raised, issues with regard to permits and that, and it certainly wouldn't have raised the coverage issues. So it's not, and I agree that it sort of appears the municipality is being, the municipality is being put in the spot because they are the only one who can legalize it or not legalize it. That's the problem now. But and I can come back and I'd have to get a lot more details because there's a very convoluted and a lot of different moving parts as far as timing and who knew what that absolutely went on. And I can get a lot more information if I need to on that, but I can't answer your questions fully other than to say that there was, but as I said, Leitao's could speak to some of that as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a delegate, and I'm sorry, Mr. Gregor, I didn't let you speak before we got into this. You have the floor now for 2 minutes. You are now muting yourself. There you go. Okay.
Hi, Yeah, I'm just supporting, I'm a neighbor. I'm at 1129-2 Torrance Road. I watched the work going on, never thought to look for a permit. I'm just a neighbor. And I've seen the property for 10 years plus. It's very welcome in the neighborhood. Talked to quite a few of my neighbors about the property and the situation that Tony and Jen are in, and everyone has the same attitude. They're caught between a rock and a hard place mostly, but I'm not a lawyer, and I support your leniency. I don't really have any more to say.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Sorry, if I could get you to mute yourself. Thank you, Mr. Greger. And I think we'd finished that part. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you. I think I heard one of my councillor friends yesterday say, we don't make enough money to deal with things like this. I tell you, this is an interesting one. It's in my backyard. I can almost see the place from here. And I hear our constituents appealing for leniency. I've written some words down. Punishment was a big word. I heard that from a few folks. I guess my thought is that you're driving to Toronto 140 kilometers an hour and you get there, you don't get a ticket. Somebody else gets stopped. I guess that's what this is. It's a strange scenario, and I appreciate the mayor's real estate observations, because certainly the black and white reality of it is, how did these fine folks get drawn into this? Here we are. And now how did this become our problem? I think what we can do is we can create some solutions, and I know that we've given them some time, and what keeps coming back to me, and I'm not trying to go right to solutions, but I do believe this may correct itself in time. First of all, we have a lawyer here. We don't have our lawyer here, and if we did, this would be a whole different tone for the township. But there is a punishment piece to this. People get fines when they build without permits, and I can see one from here. Not only did they get a large fine, but then they also had to tear down a large garage. This is a very unique situation where, in fact, these people bought some of the information they had, some they didn't. I don't believe ignorance can really be a play here. But I think that we can show some compassion. And I said to you earlier today that I'd be bringing this back up, another 100-foot lot just over there, and we contemplated that, and that seemed to skid right through. Because we use the word legal non-conforming because, hey, it was there 10 years ago. Well, this it almost fits the same criteria. It was there 10 years ago. It just so happens that through a series of fits and starts, this whole thing got caught in our system, and it's clogging our system. And quite honestly, I haven't been looking forward to it coming back here. I would suggest that from a legal perspective, and I don't want to put Rob Kennedy on the spot. I don't believe our law enforcement can actually chime in on what a fine might be. But so first part of this is, let's say the Teos get a $25,000 fine for the transgressions on the property that they've purchased. And that is paid for through their legal action. I'm not suggesting we assess that or levy that, but just for our committee discussion, I have had a lot of calls from people on Black Lake saying, you better not allow this. I would suggest, though, that we stop talking about taking a little bit of dock off and a little bit of an overhang. This is almost getting ridiculous. I think this may well be a David Pink, what do you think? What's in our kit bag? This is bizarre. It's very different, unique. What can we do as a committee to aid and assist? And I'm not suggesting deferring it, but I'm suggesting, can we actually acknowledge and recognize a timepiece to this and give these people, I don't know, a year, 2 years, real live, recognizable time to get the legal pieces of this puzzle, get them some air, let them have their babies and get their life in order. I don't know what's going to happen down the road, but at the very least, we're dealing with this we're facing it. And I think right now, otherwise, if I have to vote against this, I'm going to be crying in front of you. Thank you.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Somehow, in my mind, we've forgotten about planning. We're not talking about planning anymore. Quite frankly, Chair Bridgman, I did not understand the direction that you were going in with your questions because I didn't understand how that could be a planning matter. When this application came forward the first time, and I was one of those people that said, and we gave staff a direction. This is what we want to see. We want to see reductions. We want to see, and that is in fact what is in front of us today. I'm not looking at penalizing anyone. The building exists as it exists. And quite frankly, the past mayor of Black Lake, we had a mayor of Black Lake, which he'd be kicking my butt right now if he understood, what we're allowing to happen to these property owners, quite honestly. And yes, Mr. Gregory, I'm talking about Mr. Metcalf. So, but he was a very, very strong community-oriented person. And that is what Torrance is about as well. And I don't want to forget that. We are a community of Torrance. I want to welcome this family to our community in Torrance. I want to treat them with respect. I believe that what they've brought forward certainly meets my wishes of reducing the impact. The other thing that I recall, except I don't remember the years, so David Pink would be the closest one that could do this, was in fact there was a lot larger lot coverage percentage allowed for many years in our township. We didn't just automatically, it wasn't always 8%. And it wasn't always 10% on the big lakes. So we have to remember a lot of that, please. While we have things that come forward and we use today's language, we say, well, you're only allowed a 10% or an 8% lot coverage. But 30 years ago, the lot coverage was much greater. I am very satisfied that this applicant has done what we asked them to do when they first brought the application forward. I don't want to get this planning discussion tangled up in a legal aspect that really our township has nothing to do with, or we'd have a legal on this call. We'd have a lawyer on this call. So I respectfully ask councillors to look at this, of what this property owner has done and what they're proposing. And in fact, even the idea of reducing the eaves cover doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm now putting my construction hat on. But it's there. It's been there for many years. They've reduced, mostly I was very appreciative that the dock was reduced because the dock was quite oversized and too close to the property line. But I just think that we should move forward on this and that we should be in fact approving this application. I don't see that we're going to gain anything more other than staff's time and our probably legal bills, whatever that looks like. And I just don't see that we're going to gain anything more than what was already in. And in fact, I again would ask if council might have respect for these property owners new to our community that in fact have gone above what they, other than blowing up the property, to remedy what the issue is. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I'm going to echo exactly what Councillor Nishikawa just said. I look at page 403. If that's the overhang that they're looking at to and that removed, there's a couple of support beams holding it up. It's not affecting it. We've had 15 people say, leave it alone, let it be. They have reduced it some. They've reduced the dock, and that is a sad situation, but I will support it 100%. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to echo Councillor Edwards and Councillor Nishikawa. The letters were sent away to see what they could reduce to make the impact a little bit less. As Stefan said, this is a very unique property, and Mr. Rabinovitch has said that he doesn't think that he's ever seen this before, and it may not ever see it again. I think it's very unique. I think we have to treat it as something unique, and we have to bring this to fruition and let these people get on with their lives.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling with this, and I will say something that along the line of what you said, and this is sad that when people buy a property, and I know this isn't planning, but I just feel like I have to say it anyway. People buy a property, their lawyers always insist they get title insurance, and then the lawyer doesn't have to be bothered with that. And this is a case where the people did buy title insurance. They're here in front of us now being represented by a lawyer who's got two clients. He's being paid by the title insurance company, and he's representing the owners. You know, really, in reality, this problem, the title insurance company should be solving this problem, not the owners. And I'm sad to hear that that's not the case. And so I maybe have to give a little more thinking to this, because I don't want to punish anybody. I really don't. And I hear what the other councillors are saying, but yet I don't know why the title insurance company gets off the hook, and they have recourse to the other owners. So that's the struggle. So I guess I was kind of intrigued by what Councillor Zavitz indicated, that, and I don't think we can do this today. I certainly we can't, but maybe there's a way of satisfying everyone by imposing a financial penalty that the title insurance company agree to pay, because they say they like to settle matters. And maybe if that was part of this approval, it might be easier to take. So maybe we should just defer this to see if that thought can't be, because really this is the title insurance's problem, I think. Thank you.
I'm just going to clarify the fact that we could put any kind of a fine on these people. And actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to ask Director Pink to do that.
Thank you, through the chair. I think all I can say is those matters are somewhat out of our control. What's before you is two planning applications, an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment to permit certain development on the subject property. And you have a report from Mr. Szczerbak and a report from staff providing our planning analysis of those applications. And I would suggest that you stick to, I guess, making a decision on that application rather than getting involved in the legal intricacies and who's responsible. That would be my advice to you.
I just make one clarification, just very brief.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I was just going to actually put my hand down because I think David covered Mr. Pink covered most of what I wanted to say. To back away from the emotional side of it, it's not easy. These are real human beings with struggle. You know, mistakes have been made. Hopefully mistakes have been rectified. To me, as Mayor Harding suggested, there are fail-safes to prevent these kinds of things from happening. There are consequences to ignoring them. And in most cases, a title insurer is there to cover all risk. And I'm not sure, but my suggestion, with all due respect to Mr. Rabinovitch, I think his presence here today has made this more difficult for us. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And for clarity, I I was simply looking for solutions. I have no means of my advocating, and I certainly understand the realm of our scope of our responsibility. At no point in time was I advocating, slapping a fine on these folks and letting that gentleman right there pay for it. I think it was a much more sort of esoteric ask than that. I'd like to see us work with the people. I think I've heard, Councillor Edwards, I've heard Councillor Nishikawa. Yeah, I mean, if we just called the vote right now, we'll let these guys off the hook. I think that's, I'm not so sure that's good for our township. I heard what David said, and David, with all due respect, sir, and I appreciate you much. We should stick to our knitting, but we have had 3 items earlier today where we've had to say, oh yeah, that was legal non-conforming. It happened 10 years ago. Nobody knew about it. These guys got caught in it. They didn't get caught doing it. They got caught in it. And now we're saying, their ignorance piece is going to cost them somehow, but we don't know how to levy an assessment of what that should be. So if we're just going to let them go and say this property is fine the way it is, I would support. I'll support that, of course, if that's what the group consensus is. But I'm not so sure that gets us visibility in front of a whole lot of other constituents throughout this township. That we're saying no, we'll give you 11, but you can't have 15. But we gave it to them, and we're being very inconsistent. And I'm seeing that a lot, and I'm concerned by that. That's a topic for another day. Thank you.
So Mr. Pink would like to say something.
Through you, I think perhaps that's why Mr. Sharp has his hand up as well. Just to quickly clarify the legal non-conforming status, it's not 10 years. Legal non-conforming, the situations you had before us, those buildings predated the zoning bylaw. When zoning bylaw 8787 was passed, it stipulated that any buildings and structures constructed prior to are deemed to be legal non-conforming. These buildings that are before you today in this current applications were built under the current regulations, so they wouldn't enjoy that legal non-conforming status, hence the application. So there is a distinction. I completely understand and appreciate the dilemma that committee's in, and I sympathize with the property owners. However, that was what the prior deferral was for, to investigate with our legal counsel and theirs, whether there's any way that we can consider these under statute of authorities, et cetera, as legal non-complying. And unfortunately, those investigations ended up not fruitful. So unfortunately, you have a difficult decision in front of you. Just wanted to clarify the legal non-complying. Happy to go into further details if committee needs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pink. So what we really have before us is strictly planning. Are we going to allow this much overage and an OPA to cover it, or are we not? And that is really what we're looking at today. And that's all we can really look at today. I know we've got the human element. We can't deal with that. The Leitaos have insurance on this, so that's if you want to look at the human part, but we really can't deal with that today. So I'm going to ask committee, and I don't think this should be deferred again because we're going to end up right where we are now. I'm going to ask committee to stick to the planning. Are we willing to put through an OPA that allows this kind of variance from what our bylaws say? I think that becomes the simple question. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. And from a planning perspective, our expert and qualified planners have advised against this. I appreciate where they've gotten to in this proposal from the property owner's perspective. But for me, first of all, it sets an extremely poor precedence because we transact hundreds upon hundreds of properties across Muskoka. Many of them have illegal built buildings. And we need to, when we find them, we do need to bring them more into conformity. 100 square feet is not coming more into conformity. As I stated earlier, they've expanded, not they, but the prior owner had significantly expanded the cottage and the garage for that matter. Pick one. Do you want a cottage or do you want a home or do you want a garage? If the garage was to be removed, we get down to roughly a 10%, which is our traditional waterfront zone. And I would be saying yes, because it's coming closer to the official plan. But this is so far outside of that. And I apologize that we're in this situation, but I will say again that lawyers and real estate agents would have advised that there was a lot of red flags on this property, and probably should have walked away from it or had clarity before we said, okay, we're going to close. And I apologize for that. And that's harsh, but from a planning perspective, we have to look at this as a planning matter. And I can think of a whole bunch of properties that I visited with people trying to sell them that have significant planning issues that are not built appropriately. And they need to be marketed accordingly financially because they may have to be rectified. So I can't support this and its current application.
Councillor Edwards and Councillor Mazan, and then I am going to think I'm going to call a vote unless I hear something different. Councillor Edwards.
Okay, just some quick points. First of all, today we passed a 2-story boathouse with an expansion on it that shouldn't have been allowed, but we allowed it. And we gave something. These people have taken 100 and some odd square feet off. This building has been up for at least 10 years. It's not as if it went up overnight. And that's why I would support it, because one, we did allow the other one today. And secondly, this has been up for 10 years. And that, so I will be supporting it.
Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, probably good that you made those comments because it gives me the liberty of not talking with emotion. When in a difficult spot, I think we have to follow the lead of our in-house experts, and that's whatever the planning recommendation is. And their planning recommendation is that OPA 54 not be adopted. So in this particular case, that's where my vote will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Harding, last
you.
word, well, second last word.
I have a technical question, if I may, because it will help, I think, council for some of this decision. And it would be to our CBO, Mr. Snyder. My understanding is that anything built prior to 2011 would be considered legal non-conforming. So if we can prove that this was built prior to 2011, that it would be considered legal non-conforming with or without a building permit. Anything thereafter, once we find out about it, we have 1 year to issue an order and rectify. And maybe you can provide some comment on that, or Mr. Pink has decided to turn, Mr. Snyder as well. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the 2010-2011 year, there was a change in Ontario Building Code or the Planning Act that would legal things that if they've been done before that and we hadn't caught them in a decade, then they became legal.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Bridgman. Mr. Harding, you are correct, or Mayor Harding, you are correct, that there were changes 2010, 2011. I can't state the exact date off the top of my head. And those changes essentially went from a year from the time it occurred to a year from the time it was learned of by the municipality. Now, there has been much debate about whether that makes it legal non-complying. And I think David or Bryce spoke to that previously. While it may become difficult to prosecute through provincial offenses, I think there are other avenues to prosecute such, and simply the time and date of construction does not warrant it to be legal or become legal. The fact that it was done illegally without appropriate permitting remains.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, I think you want to jump in here.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. To put it bluntly, our solicitor has investigated this matter in depth and has provided staff with an opinion with respect to this matter and has concluded that the buildings in question are not legal non-complying. If committee wants to review that opinion, we need to go into closed session. Thank you.
Okay, just before I think Councillor Jagowicz, you put your hand down. Mr. Pink would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just want the committee to be abundantly clear on those comments. The changes that occurred, I believe it was in 2011, were to the Ontario Building Code, and all that changed was the statute of authority for the length of time that it takes in order to lay charges under the Building Code Act, under the provincial offenses. It has nothing to do with legal non-conforming status. Again, that's a zoning matter. You must build in accordance with the date of the bylaws at the time, which is not 2011. That's going back to when these buildings were built. The zoning bylaw at the time had a lot coverage of 8%. It didn't conform. The date the mayor was referring to is, again, in regards to statute of limitations. And as Mr. Sharp pointed out, we have a legal opinion that although you may not be able to pursue the matter in provincial offenses anymore, you can still pursue enforcement through the Superior Court. But again, that doesn't, it's never been under dispute whether it was legal non-complying. It's clearly was built in contravention of the zoning bylaw at the time it was constructed. It was purely an inquiry based on our ability to enforce the illegal construction. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you so much. I guess my question would be, in terms of, we may be setting some precedent here, and I know David's, again, cautioned against it, but I would go back to David yet again, only because bylaw is relatively new here. Does this township have any experience whatsoever with a scenario where near similar to this, where a fine is levied? Can we get, this is a $350,000 to $400,000 two-story, two base. I mean, it's a beautiful garage. The point taking it down, doesn't matter what it looks like, but to my sense, we're talking serious financial. I'm looking at this couple here, you know, for them to go to Supreme Courts and fight this and do that. I mean, man, they want this done, not continued. Is there any precedent where the township of Muskoka Lakes has ever charged someone with this transgression and left it at that and didn't insist on also removal? I mean, is that, I'm looking for an out here, but is that viable? Has that ever happened? Because then they have a recourse. They have, you know, at the very least, we say, listen, you're getting a $50,000 fine from, excuse me on that, from the township of Muskoka Lakes for your property being out of sync, if you will, with our codes. You have a $50,000 fine from us. Have a good day, move on. Is that even something that can be considered?
I don't think so, Councillor Zavitz, but Mr. Pink, maybe you'd like to confirm that.
I think through the chair, anything's possible. Obviously, through that court process, we would work with our expert legal counsel as to the appropriate actions we would take. I don't know if it's really beneficial or necessary to get into what steps the municipality may take with respect to enforcement. Again, I think we need to decide on this planning application. If it were to be approved, the structures would become illegal. If it were to be turned down, the property owners have a right to appeal that decision. They may go through that process. If they do not, and it is turned down, the municipality will explore what appropriate enforcement actions we have. We can either pursue a court order to have the building removed and or charges. Those are the options in front of us, but I don't, again, know if it's appropriate to sort of lay out an action plan at this time before decisions are made.
Okay, thank you. I am, that's the end of our discussion. Mr. and Mrs. Leitao, you may not speak during this time period unless somebody asked you to. I'm sorry, what are we doing?
I've had my hand up for quite some time.
Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Nishikawa, you're on the other screen and I didn't realize that. I didn't do it on any kind of a personal basis. So please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I just didn't want to be moving on and not have my opportunity. Yep. I'm very concerned because this council has passed many worse situations, I will say. And I know that's not what we should be doing, but we have. And in fact, then we end up being in arbitration or doing whatever we end up having to do, which is again, you know, choose your battles. This is a small battle. this is a very small battle compared to some of the things that we have been addressing and in fact have let through. I really don't believe that this is a battle that we should be trying to impose penalties or anything else on. I believe that we should be looking at the planning merits, and the fact that the community does not have a problem with this as well is going to weigh very heavily if we do end up in court. I understand staff's direction, but many, many times we have gone against staff's direction. So again, I would please like others to look at the planning merits and the fact that this building is existing today, has been existing for many years. And I could also add that I have seen, well, I will just say there has been lots of construction that goes on in this township that in fact people drive by all the time with no building permits, and in fact don't end up being brought forward through our departments. And that's a problem that we have, an internal problem, but we need to recognize it. And yes, we have new bylaw officers, but we also had many, don't forget our building department, our bylaw officers as well. So my point is, let's not make this such a huge battle, because boy, oh boy, we got much bigger battles to fight.
Okay, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Jaglowitz, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that official plan amendment 54, Leitao roll number 6-4-046 be adopted. That means we're going to go forward with it. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 5. So, a tie vote is yes, that is defeated. It is a tie vote, so it is defeated. Sorry. Oh, okay. All right, and the next in terms of the zoning, moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-22/20, Leitao roll number 6-4-046 be approved. All in favor? Tied again. So well, all opposed? Okay, it's the same vote again, so that also goes down. Okay. Okay, I know that was emotional and very difficult. Thank you, committee. I know I said a hard stop at 4. I have a proposition for you and you can vote against it. The one thing we have on our agenda is the e-permitting for the building department, and Alex and Nick are in court tomorrow morning, so they can't come back to us tomorrow morning when we have the rest of our meeting. So I am wondering if we could quickly just take care of that business before we leave today. Can I get a show of yes or no? We're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz, would you have a comment?
I would, and thank you. I wonder if you might, for the sake of the people watching and the Leitaos, indicate what we just voted on and what the implications are of that.
If I turn my speaker on, yes. Yes, we are not approving this OPA. We are not approving what has been built there as moving to being legal. So they are not in compliance with our bylaws, and it now reverts back to bylaw enforcement. But I do say to you, it has to go through council in a month's time, Councillor Zavitz, as you know. So there is the possibility to pull this out of our planning recommendations and have another discussion of it at council, just so everybody knows that. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I am asking, I'm asking committee's approval to actually complete this agenda. I don't believe that there's, it's going to be a challenge tomorrow, I would say, I think that for what's left on this agenda, that we can take care of it before the dinner hour. And I'm just wondering if we could please move forward and complete the rest of it.
Let me have a look. What have we got left here? We've got the e-permitting. We have the administrative monetary penalty system, the report on that. We have the public realm initiatives. That should be fairly quick. And then the motion by you and Councillor Hayes, minimum dwelling gross floor. So I am going to, I am open. I am open. Councillor Mazan.
I believe also there's a cell phone, I can't even speak what,
the tower, it's the tower policy.
Only because I know somebody has been watching for a while on that particular thing. So I just didn't want that to get forgotten, but I would support Councillor Nishikawa's comment. I'm willing to stay tonight if everybody else is, but.
Okay, all right, we're going to do the democratic vote here. Who would like to finish off the agenda? Well, that was easy. Okay. Okay, so let us go back then. Well, let's do the e-permitting right now, so that we're sure we get that done. And Director Pink, I believe, no, Mr. Snyder. It's not on my notes right here. Oh, it's Mr. Mulholland who is going to do the presentation. What's that? Oh, he's coming.
Afternoon.
Welcome, Mr. Mulholland. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. Well, we look forward to hearing from you. So please go ahead.
Hopefully mine's is a little bit more straightforward and a little less emotional. I know it's been a long day for everybody, so I'll try to keep it reasonably quick, and we can move through this. So in keeping with Council's approved strategic plan and following the endorsement of this plan, staff has prepared a plan to modernize the Development Services Division by providing electronic, paperless planning and building services. So this is something we've actually been looking at for a couple of years now. As you know, a lot of our neighboring municipalities have already begun this process. So Huntsville, Gravenhurst, and Bracebridge have actually all adopted or in the process of adopting cloud permit software. So this software is used by both planning and building departments, allows you to accept permit applications, process them, review them, issue them, similarly with planning applications. So a lot of our local builders and developers are already familiar with this platform. A lot of the neighboring municipalities inspectors are already using it on site. So once fully implemented, this software platform, it allows planning and building applications, which is kind of one of our key things, and it allows our departments to communicate pretty cleanly. So one of the other kind of important things I think to bring up here is currently our payment options are somewhat limited and typically are done either through, in office or over the counter payment type options. So this sort of modernization also opens that up so we can accept more kind of common and modern payment terms, credit cards, things of that nature. So staff has conducted quite a bit of research and had a number of discussions with our neighboring municipalities about what some of the software that's available actually is. After going through this, it's our recommendation that we adopt the use of the cloud permit software platform. This way we're able to be consistent with our neighboring municipalities, as well as we think it's kind of the superior software to use in this particular case. So a few important points I just want to make really quickly here. First, recently, as per the attachment to our report, the appendix there, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, as well as the Ontario Building Officials Association and MPAC, they've all partnered with or endorsed the use of this cloud permit software within Ontario. So the software is specifically designed to integrate with MPAC, in order to streamline the exchange of information there. So it reduces errors and really greatly reduces the amount of time that staff has to spend on MPAC reporting. So Cloud Permit also provides a full suite of software for use by planning and building departments, and specifically for use within Ontario. So I think it's also really important at this point to highlight that the provincial government recently approved the township's request for a grant through the Municipal Modernization Program. So this grant provides funding up to a maximum of 65% of the total cost of this modernization effort. So this really greatly reduces the initial software and hardware purchases that we're going to be required to make. We're expecting this to be in the roughly $20,000 range in the first year after those reductions. This funding would be provided from the Building Reserve Fund and the Information Technology Reserve Fund. So just an important note there, just for some clarity, because the software would be adopted by both planning and building departments. The building portion will be paid out of the Building Reserve Fund. That's an important note there. The planning portion would come out of the Information Technology Reserve Fund. So after this initial setup, there's an annual license fee for the software, depending on the specific things that we choose and the number of licenses. It'll be somewhere around $30,000 or $40,000 annually. Again, this would be divided between building and planning. So at this time, staff is recommending that council approve the direct purchase of the cloud permit software for use by the township. It's important to note that staff has reviewed and assessed alternative software platforms, and we believe that through some of those reasons I discussed before, coordinating with our neighboring municipalities as well as what the software actually provides, that it's our preferred choice. It's important that committee is aware, though, that if you would like to explore alternative software options or pricing, staff could instead be directed to undertake a request for proposal procedure in order to obtain other proposals for this software. This is something we've kind of considered back and forth. We do not think there'll be a really substantial difference in pricing, though it's worth exploring, keeping in mind that at least a portion of the cost that we're putting forward is for hardware type purchases, which are more or less off the shelf, things like tablets, monitors, things of that nature. So only a portion of this would really be susceptible to that RFP. So anyways, I'll wrap it up from there, keep things simple. Of course, I'm here if you have any questions, you'd like to put anything forward or, have anything else you need me for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fully supportive of this and think we should proceed as suggested. I might offer one other suggestion for staff to look at. At the district, they take IT costs, which are the hardware costs and things, software costs, and they allocate them to some of their departments. And I think we should look at other costs that are shared costs that maybe should be allocated to the building department, just keeping in mind because they are running at a surplus. So that I didn't mean to discuss that today. I just thought I was thinking there's more involved than just buying a computer program and installing something like this. There's other support services, and I think they should be fully allocated to that department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. And through you, in the purchase of your software, you're going to iCloud. That means that some of your information will be stored up on the cloud. Is there with the iCloud program, is there the ability to at some point take that data and download it into another system? I just want to make sure that we don't go 5 years down the road, change providers, and then find out that we have to redo everything.
Mr. Mahone.
Thank you, and through your chair. So yes, the short of it, actually you nailed that, is the information does live on the cloud. One of the benefits of this software that we looked at specifically is it's actually very light on hardware requirements because the software, think of it like using a website, basically. The information lives in that area. It is though, however, typical file formats. And what I mean by that is most of the permits that come in will just be PDFs, Word documents, things of that nature. And we will absolutely be looking at how we deal with our archival software. It's a bit of a bigger and longer discussion to have as we move forward, but absolutely all of this information is available on the cloud, can be downloaded either in piece or in whole, and integrated with other software. So it's, like I said, something to be had as a larger discussion, because currently we do a lot of paper filing throughout the township, and I know there's been some discussions of changing some of the process, so that might all tie in together.
A supplementary, if you'd allow. Who owns the data? Do we own the data, or do they own the data?
No, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands. I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that the direct purchase of e-permitting software through cloud permit for implementation by the Building and Planning Divisions of the Development Services and Environmental Sustainability Department be approved. Any comments? All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, Mr. Mahone, go out and buy that.
Thank you. I'm on it.
Okay, all right.
Take care.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pink, would you like to look after the tower policy?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. On page 355 in your agenda packages, staff has prepared a report on an updated telecommunication notification policy. Planning Committee asked mid last year for an update to this policy. Staff has prepared that. I think it's fairly self-explanatory in your agenda packages. I've attached the current policy and the proposed draft. The couple items I would just very quickly highlight is keep in mind that the policy is solely just in regards to our public consultation and process, as we saw earlier today with the 2 towers in getting a concurrence letter. The official plan can deal with locational criteria, design criteria, and things of that nature. And secondly, just that as much, it's also quite expanded on the current policy, the process, but it's also expanded the circulation distance quite significantly, gone from approximately 90 meters if a tower is within 90 meters of a lot line. We have notified that abutting owner. It's increased to 500 meters of the property boundary. So a fairly substantial increase, as well as notifying any neighboring lake associations, which I think was the direction committee was looking for. However, staff can amend those figures if you wish. In the interest of brevity, I'll just keep it at that, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Committee, any Councillor Mazan?
Thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. 3 quick comments. First, an overarching one is the associations are generally quite supportive and appreciative of the effort put into this. So thank you very much, Mr. Pink. Just confirmation that the preference for monopines will be included in the OP. I think that's what you were just saying. Just a nod is fine by me. Perfect. 2 very small things in the actual new, oh my gosh, the new one, the new document. Just the language, if we could try to keep it in the more positive, just because we are deeming broadband and Wi-Fi cell as a priority in our strategic plan, our economic development plan. An example is in section 1.a, the language, the installation of a new telecommunication tower is generally discouraged. If we could just move that to the affirmative, and if there's any other similar kind of comments through this, just saying we actually encourage it, but please do it this way. So that's one minor thing. And then the only other comment was in the previous one. I noted that there was something to do with no advertising. And while it seems silly, I didn't see that it got pulled through to this this new document. And not that I've ever seen any advertising on the towers or the trees, but I just thought it would be an easy thing to pull over.
Okay, I think Mr. Pink is writing down, so I think he got all that. Thank you, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? All right. And thank you very much, Mr. Pink, for the updating of that. Moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that the updated policy entitled C-PD-05 Telecommunication Towers Public Consultation attached to report number plan 2022-35 be approved. Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Kennedy, I think you're up next. Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee.
Hey, and so why don't you educate us on the whole system?
So administrative monetary penalty systems is relatively, it's probably been used for about 10 years now. But as it says in the report, it's been used mainly in bigger cities where they have the staff resources and such to administer this system, because there are quite a lot of moving parts to it. Over time, in the last couple of years, there have been quite a number of municipalities that have gone to the administrative monetary penalty system, and I'm just going to use AMPS for short form for the rest of the time. It's a very simplified process to levy fines and levy penalties to people that contravene any of the bylaws. Instead of having to go through a formal court process for certain offenses, these can now be dealt with in-house, if you will, through the municipality. So, for example, and I'm going to use the easiest example really is short-term rentals, to be honest with you. We go to a property that is a known short-term rental on a noise complaint, or we get evidence for a noise issue that happened overnight, and we have sufficient evidence to confirm that there was a contravention at that property. With the AMP systems, rather than having to charge the owner personally and serving them personally, or going through what's called an information and summons and bringing them to court, we can simply send them notice in the mail to say, we have evidence that you've contravened the noise bylaw. Here's the parameters of what has happened and what we have. You are now subject to a certain amount of money that you need to pay to the township. If someone wants to dispute something like that, instead of going to court, it's through first called a screening officer, which can be either or. It can be someone from the municipality. It can be myself. It can be one of the directors. It can be the CAO. Preferably, it's someone that has knowledge of administrative law, or it can also be someone that is external. A lot of times you have paralegals that can be screenings officers. You can have even retired lawyers that are screenings officers as well. Through that process, the person essentially disputes what has happened, and they give, I guess, their version of the story of what went down. And the screening officer makes a decision whether or not the fine can be reduced, the fine stands, or the fine is simply quashed. If the person does not like that decision, and even if the municipality doesn't like that decision, for that matter, you can apply to a hearings officer. A hearings officer has to be external. So again, it has to be a paralegal, a lawyer, again, someone that is familiar with administrative law. That is a cost that the township would bear in this system. From doing some short research, there are municipalities that actually have people that do it pro bono. Specifically, I've spoken to the manager of licensing in the City of London, and he has about 3 or 4 retired lawyers that have just said, hey, I need something to get me off the couch. I'll be a hearings officer, and I'll hear all this stuff. And he's recommended a few things during our discussion in regards to that situation. But the hearings officer hears what has to be said on both sides, and they make the decision, and that decision is then final. There's no more appeal after something like that. So you can essentially look at it as person gets a penalty. Say they want to go to court, they go to the provincial offences office, and they are heard by Justice of the Peace. If they don't agree with the decision from the Justice of the Peace, they do have the option to appeal to the Superior Court of Ontario, which kind of follows the same way as the screening officer is the POA, the hearing officer is the Superior Court, and then that's over. But other than that, I don't want to get into too much detail. It's all in the report. I'm sure everybody has read it. So if we do have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Committee, any questions? It looks like Councillor Mazan. Oh, Councillor Jaglowitz beat you to it. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Yes, through you. Are you recommending that we implement this? I didn't catch that part. What do you recommend?
The motion recommends that we send on to council this system to be considered, but I think Mr. Pink would like to speak. Hang on a second.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair, but just quickly, I think staff prepared that motion just in case you wish to have it in front of you. If you recall, staff was just asked for an informational report, hence we provided the background and have made no recommendation. However, I believe in the alternative section, we did point out that should committee wish to explore implementation, staff can certainly be directed to, and we have a draft resolution just in case you wish to do so in anticipation of that direction.
So just supplementary. So if it is recommended, have we been made aware of the costs that would be associated with it? I just don't recall that, like what the annual cost would be or something.
Okay.
Through the chair, we have, you'll notice in the financial section, tried to, at a high level, describe some of the savings that could occur, as well as some of the costs. However, it's very hard to specifically quantify without knowing the number of appeals that you may receive or the number of court processes that you may have gone through otherwise. So it is entirely dependent on the level of enforcement activity and the amount of fines or tickets that we issue and the extent of people who appeal those tickets and the number of hearing days that we have to schedule with whoever we retain as the screening officer or the hearing officer. So it's hard to put specific numbers on it. It will fluctuate. I think at a high level, I would look to Mr. Kennedy if he wants to provide some additional comments, but I think there would be some general overall savings because we likely will have fewer hearing days with likely a paralegal at a lesser cost to conduct hearings, as opposed to retaining legal assistance to go to court on a regular basis as we're doing currently. So likely some savings, but more administrative processes internally that we'll have to further analyze.
So is it just the bottom line is the staff thinks it's a good thing and we should go forward with it? That's what I'm asking for.
Mr. Kennedy, sorry, Mr. Pink. Mr. Kennedy, seeing as you're first in line on this, can we hear from you?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. In my opinion, I know there was a past report I've done in a former municipality that was quite different from this one. But doing a lot more research, I do believe that this would be a beneficial way to go with the township. Overall, I believe we're gonna save a lot of money just in respect to legal fees if we go to this system. So we can pick and choose which bylaws we want to do. This isn't a replacement of provincial offenses fines. This is just another tool that we can use to levy penalties on to people that would be in contravention of the said bylaws. So for the more egregious penalties for example, site alteration or tree preservation, those really, really big ones, we still would have the option to charge through the Provincial Offences Act and go through there, which overall would get us the much higher fines than what would be through the administrative monetary penalty system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, I first want to thank you for this report, Mr. Kennedy. I thought it was a great introduction to this concept. I know this was something we'd asked last month, so thank you for bringing this forward so quickly. I did note in your comments that this probably would be something that we'd be looking to the tail end of this year regardless for any kind of implementation, which to me is interesting timing, as we've also talked about short-term rentals, and you highlighted that as an example. As an interesting tool, this could be an interesting tool in your toolbox to help us with those some of the issues that arise through short-term rentals. So that's what piqued my curiosity as you were commenting. As much as I am interested, of course, in it being more efficient and understanding a more robust understanding of the administrative savings potentially, if there's an ability to do that in a shared way with some of our partners. I know some of the other municipalities are also contemplating that. That's also an interesting possibility. But even more than that, I'd be interested in the effectiveness, right? So if this tool is something that will allow us to be a lot more effective at getting to the outcomes, and actually, and I'll use the short-term rentals because I think that's one that you had touched upon. If it's one that allows us to directly find the owner in a meaningful way versus you having to go to the site, there was a lot of efficiencies I saw in that that could help us actually be more effective. So I personally would like to see this move forward as another tool in our toolbox, but recognize that it probably is going to be at the tail end of this year. Is that correct?
Mr. Kennedy?
Through the chair, yeah, that would be correct. We already have the site alteration in the tree preservation bylaw coming forward probably in the next couple months. As you all know, we have the survey on the Engage Muskoka Lakes page for those bylaws. So those are the two that we are concentrating on. So this would be something that we would look at the tail end of this year going into 2023, just because our sheer load of complaints will most likely pick up within a month or so. So we may not have that extra time to review this in a full extent. But just to clarify a couple other things from Councillor Mazan, with the efficiencies, it's totally correct. We have issues where, and we look at this township as a whole, there are quite a number of people that are seasonal here. So sometimes it is difficult to, essentially serve someone a provincial offense notice on them. So with this system here, it allows us that leniency where we can simply just send something in the mail to say, you've been in contravention of such and such a bylaw, you owe us this amount of money. And if a person doesn't pay, rather than it going through the court system and then the courts having to go through a collections agency to pick that up, it's much easier to do in a township perspective, because if they don't pay an administrative monetary penalty, it actually goes straight to the property taxes and is collected in the same manner as taxes. So, regardless, the township will get their money. And I think with this system, it's a much easier way to gain that monetary penalty rather than having to go through the court.
So my supplemental and then I'll close off because I'm sensitive to time. I would like to see this as an added tool in our toolbox, especially based upon the comments by our bylaw officer. So how that looks in the timing, I probably shouldn't have said the tail end of this year. If you can do it earlier, that's great. But I was picking that out of your report. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Okay, I'm on. And again, I know in the interest of time, I guess my concern is this is I'm excited by this. I think that to Councillor Mazan's point, anything we can do to perhaps keep what we're doing though is bringing it in-house. And I'd be concerned if I knew it was going to be two additional staff that we'd need to look at 2023 budget. What fights in my own mind is if we pull out the motion that David has provided, that Chair Bridgman has, and we voted on it today, pushed it to council for next month. It might be a wise thing to do given it's an election year. So I'm just wondering, not that there's any immediacy to it, but this sounds like there's going to be a lot of preparation to this, and I'd be supportive of pulling that motion out and having a look at that. Thank you.
Okay, so I apologize. Maybe it's the time of day. I'm confused now. You will be supportive of the motion, or you'll be supportive of not doing the motion?
No, I'd be supportive. Well, as I understand it right now, it is for information only. I did hear, Dave, did I not hear that there was an actual motion somewhere floating around in the building that you could use? I mean, if you did, I would be in support of that.
Okay.
I would vote yes to that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I am leaning towards being supportive of this, but I have two things I would like to see. Your report, Mr. Kennedy, was excellent. It was a good read. It was full of a lot of positives, and you did say we'll save money just on a gut feel based on legal fees. So I would like you to come back with a list of disadvantages of why this is not going to work, that we like risks of this program, disadvantages. And also I would like you to take the 2021 experience actuals that we have and provide an estimate of the legal fees. Now, just an estimate, of what it costs for us. And then given these are all ballpark estimates, but that'll really help talk to us about, given what we happened last year, how many would go through the program, put a percentage on how many would be go to arbitration or whatever you called it there with that cost. So give us a table of what the cost is. And if we need staff, further to what Councillor Zavich was saying, to administrate this, then put that in there too. And so I would like that to come back. And I think it's, we go in with our eyes open on a ballpark estimate. You don't have to be right down, but all right. Thank you.
So Councillor Roberts, I'm going to suggest that we can move this on to council and you'll get those figures at council. And it may be not the next meeting, maybe it's the next one, depending on Mr. Kennedy's workload. Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Hayes?
Yeah, thank you through you. I'm kind of along the same lines as Councillor Roberts. I would like more information, especially the financial end of it. Mr. Kennedy indicated that he could not even look at starting this up until the end of the year. I think it would be wise if we did nothing at this point and he brought it back to this committee to give us a refresher with the 2022 information from the summer, and then it go to council. I really don't like putting things forward to council when there are still questions unanswered. I like it to go to council with a full package. So Mr. Kennedy doesn't seem to be in a rush to have it done, or so as he indicated, it wouldn't be done till the end of the year. So I would think it should come back to this council at the end of the year and then brought forward to the next meeting of council after that.
Okay, good point. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. Trying to sort of wrap my head around how big a problem we have in collection, because it seems AMPS is pretty simple to collect, that we don't have to go to court. It can go on the property taxes. Your comment of our bylaw is trying to achieve compliance, which I agree, and that's the goal of bylaw. If people are not arguing with our current tickets, if we're not having to chase down a lot of money, I'm not sure this is going to solve what problem it's going to solve. If we are finding that out of 100 people or out of 10 charges, that 9 of them were ending up having to go to court, having to go seek and try and get the money back because they're disagreeing with us, even though it is a true violation of our bylaws, then I buy into this. And that's all I'm trying to understand is how big of a problem is what I'll call collection an issue as we move forward. So don't have to answer that today, but that kind of an understanding I think we really need to grapple with, because the other side of this coin, I can hear the complaints now. I'm sure every one of us, I've been charged with something, but I really wasn't guilty. And in this particular case, we just charge away and it goes on the property taxes. And every one of us here is going to have a shotgun of some variety pointed at us with emails saying, here you are being draconian, just charging me without my day in court, so to speak, or not being able to hear the other side. So that's some of the negatives potentially of this. I want to know how big a problem non-collection is really within our municipality.
Thanks, Mayor Harding. My understanding is there is the day in court, but it just isn't the court that we used to go to. Instead, it is the, whatever you called them, Rob, screening judge or whatever. So anyway, to Mayor Harding's point, I think my suggestion would be that could you come back to this committee with your chart and Mayor Harding saying, what percentage of these as do not pay. And I think to Councillor Hayes' question, I think as a committee, maybe we leave this until the fall when we do have those summer numbers. If everybody's agreeable on that. And my other question would be how much it streamlines it for you. You have to do the documentation either way, but it's the time in court. Would it be for you, Mr. Kennedy, that really helps out?
Sorry, through the chair, a lot of this stuff, when we do say for part ones where we issue a ticket, and they decide to challenge it, the court time does take quite a bit, and for $150 or a $300 ticket, and then them challenging it, we're probably well over $1,000 in legal fees just to have that even looked at. So this program, you know, realistically, we could say, and just to clarify, it's not that we're just going to go like kind of willy-nilly charging everybody because we have the SAMP system now. We still have to make sure that we have the evidence to actually support the contravention. So you know, that process of gaining that evidence won't change. It's just the way we would impose a penalty on someone would with this SAMP system.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And I just wanted to reinforce that I think today was intended more as an introduction of the concept, and we've had an initial discussion. Certainly my expectation is not necessarily to go forward with the program, but to have a staff report come back to us with all of these elements, right? A more robust business case. Does this make sense? What are the parameters? Are there specific ones that we would be targeting this towards? So as far as timing, if that makes sense, what Councillor Hayes is suggesting, I fully support that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that would be the general consensus, Mr. Kennedy, that when in the fall, once you can get your summer numbers together, et cetera, you could come back with some of the questions answered that have been asked here. Thank you very much for your report. It was very informative. Thank you. Okay, so I am going to ask if anybody has issues with the heritage and attainable housing minutes, or will accept those into our committee at this point. Okay, I don't want to miss anything here because I've jumped all over the agenda. Corey is probably still here. This is our 2022 Public Realm Initiatives. Mr. Moore, there you are. How's your voice today?
It's getting better. Thank you, Chair Bridgman.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee. Today's report provides an overview of the public realm initiatives recommended from our Grants and Economic Development Committee pertaining to our community improvement plan. As committee is aware, the community improvement plan identified some short-term initiatives, and last month our committee reviewed those. The variety of those initiatives can be found in the body of the report. Some have already been approved at different levels, but we've included them there for review and information. I will make one note in particular to one item that wasn't reviewed by the Economic Development Committee, and that is the pedestrian area in front of the Port Carling Wall. After that meeting, we received some information from the district. They're beginning to look at road work along Highway 118 in that area. Staff felt as the pedestrian area at James Bartleman is included in the CIP, if there ever is going to be construction work completed, if there's an opportunity to complete any work we wanted done at the same time, it would probably be best. In regards to that, we're suggesting testing a pilot program in that area, just a temporary closure of it to see how residents like it, how the businesses operate with it, whether it's going to work or not, be good or not. So we included that as a possible initiative for 2022 as well. Staff would have to come back to committee with further approvals that would be required. But at this point, we'd like to do some further consultation with the businesses as well. So we will bring more information back on that and any required bylaws if needed at a later date. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Yes, thank you through you to Corey. Pedestrian crosswalks. I noticed on the actual drawings that you had, they were just crosswalks that let people go into the intersection and cross. Could we please have crosswalks that say cars stop, people go, people stop, cars go? Because if you don't, in the summertime, there are going to be no cars getting through there.
That's a really good point. Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Please don't take this as not respecting the work that you've done, Corey, but there's no mention about accessibility. One of the concerns the first thing that stuck out for me was that we are replacing benches with Muskoka chairs. I am challenged to get out of a Muskoka chair. Even before I had the beer, I am challenged to get out of a Muskoka chair. I really don't, I like the idea of perhaps using the benches that are made out of that same recyclable plastic. But the reality is that replacing or taking away our benches, and quite honestly, it is often those that are using the benches need to find that opportunity to have a place to sit. This does not meet with the Accessibility Act at all. And going along with Councillor Hayes, you know, we have dealt with a couple of initiatives in the township at our health services, our accessibility committee, that identified the need for at the crosswalks. And for instance, there was one planned at the lights 118 and Ferndale Road, I believe. And so there would have to be, I would suggest that we would have to go back to the district and actually identify where the that we would have that accessibility issue there. And as many have seen both in Gravenhurst and Bracebridge as an example, they have those done, but you got to give district a heads up because it's a matter that has to be gone into budget planning and as well as road maintenance. But I really stress that we should not be replacing our benches with Muskoka chairs if they are in fact going to be on our main streets, or we add both. Thank you.
Okay, how easy is that to do at this point, Corey?
Through you, Chair Bridgman. At this point, it's easy to make a switch. Nothing has been approved by council at this point, so staff haven't enacted anything further. I will note the CIP identified the Muskoka chair, sorry. So that was the reasoning for moving forward with that. It could be something where we look at a mix or a split between the Muskoka chairs and benches, if that's something committee would like. As Councillor Nishikawa mentioned, we can get them in the same material, so same colors, etc. So I'll leave that up to decision of committee.
Okay, thank you. Committee, would we be good with a mix? I mean, I agree, Councillor Nishikawa, we need those benches because they are hard to get in and out of. So if we could leave that with you then, Corey, that would be great. Councillor Edwards?
Yes, I agree in the areas we should have the benches. The Muskoka chairs are bulky, that's one thing. And one thing I have mentioned before, and there's two of them in Windermere at the beach now, is memorial benches. And people donate them. They get a plaque on them. It's in other areas when you go all through. We should be promoting that. It would say it'd be a cost saving as well. Thank you.
Okay, I think Mr. Moore's got that too. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you. Certainly you can order red Muskoka chairs that are taller for older folks. So you can easily do that, and they are handy. I could see them being on either side of the bench. Seems rather redundant to remove the benches that are established. Perhaps the red chairs could be a complement on either side to make that point well known in terms of a marketing sense with the CIP, and yet continue to maintain those benches that do the job that they do. The other thing that I want to say, and I'm glad that Councillor Edwards brought it up, and this is a chat for another day, but I must say, and I know this is going to rub some people the wrong way, but these cemetery stone memorials in our beautiful parks, turn them into cemeteries. And I got to be quite honest, we have, and maybe it's just Glenn, but it does, and I would draw us, I think we need some comment on this. It's got a nice plaque and it remembers someone in the middle of our park. I think that's great, but I think we could do it better. And I would perhaps ask that maybe there's a committee that could take that on at some point in time to review that aspect. I'm not sure if some of you even know it, but we have one over here. And I don't know. I think it needs further thought. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that Director Becking, seeing as he's sort of that, would be the place to go with that. Councillor Zavitz, do you want to contact him? Or we could ask.
Absolutely. In fact, I already have, and I've had some dialogue. I'm not sure if many of you even know, but there is a policy in the township that that makes it very simple for someone to, as a benefactor, can actually create this, pay the whatever it costs, and get a nice. And it's a beautiful thing. I'm not trying to look a gift horse in that mouth, but it does set a strange tone if there's three of them in a park, and there's, I don't know. I think we need to think about it is all I'm saying. But yeah, Ken's the one. Ken executes the policy. Thank you.
I see CAO Hammond, so I think he wants to say something.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the direction of committee here. I'm not very clear as to where you would like to go.
Okay, so Councillor Zavitz has suggested that we might, I think, want to review the policy of memorial stones on public property. Have I got the essence of that?
Yeah, but that can be totally under separate cover. Sorry, not trying to unseat anything to do with I don't even believe it is to do with the CIP, really, but sorry for the confusion.
Why don't we bring it up under new business at your next meeting?
Perfect.
So we won't do anything, CAO Ham, until then.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
My comment was on the memorial stones. Come to Walker's Point. We have 2 memorial stones that are beloved by our community, were inserted by our community. We have memorial trees that salute the people from the community that have been here in the past and our heritage families. And I would be remiss to remove any of them, Glenn, on fear of God knows what.
Okay, for a discussion for another day, guys, let's leave this, please, and we can move it over to your committee, Chair Zavitz. Oh dear. Okay, so I have no, I don't have the motion. Did you give it back to me, David? Sorry. Thank you. That's okay. I think great. Okay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that the 2022 Public Realm Community Improvement Plan initiatives identified in Staff Report CED-2022-10 with the addition of street furniture in compliance with the AODA be endorsed. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you, Mr. Moore. That carries. Okay, so I believe that we are now on to our motion, notice of motion moved by Councillor Nishikawa and seconded by Councillor Hayes. So perhaps Councillor Nishikawa, you would like to take lead on this.
Thank you. Primarily, we're looking at trying to have additional housing in our township, and saying that a building has to be a minimum of 750 square feet doesn't fall in line with the provincial direction. And certainly Minister Clark has said, oh, I like tiny homes. I'm not suggesting that we're just looking at tiny homes, but I am suggesting that perhaps someone might come forward because some find that 650 square feet is just fine and enough. So other municipalities have gone to basically the direction of allowing the minimum square footage be directed through the building code. And our surrounding municipalities have all passed this. So we don't have, for instance, if I was to look at Gravenhurst, they don't have a minimum square footage. They base it on the building code. And again, I'll just leave it and allow Councillor Hayes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. And through you, this is something that was discussed, brought forward and approved by the Attainable Housing Committee. Unfortunately, we meet quarterly, which means by the time we sign the minutes in another 3 months, it will be well into the spring, early summer before council would endorse this. And it was pointed out by one of our developers on the committee that loses a whole building, a building year for those looking, not necessarily going to build smaller homes, but those even considering it. So this is just bringing something forward that would be recommended and endorsed by the Attainable Housing Committee.
Councillor Hayes, what is the minimum under the code, building code? Do you know? Or maybe if I've still got, oh, Frank, you know?
Thank you. I was going to ask the question because I looked it up and I was shocked. So what I saw was 11 square meters and 13.5 square meters, 118 square feet and 145. Maybe I was in the wrong section. They were defining a living, depends whether the kitchen's combined with the living room or not. So maybe someone could confirm that, but that's what I pulled out. But that seems...
Okay, so I'm wondering if in our normal process, if I am in support of this, certainly in the general context of it, but do we need a staff report here to come back next month? Councillor Nishikawa.
Yeah, I guess we can do a report next month again. The interesting thing again is municipalities across everywhere have already approved this. And in fact, I've been speaking with a developer very closely and he would like to bring something forward. He doesn't want to have to come and rewrite the bylaws just based on his application. So interestingly enough, if I could just say, that, for instance, we've sort of discussed this, and I've had this conversation with Sandy Boss. In some cases, depending on the size of the building, and again, if we were looking at 400 or 500 square feet, which is basically an apartment in Toronto that where people are happy to live in, with the right application, you can put 5 residents with 1 septic and 1 well. So there's a lot of possibilities, but right now, the way our bylaw reads, you got to build 750 square feet. And it just is not opening the doors for other possibilities.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. Through you, I don't want to put Mr. Pink on the hot seat, but I'm just wondering if there's any reason to wait, or could we put through a motion at this time, or what's, I'm waiting for Mr. Pink to give us direction on the best way to go forward.
Hey, Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. I think to answer the questions, we did explore with Mr. Snyder, and I believe the outcome was you do add the laundry room and the bathroom to that 145 square feet. I believe the minimum size would be 200 square feet. I would echo that it's not a common problem in our township of Muskoka Lakes. We tend to have the opposite issue with building perhaps a little too large. However, there's been the odd inquiry for tiny homes or smaller homes. I don't believe staff's overly concerned. I'm not aware of any official plan conformity issues with passing such an amendment. Happy to come back with a report with some further details. Or if committee wishes, we can, as the resolution has been prepared, advance directly to a public meeting and have a background report prepared as part of that public meeting process. I'll leave that with committee. The only comment I would note is obviously we have a number of special projects ongoing. I don't want to promise any immediate timeframe, but staff will work to the best of our ability to schedule that public meeting or the returning report as soon as we're able, but it might not be in the next few months.
Okay, Councillor Mazan, you did have your hand up, I think.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I was, I think before, it's good to hear from him. I was just wondering if the right path forward was just to have a staff report so that we had a better understanding even as to the, you know, what legally, this is the first I've heard of it. So in my mind, immediately I was wondering, are there different considerations for off water versus on water? It put a lot of questions into my mind. Not that I'm opposed to it, but then I think there was two paths forward. And I was just listening to that because this is immediately then to go out to the public. Is that the right? The one option is we hear a staff report at some point, and then the possible outcome of that is to send it out to the public, or we are just going straight through to the public. Are those the two pathways?
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. That's correct. Essentially, the draft resolution that's been prepared, that's put on the floor by members Hayes and Uchikawa, is directly go to a public meeting. We can certainly come back with a staff report. Committee may recall, I believe it was the December meeting, we were requested to look into another amendment on the number of 1-ton commercial trucks that could be parked on a property. Staff can aim to bring both reports back, or one report on both matters. Perhaps an odd match, but we can have one public meeting on both those issues after we bring a staff report back on both issues with some further details. Just on a high level, I think this is something that's been on my mind for quite some time to update the zoning bylaw. I'm not opposed to the change. I don't particularly see any issues with the ability to build smaller than 750 square feet. We did, when we updated the zoning bylaw in 2015, we went from a 750 square foot minimum footprint to a 750 square foot minimum GFA to allow a bit more flexibility. But I think still that amount is fairly high and would force someone looking to build a smaller home to go through a planning process, probably somewhat defeating the point of such a venture. So staff's generally, I think, comfortable with that change, but happy to come back with a report with some further details if committee wishes.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I mean, the reality is that nobody is going to have a waterfront property and build, I'm going to say on the 3 big lakes. I'll just leave it at that. 3 big lakes. It's very, very highly doubtful that we're going to see somebody want to put a tiny home, like, you know, on a lot that costs $1 million. Because that's what a lot costs now, is $1 million. So it's very doubtful. So we are looking at primarily rural properties that this will affect, in my belief. And you know, again, I'm really hesitant. I want to move forward on this. This is why I asked Councillor Hayes if we could bring it forward rather than waiting for the committee meetings to be approved and things like that, because we're really behind the ball in getting housing built in this municipality. And we need to start opening the abilities much sooner than we have been. And in fact, again, in reality, this won't affect our big lakes.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing you say, Councillor Nishikawa, maybe I can put this out for either agreement or not. We can pass this motion and it will go out to the public, and then we'll get the staff report when we get the public input back again, staff report to go with the results of that, rather than wait for a report and then add another step in between, I think is what I'm trying to say. So, okay, so committee, if we pass, I have a motion in front of me. If I read this and we pass it, it will go directly to the public, and then we will get, based on the input from the public and our staff's recommendations, we'll get a report then when it comes back, just to speed up the process. So do I have a show of hands on who would be willing to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whoa, okay. Then I
Sorry,
will.
I just didn't hear you. I am so sorry. It kind of glitched. I didn't know what I was voting on there. I'm so sorry to have you repeat.
That's fine, Councillor Mazan. So if I read, I believe I'm going to read the motion, and that will put in gear, sending it out to the public. And then when it comes back from the public, it will also include the staff report along with the public input. And that will save us some time in moving this forward. So I have agreement generally from everyone that I'm going to read this motion. So I'm going to read this motion. Okay. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare an amendment to sections 4.1.3, 5.1.3, and 6.1.3 of Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-14 that would have the effect of decreasing the minimum permitted gross floor area of a dwelling to the minimum permitted under the Ontario Building Code, and that the amendment be advertised and a public meeting scheduled in accordance with the Planning Act. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, we're carried. Opposed? Just because I like to ask that now. All right, we have one opposed. Okay, that carries. All right, is there any other new business? Okay, then I think we can move to adjournment. I want to thank Lauren and Elizabeth, our planning staff, because it's now 5:15. I guess Mr. Pink and Mr. Sharp and the rest of our planning staff who are also here after working hours. Thank you very much for accommodating us so we don't have to meet again tomorrow morning. All right, I have moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 5:15 p.m. and the next regular Planning Committee meeting be held on Thursday, March 17th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario. What do you want me to do with the second part of this about the special planning meeting? Sorry, guys, I have to keep this legal. Oh, that's why I got two. Oh, further be it resolved that the special planning committee meeting scheduled for Friday, February 18th, 2022 at 9 a.m. be canceled as it is no longer necessary. All in favor? Yeah, I wonder why. Okay, thank you, everybody. It was another long, heavy lifting day. Really appreciate it. And have a really nice long weekend. Bye.